Chapter 1 Opening Blind Date with a Second Marriage Beauty. China, Mountain City, early summer. Inside an ordinary cafe, everything looked so normal. At this moment, a man around 30 years old walked in from outside. After coming in, his eyes looked around for a while. Immediately afterward, his eyes rested on a woman on a seat near the window. Gradually, a slightly satisfied lewd smile appeared on his face as well. Not bad, this woman was even more energizing than she looked in the photo. Although it couldn't be said to be a beautiful woman, it was very durable to look at. More importantly, the waves in front of the woman's body were very much in line with his aesthetic. His name is Ma Zhengnan, he is over 30 years old, his parents died in an accident a few years ago. To him in the old city left a sweet, properly belongs to a person to eat, the whole family is not hungry bottom losers. Seeing that Ma Zhengnan is already over 30 years old, his own aunt Fong Liyuan is the first to be anxious. Often running back and forth to arrange a blind date for him around. But either Ma Zhengnan thinks the other is not feminine enough, not beautiful enough. Either the other party does not see Ma Zhengnan, think he is poor. In these 2 years, all kinds of blind dates seen Ma Zhengnan is also experienced no less than 10 times, but not once as the two sides of the eye. In Fong Liyuan's words, if it is not for the sake of Ma Zhengnan's mom, she does not want to open this laborious and unappealing thing. This nephew of his own has no ability, but also want to find a beautiful wife, that is not a daydream? In order to help others to help introduce, the woman's conditions will be relaxed a lot. The woman in front of her belongs to this category, is the daughter of a colleague on the unit of Fong Liyuan, named Zhang Xiaoqin. Divorced once, but looks quite good in all aspects. Ma Zhengnan took a look at the other side of the photo, then nodded joyfully agreed. In the case of a beautiful woman, whether she is a second marriage or not, for Ma Zhengnan, simply does not care at all. The two sides agreed to meet in this cafe today, there was that scene just now. After organizing his mind, Ma Zhengnan slowly walked towards Zhang Xiaoqin's seat. Hello, you are Zhang Xiaoqin, right? Your Auntie Fawn's nephew? Have a seat. I ordered myself a cup of coffee, make yourself at home. The other party also didn't know if they had seen Ma Zhengnan's picture, and faintly surveyed it before elegantly speaking. After both sides sat down face to face, for the woman in front of him, Ma Zhengnan's heart was even more satisfied. Although the other side cannot talk about what the national color of the great beauty, but the body comes with the charm of femininity is full. Compared to all the previous blind date, it is more satisfactory to Ma Zhengnan. In his heart, he sighed. Fortunately, the other party is a divorced woman, otherwise I'm afraid I have no chance at all. He called the waiter and ordered a cup of coffee. Only then did he open his mouth and smiled. Ms. Zhang, you look much prettier than in the photo, I won't lie to you, I am very satisfied with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin just smiled faintly. Although she had been divorced once, her standards for choosing a spouse for her other half had not been lowered much. She also heard her mom suddenly say that her colleague has a nephew who is in good condition. In the mountain city not only has a suite of rooms, but also a writer. Zhang Xiaoqin only had today to go to the cafe blind date thing. Then lightly laughed, I was divorced once, you should have heard about it, right? Ma Zhengnan nodded, and continued, I was not in a hurry. But if you meet the right one, you don't mind having a place first. I heard Auntie Fong say that you are a great writer, convenient to say a little bit about the masterpiece you have published? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but have an awkward expression on his face. He was just a network writer, how could he be considered a writer, let alone say what masterpieces he had produced? Then he scratched his head and said with embarrassment, my aunt was just kidding. I usually just like to write online articles to earn some pocket money, not a great writer. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Zhang Xiaoqin's expression froze for a moment. The smile on her face also faded a lot. She usually didn't read novels, and thought that authors were so high and mighty. At this moment, looking at Ma Zhengnan's expression, it seems that there is a big gap between what he thought in his heart. After picking up the coffee and taking a sip. This is only after a small sip of coffee, and then faintly opened his mouth, we are all adults, so I'll be frank. My future requirements for the other half is to ensure that I have a high quality of life. You can say how much money you can earn a month to write a web article? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The meaning of Zhang Xiaoqin's words is very obvious, it's hard not to today is another basket of empty joy. However, it is not easy to meet a very favorite, of course, Ma Zhengnan is not willing to give up easily. Mentally organized the language, and then said, I am now writing online as just a hobby, so the monthly fee is only 5 or 6,000. However, if I really get married and start a family, I will definitely find a stable and good job again, together with the income from part-time web writing. It should be okay in the mountain city. As Zhang Xiaoqin listened, there was no longer any smile on her face. The Mai Zhangnan in front of her eyes was too far from what she had imagined. It was even far less than her ex-husband. In addition to having a suite of rooms in the mountain city, it can be said that there is nothing. On the 5 or 6,000 per month, are still far less than their own wages. As for the other side said will find a stable good job, for Fang Xiaoqin, completely is bullshit. In today's bad environment, a good job is not that easy to find. In her mind, she regretted coming to this blind date today. Playing with her cell phone, she inadvertently sent out a WeChat message. Not 2 seconds later, a phone call came in. Zhang Xiaoqin picked up the phone and said a few words and hung up before putting on an apologetic expression to Mai Zhangnan and said, "Sorry, I'm a little anxious right now." Said, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." While speaking, Zhang Xiaoqin had already stood up and took out 20 yuan and put it on the table. "This is the money for the coffee I ordered, let's just AA it, bye." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoqin didn't even look at Mai Zhangnan again, and directly left without looking back. If Mai Zhangnan didn't know what was going on, he would be a fool. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqin's twisting manly back, the feeling of being close at hand but far away from heaven. The disappointment and depression in Mai Zhangnan's heart is imaginable. What's wrong with this world? Nima, now the second marriage women are so demanding? Although he is not a rich and handsome, but at least it is also the first marriage. All in all, it's all because of money. If you have endless money, even the most beautiful woman will willingly follow you. While he was thinking nonsense in his mind, suddenly there was a ding. Finding a suitable host, system binding in progress. Chapter 2 Love Experience Center. The sudden ringing in his head startled Mai Zhangnan. System? Is he hallucinating? However, the voice in his head just now was too real. Could it be that he had really gotten lucky? Just as Mai Zhangnan was imagining things, there was a ding in his head again. Ding. Beauty Intimate Cashback System Binding Success. Starting from the binding of this system, when the host spends money on a beauty with a comprehensive score of 80 points or more, all of the spending can be returned to the cash. How much to spend, how much to return. When the object of consumption reaches 50 points or more in favor of the host, there will be a chance to get a heavenly gift pack of varying amounts on the other party. All of the system cashback funding sources are absolutely safe and reliable. Please rest assured that the host can use them. The sudden series of mechanical cold voice in his mind made Mai Zhangnan's face instantly as excited as if he had beaten chicken blood. This was definitely not an illusion. He had really gotten lucky. As an online writer, although he hadn't written a system text himself, he had read such novels. How could Mai Zhangnan not expect that there really was a system in this world? Although this beauty intimate cashback system was not as awesome as other systems that had countless billions of dollars to spend in the beginning. But for the poor loser Mai Zhangnan, is definitely a dream of God. Simply by spending as much as he could return on beautiful women, it would allow him to be salted. He would be able to live a peak life that any man could only dream of. Suddenly a transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Mai Zhangnan. Rater beauty object, none. Total assets, $24,280.46. While his heart and mind were excited, Mai Zhangnan couldn't help but pull hard on his thighs. The pain coming from between his thighs made him even more excited. Not dreaming, this is really developed. For a while, Mai Zhangnan forced his heart to hold back the immense joy of his heart. Only then did he manage to control the foolish behavior of wanting to laugh wildly. For just now the blind date Zhang Xiaoqin suddenly left the feeling of loss, has long disappeared without a trace. After paying the bill quickly, he left the cafe in a happy mood. Right now, Mai Zhangnan still wanted to confirm the authenticity of the system cashback. After walking casually on the street for a few steps, suddenly, the system in his mind dinged. Detected a consumer cashback object with a qualified comprehensive score, is it viewed? The system can still automatically detect it? This is too humanized. In Mai Zhangnan's line of sight, two women dressed in professional attire walked towards him. At a glance, they were white-collar elites in the nearby high-rise buildings. One of them, a woman with a melon face and a ponytail, had a truly charming look and figure. With Mai Zhangnan's aesthetic vision, this woman was at least a few points prettier than Zhang Xiaoqin, who was the blind date just now. It was too late to think about it, and he silently read a check in his mind. Name, Wang Yuhan. Age, 28 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 82 points. Purity, 97. Personal status, married, without any gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability to the host, 0. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Ma Zhengnan instantly lost his mind to strike up a conversation. Although he was not a decent person, he was not yet guilty of being a chow thief. Of course, even if the other party wasn't married, Ma Zhengnan didn't even know how to hit on the other party yet. After standing in place and watching the two women leave, suddenly thought of the recent time on the network appeared very hot love experience hall. The high cost of hundreds or thousands of dollars an hour, but also by Ma Zhengnan himself spat on it. There is that money in the inside to find a beautiful woman to experience the feeling of love, which is not as good as going to the foot massage parlor to find a beautiful woman to talk about life. But now with the beauty of the intimate cashback system, Ma Zhengnan doesn't think that way anymore. High consumption certainly has the advantage of high consumption. He is also able to experience the feeling of letting a really big beauty to lick himself. Took out his cell phone and searched. I did not expect that not far away in the neighborhood there is really a newly opened. Casually called a car, less than 10 minutes to the destination. On the first floor of a commercial building, there are 7 big pink letters written on the outside, Iran Love Experience Center. Ma Zhengnan came to this kind of novelty place for the first time, and his heart was a little excited. Just walked in, there is a good-looking woman welcomed up. Smile, hello, welcome to the Iran Love Experience Museum, sir, you have an appointment online? No, can I have a look at the real person before choosing? Of course there is no problem, there are still 7 beautiful ladies in our store who are in the state of not receiving orders, or I will call them all out for you to choose. Hearing that, of course it was just what Ma Zhengnan wanted. He is a man over 30 years old and has been single for many years, so it's not as if he hasn't been in a womanizing place before. In front of him, the Love Experience Pavilion is still considered a formal place. For Ma Zhengnan, there is nothing he can't let go of. The only thing he was worried about now was whether or not these 7 young ladies had reached the systems qualified. Ding, 2 consumption cashback rate objects with qualified comprehensive scores have been detected, is it viewed? The ringing in his head instantly made Ma Zhengnan come to his senses. In his line of sight, 7 young women slowly walked out. Either they were tall or bird-like, and their looks were all quite beautiful. If before the system binding, the 7 women in front of him, if he closed his eyes and randomly chose one to be his wife, he would have been very satisfied. After glancing around, his eyes quickly lingered on one of the women. Whether it was the pretty face or the curvy figure, to Ma Zhengnan's eyes, it was the best of the 7. If there was no mistake, this woman was one of the sisters that the system had hinted at. The woman at the front desk at the beginning laughed and said, "Big brother, these 7 ladies are all carefully selected quality employees of our Iran Love Experience Pavilion. Whether it's accompanying games, accompanying shopping, accompanying meals, accompanying movies, all can let you find the feeling of love heartbeat, absolutely let you value for money." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan took the precaution of checking it out in his mind. Name, Zhou Xiaoyu. Age, 22 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 81 points. Purity, 96. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability towards the host, 0. Then another person's information popped up. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 85 points. Purity, 98. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability towards the host, minus 10 points. Chapter 3 The Taste of Smashing a Beauty with Money. Suddenly seeing this beauty named Zhang Menjing's favorability score is minus 10 points. Ma Zhengnan's heart couldn't help but say MMP. Nima words did not say a word, why come up on their own minus 10 points? His eyes couldn't help but glance at the most beautiful girl. No need to think, this should be Zhang Menjing, I have offended you, come up to minus 10 points. It's just that I stared at you a few more times and made you look down on me, but I've chosen to point at you. In the middle of his thoughts, he looked at the pretty girl and said lightly, let's go with her. Big brother really good eyes, Zhang Menjing can still be in school college students, usually holidays in our part-time work here. After hearing the name of the other party and the system prompted no error, Ma Zhengnan interrupted the woman's words. Direct billing, I want her to accompany me to dinner and shopping, how much an hour? She charges 380 renminbi an hour, but we need to register your personal information first. After hearing that Ma Zhengnan had ordered herself, Zhang Menjing's face still showed a clear look of joy. Although she was not at all attracted to this older man who was covered in ground floor goods and had a bit of a lewd look in his eyes. But that didn't stop Zhang Menjing from still wanting to take the order. Most of the girls who worked here were part-time, without any base salary. They came here to work part-time because of the high returns and low risks. But if you want to get a high salary, the more orders you get, the better. Not only can you get a high commission, but you can also follow the customers to enjoy the fun of playing games, dining, and watching movies for free. Sometimes when you meet a generous customer, you will also receive a small gift. Ma Zhengnan registered his information, and when he paid, he suddenly said, I cannot add her WeChat, directly transfer the cost to her. When the woman at the front desk heard this, her expression froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, she looked at Zhang Menjing. Ding, Zhang Menjing's favorability too. Ma Zhengnan had another MMP in his heart. He was at least considered to be a gold master, and just by mentioning a small request to add the other party's favorability was actually lowered by another 2 points. However, the more this happens, Ma Zhengnan wants to see it even more. Under the firepower of his own money, in front of this pretty girl who is very uncomfortable with himself, will still be as arrogant as ever. See each other even want to add their own WeChat, Zhang Menjing heart although guilty of nausea, but in order to take this single. Still nodded and smiled and said, now add my WeChat of course you can, but after the single time, I have the right to delete. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly and said, of course there is no problem. He does not believe that the girls who come to work in this place, there are still not gold worshippers. After the two of them added WeChat, Ma Zhengnan couldn't wait to transfer 380 yuan to the past. After seeing the amount, Zhang Menjing heart even more guilty of nausea, the smile on the face has also faded a lot. Sure enough, he is a poor loser, surprisingly, he only ordered an hour's order. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability -5. Ignoring Zhang Menjing's contempt, at the same time as the other party pressed the cash button. Ma Zhengnan's WeChat received a real-time cashback of 380 yuan. At the moment the cashback funds arrived, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. Cool, he is really going to take off. Although for the time being, the system is just spend as much as possible to return as much as possible. But for a poor loser like Ma Zhengnan, it's already unimaginably cool. Not to mention the fact that after the raider girl's favorability reaches 50 points, not only have the opportunity to have the most intimate contact with the beauty, but also have the opportunity to obtain cashback opportunity. It wasn't hard to imagine that under this kind of divine operation, it would be hard for Ma Zhengnan not to take off. When the woman at the front desk and Zhang Menjing were still despising in their hearts, Ma Zhengnan faintly opened his mouth. I'm sorry, I just pressed one less zero, I was going to order 10 hours, I'll turn it over again. Ignoring Zhang Menjing and the front desk woman's astonished look, lightly transferred another 3,800 yuan in the past. Big brother, our ladies here can only take up to 5 hours of orders. The woman at the front desk kindly reminded. Zhou Zhengnan really did not understand that there is such a rule. Maybe the other party is for the safety of the girls, but he does not care. Laughed, it's fine, then count on 5 hours, the excess is considered my reward for her. Hearing Zhou Zhengnan's words, both the receptionist woman and Zhou Menjing could not help but stare. The original intention of this kind of love experience hall is to give the majority of poor losers a new experience. The real rich people, who were not short of beautiful women around them, did not even bother to come to this kind of place. This store has been operating for more than half a year, and this is the first time that they have seen such a bold guest in front of them. The woman at the front desk could not help but ask cautiously, Big brother, you're not kidding. We don't have any other special services here other than normal accompanying play. Hearing this, just experienced the system's magical cashback, still in the incomparable excitement of Zhou Zhengnan. At that moment, he said, don't worry, now it's a society of law and order. The extra money is purely a tip, I simply want to find a beautiful woman to eat and shop. Ding! Zhang Menjing favorability +10. After Ma Zhengnan had just uttered these words, Zhang Menjing's favorability directly increased by 10 points. It wasn't hard to imagine that the charm of money was just so great. Ma Zhengnan was also a little bit fluttery in his heart. The first time to take money to hit a beautiful woman's taste is really good. A few minutes later, Mai Zhangnan, who had left the Love Experience Center. Mai Zhangnan, who left the Love Experience Center a few minutes later, was surrounded by a beautiful woman who was the envy of many men. Due to the receipt of Mai Zhangnan's sizable reward, Zhang Menjing's attitude at this time was also very upright. Delicately asked, "Big brother, within these 5 hours, how do you want me to address you?" Is it possible to have this kind of request? Of course, as long as it's not too much of a violation, it's fine. Hearing this, Mai Zhangnan thought for a moment and said, "Then you can call me Brother Nan, no problem, right?" "Of course there's no problem. Where are we going now, Brother Nan?" "It just so happens that I'm hungry, let's go eat something first." Anyway, with a cashback toolman here, Mai Zhangnan wasn't worried about consumption in the slightest. As a poor loser, the best he had ever eaten in his life was nothing more than a $200 or $300 seafood buffet. As far as Mai Zhangnan was concerned, the greatest enjoyment in life was nothing but beautiful women and good food. Now that he had this opportunity, of course he wanted to go and feel the real top-notch delicacies. When Zhang Menjing heard this, she was of course happy. For their line of part-time work, accompanying guests to dinner was always much more comfortable than shopping. Laughing, she said, "Brother Nan, there's a small pavilion in this neighborhood that's not bad, economical, and affordable, why don't I take you there?" Chapter 4 Taking a Sister to Eat a Big Meal. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him with a pampered expression, Mai Zhangnan was speechless. Although the two of them were playing along, this girl's talent for acting was also fantastic, right? If not for the system hints that the other party's favorability is still negative, Mai Zhangnan thought that the other party is not looking at himself. Thinking about it, I can't help but be happy. The loser mentality is still not adjusted well. There is a system such as the heavenly gods, destined to the future life is definitely a constant encounter, but also care about the other party's feelings for what? What do you care about what beautiful women, as long as the money cannot be smashed out of the good sense, directly change the next one is. It's not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but it's not easy to find a 2-legged beauty. Brother Nan, I just said that sentence is very funny, what are you happy? Seeing Mai Zhangnan's happy expression, Zhang Menjing could not help but ask with a smile. Nothing, think of a little fun things. Follow me out to eat under what restaurant, go, brother to take you to eat a top meal. Hearing Mai Zhangnan say so, Zhang Menjing eyes are suddenly bright. Not to mention, although this guy in front of me doesn't look good and his clothes are quite ordinary. But the tone of his voice when he spoke at this time looked really quite pleasant. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Mai Zhangnan also did not expect, he just casually a bold words, the girl in front of him suddenly favorability soared to a positive score. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 85 points. Purity, 98. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability to the host, plus 3 points. After scanning Zhang Menjing's profile once again, Mai Zhangnan already had the idea of rating her. Although she wasn't a 100% pure girl, for Mai Zhangnan, she didn't care at all. Besides, such a beautiful girl only polluted so little, it is also considered rare and precious. While walking and laughing, how long have you been here, the salary should be quite high. Nan, I was introduced by a friend, and I just got here less than a month ago. I usually come here on Sundays when I'm on vacation because I have to go to school. Every day, I can still earn a few $100s by accompanying customers to eat and drink, so I feel quite good. Said here, suddenly turned, South brother, what do? You just out so generous, I doubt you are not what hidden big god luxury. At that, Mai Zhangnan laughed, is a hobo, commonly known as you this kind of beauty in the eyes of the poor loser. Hearing Mai Zhangnan's words, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly. In a petulant tone, she said, Brother Nan, you're really humorous. Of course she didn't believe in such nonsense. The poor loser could come up with a tip of 2,000 renminbi and now he was going to take himself to a big meal. However, seeing that Mai Zhangnan refused to tell the truth, Zhang Menjing didn't ask much. In her mind, after the two of them finished this order today, there would be no relationship in the future, so why bother knowing what the other party did? When Mai Zhangnan saw his sister's eyes, he only smiled lightly. I just said the truth, before today is really just a poor loser. If there is no system of descent, I'm afraid that the opportunity to communicate with this beautiful girl in front of you are not. An hour 380, but also invited each other to eat and watch a movie, that is not purely stupid behavior. Not far away, Ma Zhangnan saw a very high-class restaurant. Let's go eat something here. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in generously. Seeing this, Zhang Menjing took a look at the restaurant's style and muttered in her heart. Also said that he is a poor loser, this kind of upscale restaurant, I am afraid that ordinary people simply do not have the confidence to walk into it. Then walked a few steps to follow up, said daintily, Brother Nan, you often come here to dine? At that, Ma Zhangnan glanced at Zhang Menjing with a smile. I said I'm a poor loser, do you think I have a chance to dine here often? Zhang Menjing smiled and laughed in her heart. Do you think this lady is blind? However, she still had to put on a petulant tone, Brother Nan, you really love to joke. The two of them walked towards a window seat while laughing and joking. After the waiter handed over the menu, Ma Zhangnan casually flipped through it. It was also his first time coming to this kind of upscale restaurant. But the prices weren't as expensive as he had imagined, usually between tens to hundreds of dollars. He just didn't know if he would get a cashback from the ordering system. Without thinking too much, he directly ordered 7 or 8 items towards the most expensive dishes, adding up to almost more than 2,000 yuan. He handed the menu to Zhang Menjing. See what else you want to eat, order it yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing was still a little touched. To put it bluntly, she was a tool person who dabbled in food and drink, and she didn't expect the other party to be so considerate. She hurriedly pushed her hand and humbly said, Brother Nan, no need, I'm not a picky eater either, we can't even finish what you ordered. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability +2. This can also add points? Seeing Zhang Menjing humbly giving in while also adding points to her favoritism, Ma Zhangnan was instantly happy in his heart. Laughing, he said, that's fine, would you like to have some red wine and drinks or something like that? Thank you Brother Nan, then give me a glass of orange juice. Ma Zhangnan also didn't like drinking too much, and similarly ordered himself a glass of orange juice. In a short while, a plate of colorful and fragrant delicacies was served on the table. Ma Zhangnan ordered the most expensive ones. What hot king crab, spring onion fried prawns, absolute flavored double-headed abalone. Basically, all of them are the ceiling of seafood, plus the chef's exquisite cooking skills. Just by looking at the character, it can make you salivate. Eat up, you don't have to be polite with me. As he spoke, Ma Zhangnan had already taken the lead in moving his chopsticks. It was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed such a delicious meal, and he was too lazy to be polite to the girl in front of him. Seeing this, Zhang Menjing, who rarely had such a good opportunity to dabble in a delicious meal. She was only slightly reserved for a moment, and was equally nonchalant as she enjoyed the delicious meal in front of her. Two people are eating while chatting. Ma Zhangnan learned that the other party is located in the university, from their own place of residence is also quite close. The heart is also cannot help but lively up, this is convenient for themselves and the other party's next communication. A meal nearly ate an hour, until the bill when Ma Zhangnan still have a little nervous. I don't know if the system will return all the cash? Ma Zhangnan was not disappointed, basically in the same moment of code payment. The same amount of cash was received in real time on WeChat. Chapter 5 The Taste of White Whoring. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Menjing gently burped. With a slightly embarrassed look, she asked with a smile, Brother Nan, where are we going next? Of course is to go shopping otherwise I want to go to the hotel, you certainly will not agree After Ma Zhangnan had the system to protect his body, his guts were also much bigger, and he made a small joke without being salty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menjing slightly rolled her eyes. Brother Nan, you're such a jokester, so I'll accompany you to go shopping. Not hearing the system prompting the other party's favorability deduction, Ma Zhangnan couldn't help but be happy in his heart. If he was just an ordinary guest, it would be strange if the other party didn't get mad if he made such a joke. It seems that the power of money is really not ordinary, I have not yet made much effort. Let's go, there is a commercial street nearby. Aha! Today is Sunday, in the pedestrian street wandering men and women are really not many. Ma Zhangnan and Zhang Menjing had just arrived here, and attracted many men's casual glances. Of course, the gazes were basically on Zhang Menjing. Even though the mountain city is famous for its many beautiful women, Zhang Menjing's figure and face value are still quite good. It had to be said that the 380 renminbi an hour escort's face value beauty was really something. At least in Ma Zhangnan's current line of sight, he did not find any that could compete with Zhang Menjing. Although the relationship between the two is just a simple money deal. But looking at the envious eyes of other men, Ma Zhangnan was still more or less a little bit pleased. After absorbing a large wave of grievances, he stopped at a Huawei cell phone store. Smiling, he said, let's go in and take a stroll. Okay, brother Nan. Zhang Menjing, as a chaperone, certainly wouldn't have any opinions and nodded her head obediently in agreement. She also thought that my Zhangnan wanted to buy a cell phone, and after going in, she asked, Brother Nan, do you like the Huawei brand? I see that the one you have is also. How to say it, talk about what like not like, but the cost-effective difference is not too big case, I am sure to support the domestic well. Well, Brother Nan, I also support you. Hearing that, Ma Zhangnan face happy, you hand holding an Apple phone to support me? Oh, Brother Nan, don't make fun of me. This Apple phone is still 3 years ago when I just got into college, my family bought it for me, and when I change my cell phone next time, I will definitely change to Huawei as well. Zhang Menjing cutely skimmed her small mouth before explaining. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhangnan smiled and pointed in the direction of the counter. There's no need to wait for the next time, I'll buy one for you right now, take a look at which style you like. Hearing Ma Zhannan's words, Zhang Menjing instantly froze. What does the other party mean? Tipping and letting yourself have a meal with them both makes sense. But letting himself out to accompany him on a shopping spree and also buying himself a cell phone seemed a bit hard to understand. It's hard to believe that Brother Nan is trying to fake it and wants to make this young lady his girlfriend. For a while, Zhang Menjing froze there and didn't know how to answer. Honestly, she is not interested in anything other than Ma Zhangnan's generosity. The other is not the same as the eye. What are you waiting for? Don't worry, I won't make any demands on you, I just simply want to buy something for you. Hearing Ma Zhangnan say this, Zhang Menjing quickly waved her hand and said, Brother Nan, thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept such a valuable item as a cell phone. Ha ha ha. How valuable can a cell phone be? It's fate that we're here today. Maybe you can still think of me when you see this cell phone in the future, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? Seeing Zhang Menjing's refusal, Ma Zhangnan directly smiled at a lady at the counter and said, Hello, bring out the best cell phone here and let's have a look. The lady at the counter also heard the conversation between the two, and probably guessed what was going on. The man in front of her obviously wanted to pursue this little fairy with blood. Although the other party does not look like a rich man, but the sales clerk she does not care so much. She took out a red Huawei folding cell phone. This is the best one we sell in the store, although the price is a little expensive, but the style and function is absolutely outstanding. The color is also very compatible with this beautiful young lady, or you see. Ma Zhangnan took this folding cell phone in his hand, his heart could not help but itch. The Huawei cell phone he uses is less than 3,000 yuan. And in front of this folding cell phone price he also glanced at, the price tag reached 16,999 yuan. I have to say, such a high-grade cell phone to get the hand feeling is really different. If it is not the conditions do not allow, Ma Zhangnan would like to give himself such a cell phone. In the middle of his thoughts, he handed this Huawei folding cell phone to Zhang Menjing. See if you like it? Holding this colorful and beautiful folding cell phone in her hand, Zhang Menjing was instantly a little lost in thought. Can she say she doesn't like it? If Ma Zhangnan had just given her an ordinary Huawei cell phone with a price tag of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, Zhang Menjing might have refused it heartily. But this one on her hand was definitely too powerful. Compared to her old Apple cell phone, it was simply a heaven and a hell. There was a student in her class who used the same Huawei folding cell phone, and she didn't know how many people she envied. For a while, Zhang Menjing's heart was also struggling violently. She wouldn't be naive enough to think that a man would send such an expensive gift. Just because of a simple sentence of wanting to send something to himself. If that was really the case, the word simple would be too valuable. But although this guy in front of her is not very good looking, and a bit on the older side. But the generosity of the guy in front of me, he's a bit of a catch. Compared to his ex-boyfriend, I don't know how many times to be bold. Thinking of here, Zhang Menjing put the heart across, anyway, the other party is voluntary, and did not mention what requirements, maybe really more money has no place to spend it? Eyes a little complex asked, Brother Nan, you really plan to send such an expensive cell phone to me? Seeing this, Ma Zhangnan happily said, Of course it's true. Then, he turned his head to the counter girl and said, Please open the order, I'll buy this cell phone. At the moment when Ma Zhangnan swiped the order with his cell phone. Ding! Zhang Menjing favorability plus 10. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Zhang Menjing's favorability had continuously soared, and had now reached plus 25. This range of favorability indicated that in Zhang Menjing's heart, she had already treated Ma Zhengnan as a recognized friend. Brother Nan, thank you. Feeling the magic brought about by the ability of banknotes, Ma Zhengnan was similarly overjoyed. This kind of white whoring is really getting to one's head. Chapter 6 Never Be a Licking Dog. When the two were about to walk out of the store, Zhang Menjing suddenly seemed to remember something. Can't help but ask a strange, Brother Nan, you use that Huawei cell phone as the old model, right? How not to change one now? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was itching for a while. How do you not want to change, just do not have that condition. On the face is a smile, I hand this phone for me quite a commemorative significance, not non-essential I am not going to change. Oh, I know, must be your former girlfriend gave you it, I did not expect Brother Nan is still such a sentimental person. Zhang Menjing smiled smartly. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhennan laughed and didn't pick up on this again. The fact that the sister could think this way was also considered a plus for herself, right? And with a brand new folding dazzling color cell phone suddenly in her hand, Zhang Menjing's heart was not to mention how beautiful it was. In addition to the Huawei store, daintily asked, Brother Nan, where do we go shopping next? Ma Zhengnan eyes toward the street looked round, to a well-known brand women's clothing store measured a little. Only faintly smiled and said, let's go there to shop. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing didn't know what to say. Shopping in a women's clothing store, this is not clearly to buy clothes for yourself? At this time, although she had a little bit of good feelings towards Ma Zhengnan, she had not really decided to have an in-depth relationship with the other party. If she were to receive more gifts, she was afraid that she would really sink down. Seeing the hesitant look on Zhang Menjing's face, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly and took the lead to walk towards the store. Seeing this, Zhang Menjing gently bit her attractive lips and took 2 steps to follow her. Welcome to Chioshui Iran Women's Clothing Brand Store. Just after walking in, the girl in the store greeted her warmly. Brother Nan, what are you? Although the heart has guessed what Ma Zhengnan wants to do, Zhang Menjing cannot help but still ask a question. This is not obvious, buy clothes for you Ma Zhengnan said directly and frankly. Brother Nan, you just sent me a so expensive cell phone, and now buy me clothes, it's not appropriate. You don't have to think too much, I just purely want to buy something for you. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's explanation, Zhang Menjing didn't even know how to reply. But there was still a little bit of excitement in her heart. This branded women's clothing store, she had also heard of it. Although it is not a top luxury goods, but it is also quite famous in the country, and a random piece can easily cost thousands of dollars. Ma Zhengnan said so, she was lazy to be polite. Anyway, tens of thousands of dollars worth of cell phones have been received, but also dwell on the value of these 2 pieces of clothing for what? Then revealed a good appearance, dainty said, Brother Nan, that today really let you break the bank, thank you. No need to be polite, just choose and try whichever one you like. Brother Nan, which one do you think looks good on me, why don't you help me choose? That's fine. This kind of welfare request from a beautiful woman, Ma Zhengnan of course had no reason to refuse. After strolling around, he pointed to a small black undershirt and a short skirt. If there is a deep meaning smile, if not you try this set of. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menjing also only hesitated slightly before nodding her head with a smile and agreeing to it. She had just asked Ma Zhengnan to help her choose the clothes, so she guessed that there would be this kind of result. At this time, of course, she wouldn't make any more pretenses. The man in front of her had already given Zhang Menjing a slightly different feeling with his series of crazy actions today. When a man spends money for a woman, as long as it is very generous, invisible charm value will soar. Coupled with the fact that Ma Zhengnan's looks are not bad, unconsciously, Zhang Menjing is a bit of a substitute for her girlfriend's feeling. Not a moment later, wearing a small black undershirt and plaid skirt, Zhang Menjing, from the fitting room slowly walked out. The temperature of the mountain city in early summer was already close to 30 degrees, and she didn't feel any discomfort. Walked directly to Ma Zhengnan in front of her, her face slightly red and asked, Brother Nan, is it good? Zhang Menjing's every move at this time, so that Ma Zhengnan's heart is a burst of blood fluttering. Not only good looking, simply too good looking. Originally, Zhang Menjing wore a set of loose t-shirt and jeans today. Overall it was considered very conservative. At this time, she was wearing a black cool undershirt on her upper body, which really set off her roundness perfectly. That a curved beautiful ditch line, but also let Ma Zhengnan eyes almost cannot help themselves. At this point, the big guys themselves on the picture it. Under the checkered skirt, a pair of straight white tender legs, the same as to make Ma Zhengnan feel throat dry, cannot help but has swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing Ma Zhengnan's face, Zhang Menjing was slightly shy, but she couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in her heart. Brother Ma Zhengnan, I feel that this set of clothes can't be worn out, so let's not change to another set. No need for Ma Zhengnan to say anything at all, the shopper on the side quickly said. Miss, you wear this set is simply too fit, what is not to wear out, if you have such a good figure, designated to buy a set to wear out to walk around. Ma Zhengnan was back to his normal color at this time. Can't really blame him for that piggy look just now, if it wasn't for the system bound to him. I'm afraid that in this life, there is no opportunity to let Zhang Menjing this level of beauty, to show him just now that kind of sexy scene. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that he must take the beauty in front of him completely. Immediately, the heroic laugh, which with so much trouble, do not need to change, here's the clothes I think are quite good looking, let's choose 2 more sets of not on the line. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's heart inexplicably fluttered twice. It was the first time she met a man who was willing to spend money for her. To say that her heart was not moved at all, Zhang Menjing feared that she would not believe it. However, she still asked in a delicate voice, Brother Nan, is this good? What's wrong with this? I just purely want to buy clothes for you. The more Ma Zhengnan said, the more Zhang Menjing sank a little. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system's favorability soar again, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a rush of joy inside. To be able to use money to smash out the other party's favorability was of course the best. But then again, in today's materialistic society, how many girls can withstand money? There are a few girls who can withstand the temptation of money. Half an hour later, in the envious eyes of several shopping guides in the store, Zhang Menjing carried 3 shopping bags in her hand, and followed Ma Zhengnan out of the store in a glowing manner. Ma Zhengnan did not have the slightest intention to help carry the bags. He has long since figured out that although his system is a bit of a big grudge seed, but he will never be a licking dog again. No matter what beautiful women he meets in the future, as long as he can't get a good feeling with money, he can only say that he is destined to be with him. Chapter 7 Zhang Xiaoqin's surprise. A few sets of summer clothes carried in her hands didn't carry much weight. Zhang Menjing's heart at this moment was not the least bit dissatisfied, except for her excitement. She used the weekends to work part-time as an imposter girlfriend. Originally, she wanted to earn some pocket money so that she could improve her quality of life a bit. Where did she think that she had just entered the profession within a few days and met a generous man like Ma Zhengnan? Zhang Menjing's body and appearance in the school is certainly not a lack of heterosexual pursuit, many of them have good family conditions of the boys. But compared to the generosity of spending money, it is far less than the Ma Zhengnan in front of her. Unconsciously, her mentality is slowly changing. She even felt that having a boyfriend like Ma Zhengnan is not an unacceptable thing. Brother Nan, where are we going now? Do you like the bag, or let's go buy it again? Answering Zhang Menjing was another sweet blast from Ma Zhengnan. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favorability plus 5. The system directly took the lead in answering the girl's answer. There is no doubt that a girl's desire for a bag is above that of clothing. Based on Ma Zhengnan's boldness just now, Zhang Menjing didn't even need to think about it. The bag that the other party was talking about was definitely not an inferior product of $100 or $200. The girl's heart was pounding at the same time. The mouth pouted and said, Brother Nan, too much for you to break the bank, I'm a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was instantly happy. With his consecutive outbursts, the pretty girl in front of him was getting more and more refreshed in accepting the gifts. However, with the system in hand, he was not the least bit worried about the other party's greed. Of course, must be to establish the other party can rise goodwill situation. Then, said boldly, what is there to break the bank or not? Today we just want to have fun, I'll buy whatever you like. Well, Brother Nan, you're so nice. Ding! Zhang Menjing's favoritism plus 5. Under the successive bold outbursts, the girl's favorability towards Ma Zhengnan had already reached 45 points. It had to be said that Zhang Menjing was a little bit materialistic. But compared to many white lotuses who were not what they appeared to be, it was also considered rare and precious. When he thought that he was still 5 points short of favorability, he would have a chance to get a cash rebate on the girl, Ma Zhengnan's heart was even more refreshed. Laughing, let's go, see what brand of bag you like, let's go straight in and shop. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing slightly hesitated for a moment. Empty out of the small hand, took the initiative to take the arm on the Ma Zhengnan. She said in a delicate voice, Brother Nan, thank you. The sister's sudden tender behavior made Ma Zhengnan as refreshing as suddenly eating an ice cream on a 3-volt day. Feeling the light fragrance coming from Zhang Menjiang's body, coupled with the unintentional touching of the soft fragrance soft, it gave him a feeling of floating. This was a scene he couldn't even think of when he was a poor loser before. The corner of his mouth unconsciously arched a slight curve. In his heart, he secretly thought, according to this situation, can we have a big meal today? Under Zhang Menjiang's guidance, the two of them were like a real couple. They walked slowly into a bag store that looked very upscale. Just as they stepped inside, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Detected a qualified consumer object with a comprehensive score, is it viewed? This was already the system's several prompts after arriving at the commercial pedestrian street. Ma Zhangnan had basically just ignored it the first few times with a big beautiful woman by his side. It was impossible to have him with a big beauty by his side and then hook up with other beauties. But this time was different, in Ma Zhangnan's line of sight. Zhang Xiaoqin was even shopping for bags with a woman here. The other party also found Ma Zhangnan at the first time, the same very surprised expression on his face. Hart muttered, this poor loser, what the situation, the morning only and their own matchmaking. In the afternoon, there is a big beautiful woman who is more beautiful than himself. The intimate gesture of the two holding hands is even more difficult for Zhang Xiaoqin to understand. The moment Ma Zhangnan saw Zhang Xiaoqin, he likewise felt that the world was so small. After sweeping around, felt that this bag store inside should be the most beautiful as Zhang Xiaoqin. After silently checking in his heart, sure enough, the object detected by the system was her. Name, Zhang Xiaoqin. Age, 29 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 52 kg. Comprehensive face value, 80 points. Purity, 95%. Physical state, without any gynecological disease, good safety level. Favorability to the host, plus 3 points. The other Ma Zhangnan didn't feel anything yet, but he didn't expect Zhang Xiaoqin to have a few points of favorability towards himself. This is actually quite normal, the two of them did not have any conflicts during their blind date in the morning, so it's also considered a good get-together. Under the condition of having no ill feelings, basically there were more or less a few points of good feelings. After the two people looked at each other, Ma Zhangnan still smiled and took the lead in greeting. Ms. Zhang, what a coincidence, I didn't think we could still meet here. It is a bit of a coincidence. Zhang Xiaoqin was still in a state of confusion at this point, and simply responded. The two sides weren't too familiar with each other, and after a quick greeting, Ma Zhangnan led Zhang Menjiang around the store. After having the system, he had long since had no more thoughts about this second marriage woman. Plus there was an even better sister beside him, so of course he wouldn't spend any more thoughts on Zhang Xiaoqin. The woman who was shopping with Zhang Xiaoqin also couldn't help but glance at the backs of Ma Zhangnan and Zhang Menjiang when she saw the situation. Xiaoqin, do you recognize them? Zhang Xiaoqin shook her head, I can't talk about knowing them, I just met them once in the morning. Hearing this, the woman asked in surprise, you don't mean to say that he is the one who went on a blind date with you, right? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqin nodded her head. Xiaoqin, this is too mysterious, didn't you say that he is a poor loser, how could there be such a beautiful beauty around him? Ignoring her best friend's surprise, Zhang Xiaoqin was also puzzled in her heart. While casually looking at the bag, her attention was focused on Ma Zhangnan and Zhang Menjiang. And after Ma Zhangnan strolled around, his heart was also relieved. Although this bag store looked quite high class, the prices weren't too outrageous. Most of the prices on the label were between thousands of dollars, the most expensive was just over 10,000, completely within Ma Zhangnan's consumption range. So Zhang Menjiang's eyes lingered on a bag for a long time. Smiled, like this bag? Aha! Zhang Menjiang took Ma Zhangnan's arm, the heart also think open. The man who can spend so much money for her, really if she misses the store, there is no such thing as a village. Chapter 8 The Sweet Reward of Holding Hands. Hearing Zhang Menjiang answer so quickly, Ma Zhangnan instead became more excited. This is the prelude to the girl letting go of herself and preparing for further deeper exchanges. This is the charm of money, only spent tens of thousands of dollars, can make such a beautiful girl bow her head. One could imagine how fragrant the internet's famous Wang Gongzi's colorful daily life was. A casual glance at the price, the girl's vision is really good. The bag she chose costs 11,999 yuan, which is basically considered the most expensive in this bag store. Of course, as long as the price is not more than 24,000 yuan, Ma Zhangnan will not be the slightest hesitation. Smiled at the saleswoman who followed the side, I bought this bag, help us wrap up. Of course, the salesgirls were happy to hear that. Their wages are all base salary plus commission, can't wait to sell the bag, the more expensive the better. At the same time, they were envious of Zhang Menjing. It's good to be pretty, you don't even have to ask for it yourself, just one look and a man will willingly buy such an expensive bag for her. However, her mouth still sweetly opened. This beautiful woman's vision is really good, this bag is our store's newest model, and your temperament is to match. In the sales clerk's compliments, Ma Zhengnan was quick to pay the bill. Also did not forget to ask the girl on the line, Menjing, there is no fancy, to no longer choose to it. Ding. Zhang Menjing favorability +5. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points, the system is automatically bound to the number 1 rater heroine. From this moment onwards, the host will have the opportunity to obtain a heavenly gift package on the number 1 rater heroine. The heavenly music that suddenly came from within his mind caused Ma Zhengnan to drift off at once. Zhang Menjing, on the other hand, wasn't too greedy, and although her heart was filled with sweetness, she still shook her head repeatedly and said, "Brother Nan, no need, I'm still in school, I can't use that many bags." Hearing Zhang Menjing say this, Ma Zhengnan, who had returned to his senses, didn't try to persuade him any further. The score has already reached the standard anyway, and it's time to slowly enjoy the results next. Under the excitement of the heart, looking at the girl's hand, another shopping bag, finally a bit of conscience. "Mengying, let me help you carry 2 bags. Thank you, Brother Nan." Zhang Menjing was also not polite, she was now much more casual about the man in front of her after reaching 50 points of favorability. After casually handing over 2 shopping bags, her free hand naturally took Ma Zhengnan's arm. "The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. From the number 1 rater female advocate Mengying's heavenly gift bag, get 500 yuan cash rebate. Cash rebate funds will be automatically deposited into the host's account." Basically at the same moment, Ma Zhengnan received a message on his cell phone. "Esteemed Huaxia Bank user, your bank card number with the tail number 0866 received a transfer of 500 yuan nut." After confirming the message, Ma Zhengnan's heart was bursting with joy. He was finally able to pull wool over his own eyes as well. Holding hands with a beautiful woman, all had 500 renminbi in the account. Although it was far from the trillions of dollars of rewards from the system and the novels. But Ma Zhengnan had no dissatisfaction except for the ecstasy in his heart. What's the use of those system rewards in the novel? Fictional things can be compared to their own real existence of the system. In an unbelievably refreshing mood, the two walked out of the bag store arm in arm. Zhang Xiaoqin, who had been surreptitiously surveying the two, was even more surprised when she saw the two walk out of the store. The heart secretly thought, this guy in the morning could be hiding me what, 12,000 bags, do not blink an eyebrow to buy. Just out of the store, Ma Zhengnan could not help but sneeze. Zhang Menjing laughed, "Brother Nan, this can't be someone chanting about you. Ha, I'm just a poor loser, who's going to read about me? Hate it, Brother Nan, can you not make such jokes?" Listening to the girl's pampering tone, Ma Zhengnan's heart was about to melt. He rubbed his arm against the girl's soft spot, intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that Zhang Menjing didn't have much of a reaction, his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of heat. Laughed, "Menjing, shopping for so long a little tired, or we find a place to rest a little?" Hearing this, Zhang Menjing froze and struggled for a while before whispering back, "Brother Nan." Only then whispered back, "Brother Nan, I have to go back to the store to report later, and after that I have to go back to school." Although she had reached a certain level of favorability towards the man in front of her. But after all, she had only just met him, and didn't want to give her body to the other party so easily. Hearing Zhang Menjing's words, Ma Zhengnan similarly froze for a while. Then laughed, "What are you thinking in your mind? I mean to find a chair to sit and take a rest." Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's pretty little face couldn't help but turn slightly red. In a petulant tone, she said, Brother Nan, you're really annoying, don't you speak clearly?" I have to say, Zhang Menjing is able to work part-time at the Love Experience Center. Zhang Menjing was able to work part-time at the Relationship Experience Center, and her grasp of how to speak to men was quite spot on. In a short sentence, not only did she dissolve her own embarrassment just now, but she also made Ma Zhengnan unable to raise any dissatisfaction in her heart. Although there was a loss of hope that he wouldn't be able to eat the delicious meal on the body of the girl today, Ma Zhengnan quickly adjusted himself. But Ma Zhengnan quickly adjusted his mindset. With his own performance today, coupled with the knowledge of the girl's favoritism towards him, sooner or later, the special thing in front of him would take the initiative to send him to the door. Looked at the time, from in Zhang Menjing's single time there are still 2 hours. Laughing, "Time is still early, why don't you accompany me to watch a movie?" For Ma Zhengnan's formal and reasonable request, Zhang Menjing didn't even think about it and directly nodded her head. Well, I listened to Brother Nan. Taking out his cell phone and searching, he didn't think that there was a private theater in this commercial pedestrian street. Ma Zhengnan's eyes immediately lit up, and his mind became active again. This kind of private theater is usually a small private room for two people, in which the free play of imagination, just think of the heart is hot. After depositing the shopping bags in their hands at the counter. According to the instructions on the cell phone message, the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the private theater. Brother Nan, watching a private theater? Zhang Menjing obviously knew what kind of place a private theater was, and asked with a slightly red face. Do you have an opinion? No opinion, I listened to Brother Nan. Seeing this attitude of the girl, Ma Zhengnan was instantly happy in his heart. Subsequently, after spending less than 200 renminbi and casually purchasing a ticket for the hot movie of the moment. Under the guidance of the staff, the two quickly entered a small couples-themed movie room. Chapter 9 Consecutive Sweet Strikes. Ma Zhengnan took a look at the small private room in front of him, which was only a dozen square meters. Only to see that besides the main screen, the surrounding walls were covered with flowers made of plastic. And inside the private room there was not only a double bed, but also a set of sofas, and even a rocking chair that could be used for two people to sit down. I wish you two a happy movie viewing. The staff exited the room after turning on the movie on the screen. And on the movie screen, a giant gorilla was already roaring. After Ma Zhengnan turned down the sound a bit, he then pulled Zhang Menjing's small hand. With a bad smile on his face, he asked, Menjing, where are we going to sit and watch? Why don't you pick a seat? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing whispered with a slightly red face, Brother Nan, just sit on the sofa. Okay, I'll listen to you. After both of them sat on the sofa, Ma Zhengnan directly embraced the girl in his arms. Zhang Menjing just symbolically struggled slightly, and also let Ma Zhengnan embrace himself. Ding! From the number 1 rater girl Zhang Menjing's heavenly little gift package, obtaining a cash reward of 1,000 renminbi, the cashback funds will be automatically deposited into the host's account. A big beauty in his arms, and the bank card has an additional 1,000 yuan. In this situation, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. As for Godzilla and King Kong on the screen, he didn't care to look at them at all. He made a small movement in his hand. Ding! From the number 1 rater heroine, Meng Ying's Skyfall gift pack, you've received a cash reward of 1,000 renminbi. Receiving 2 consecutive Skyfall gift packs gave Ma Zhengnan an incomparable feeling of excitement. This kind of opportunity to not only enjoy while also creating an opportunity to earn money at the same time, I'm afraid that Mr. Wang couldn't even experience it. While excited, Ma Zhengnan glanced at the sister's tantalizing little mouth. Just wanting to dislike her, Zhang Menjing dodged in a panic. Brother Nan, they said that there might be cameras in this kind of place, can you not be like this? Upon hearing this, the heat in Ma Zhengnan's heart immediately dropped a lot. With the intimate exchanges between the two just now, he could also see that the girl did not want to give him this kind of private theater, who knows whether there will really be pinhole camera kind of thing. Forced to suppress the fire of desire in his heart, Ma Zhengnan is also a lot more honest. Occasionally eat tofu in the back, but did not attract the system any small gift packages from heaven. He is also completely understand, the small gift package is only random, not all the time. However, Ma Zhengnan did not have any dissatisfaction in his heart. He still understood the principle of not being too greedy. Occasionally grabbed in the hands of the fragrant soft, let him feel good at the same time, the heart also cannot help but sigh. It's really a big thief. After watching this Hollywood movie, Zhang Menjing was embraced in his arms. Her eyes were almost melting out of water. I'm afraid that both of them can't tell what the movie is about. After walking out of the private theater, Zhang Menjing's blushing face hadn't recovered yet. She pouted and said, Brother Nan, it's almost time, I have to go back to the store to hand over the order. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan took the girl's small hand and softly said, or you don't want to work part-time in that store. Brother Nan, why, I do a few days a month there casually have a few thousand, I feel quite good A few $1,000, do you think I can't come up with that kind of money? Hearing Ma Zhengnan say that, Zhang Menjing still didn't understand. The man in front of her seems to be a long-term plan to give herself pocket money. With the other party's boldness today, of course she would not doubt the truthfulness of this statement. She obediently nodded her head and agreed, well, I'll listen to Brother Nan. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was on fire again. Said to the sister, Menjing, why don't we go to a hotel tonight? Hearing this, Zhang Menjiying's eyes flickered and she dodged a bit. Brother Nan, I still have to attend classes tomorrow. I have to go back to school at night. Can you give me a few days' time? Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan's heart also sighed slightly. He also saw that the other party is still struggling a little bit of hesitation, but also did not forced. Laughing, it's okay, I'll take a taxi to send you back. Thank you, Brother Nan. After retrieving the items from the counter, Ma Zhengnan sent Zhang Menjiying back to the Year in Love Experience Pavilion. Afterwards, looking at the sky was not late, he took a car and returned to his own home. Lying on his bed, thinking about everything that had happened today, he simply had the illusion that it was like a dream. Yesterday he was a poor loser, but today he was hit by the legendary system. Thinking of the intimate contact with the girl at the level of a special object today, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but see the corner of his mouth. Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but have a smile appear at the corner of his mouth. In a single thought, a transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Raider, number 1 female advocate Meng Ying. Total assets, 26,780.46 yuan. When I think about how I used to work hard for half a day to write, my monthly fee would only be a few $1,000s. But today, in just a few hours, not only did I experience the thrill of conquering a superb girl. But today in just a few hours, he not only experienced the thrill of conquering the best girls, but also earned a large sum of money simply by doing so. Ma Zhengnan was more and more excited, and could not wait to get up and burn 3 incense sticks for the system master. He is now really going to take off. Zhang Menjiying returned to the Love Experience Pavilion, still listening to Ma Zhengnan's words, directly stating that she would not come back to work part-time in the future. After the boss had no success in retaining her, she still settled her wages quickly and cheerfully. After the girl returned to her rented room near the school, she put the big bag in her hand on the bed. Looking at the bed, brand new clothes, bags, cell phones, the heart is not to mention how beautiful. After hearing the noise, a small figure came out from the bathroom. At that moment, a surprised voice was issued. Ying Ying, have you gotten rich? Why did you buy so many things? This girl's name was Ma Rongrong, Zhang Menjiying's classmate and her best friend. Although her appearance was far inferior to Zhang Menjiying's, she could be considered a birdie. The two are not accustomed to living in the kind of large dormitory inside the school, under the discussion to share a small set of rooms outside the school. At this time, Ma Rongrong, while letting out a gasp of surprise, while on the bed of the items is tinkering up. She also exclaimed, wow, Huawei folding cell phone, isn't this the one Zhou Yuan used in our class? And this bag is so beautiful, I'm afraid it's not cheap. These clothes are also beautiful. Chapter 10 Ambiguous Messages. Looking at her friend Ma Rongrong's startled expression, Zhang Menjiying was inexplicably a little pleased in her heart. Laughing, Rongrong, you didn't go out to play? Hearing this, Ma Rongrong skimmed her lips and said, you are not here, who accompanied me to go out to play off? Then she turned her tone and asked exaggeratedly, Menjiying, where did you get the money to buy so many valuables? For this best friend, Zhang Menjiying didn't want to hide anything. She simply told her what happened today. After hearing this, Ma Rongrong was shocked and couldn't help but ask, Ying Ying, this brother Nan you're talking about won't be some kind of fraud? He's so rich, what kind of beauty doesn't he have around him? Why does he still need to run to the Love Experience Pavilion to brush up his existence? Hearing this, Zhang Menjiying stretched out her white pinky and gently pressed Ma Rongrong's little head. Said, what are you talking about? Do you think there are crooks who will come up and buy tens of thousands of dollars of things for me? Hearing Zhang Menjiying say this, Ma Rongrong also felt that it made sense. Instantly revealing an envious expression again, she sighed and said, Menjiying, sometimes I really envy you for being so pretty, casually looking for a part-time job that pays so well, and now you've met a man who was willing to spend so much money for you. Aya, what are you talking about? Right, almost forgot to tell you, I have already resigned from the part-time job at the Love Pavilion. Hearing this, Ma Rongrong's expression froze for a moment. Surprised to ask, why you did not say there to do a day have a small hundreds of income, but also can dabble in food and drink, how do you say resigned on the resignation? At that, Zhang Menjiying showed a slightly shy expression. It was Nan who told me not to work there, so I agreed. Hearing Zhang Menjiying's words, Ma Rongrong understood in a second. With such a man who spent money so generously, that part-time job at the Love Pavilion could really be said to be dispensable. For matters between men and women, it was not good for her and Zhang Menjiying's relationship to say anything more, lest they hurt their feelings. However, she still reminded Menjiying, if you really intend to deepen your relationship with this Nan, it's best to get to the bottom of him beforehand. I know. My Zhang Nan lay in bed and somehow fell asleep in a daze. When a ringing phone woke him up, it was already dark outside. Picking up his cell phone, it was his great-aunt Fong Liyuan calling. Needless to say, she must be asking about the result of his blind date with Zhang Xiaoqin. When she answered the phone, the first thing Fong Liyuan asked was indeed, "Zhang Nan, how did it go with Ms. Zhang today?" "Auntie, she didn't like me because I'm poor. Her mom and I were talking about this in the office today, but I didn't expect this result." "Auntie, it's fine. It just means we're not destined for each other." There was a silence on the other end of the phone for half a second, before Fong Liyuan opened her mouth. "Zhang Nan, Auntie can talk about you, Ms. Zhang. I have seen this person. Honestly, if she is not divorced, I do not have the courage to introduce you to her. You're 31 years old and you're not looking for a stable job. You can't write a few web articles every day and earn a few bucks, so can't you set your sights a little lower? If it wasn't for your mom's face, I wouldn't even bother. If this continues, do you want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life?" Listening to the nagging of the aunt on the other end of the phone, Ma Zhengnan's heart was also warm. For the person who was already considered as the closest person in the world, Ma Zhengnan did not have any dissatisfaction except gratitude. "Auntie, you can rest assured, how can I be a bachelor? Someday I will find a beautiful girlfriend to bring in front of you to see." "Humph, smooth talker, wait for me to meet a suitable girl and then give you to open up, have time to come to my home to play it, that's it, hang up." After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but smile bitterly. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, it seems that we have to find a beautiful woman to let our sister-in-law look at it earlier. After looking at the time, it's already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Clicking on WeChat, Zhang Menjing has sent several messages. "Brother Nan, I had a great time today. Thank you for buying me so many gifts. Brother Nan, I've quit my job at the Love Museum. Brother Nam, I've returned to school. Brother Nam, are you home? Why don't you answer my messages?" After a casual look, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but have a smile on his face. The ability of money is really extraordinary. Before today, he did not dare to imagine. Like Zhang Menjing's so beautiful girl, will also rush to their own warmth. Then immediately returned a past. "Just saw your message, work quit is good, I like obedient sister. Just sent out, Zhang Menjing is basically a second back A. I thought you were ignoring me, Brother Nan. You're such a good and obedient girl, how could I ignore you? Do you want to come out for a midnight snack now? I'll pick you up at your school." "No need, Brother Nan, I have to go to school tomorrow, I'll go to you when I have time." Seeing this message from the girl, Ma Zhengnan hesitated. He directly entered a transfer amount of 16,666 yuan and sent it over. Things that can be smashed with money, he did not bother to talk about feelings. "Wow, Brother Nan, what are you doing sending me so much money for? I let you quit your job, so of course it's for your pocket money." When Zhang Menjing saw this message, she accepted it without any politeness. "Brother Nan, thank you. Love you. Ding." Zhang Menjing's favoritism +1. While receiving this ambiguous message, Zhang Menjing's favoritism increased by 1 point again. Although the favorability did not rise as fast as it did during the day, Ma Zhengnan was still happy in his heart. As long as the favorability is still rising, it means that the girl's current dependence on herself is still quite high. Inside the public rental suite, Ma Rongrong watched Zhang Menjing receive another large sum of money. In her heart, it is absolutely impossible to say that she is not envious. Piggyback a little exaggerated expression laughed, "Menjing, how to do, I'm so envious of you oh. Such a good man how I met not see it, you can must catch up." Hearing Ma Rongrong's words, Zhang Menjing suddenly regretted refusing Ma Zhengnan's request for a late-night snack just now. They are all adults, it's not all about that shit. She is not a pure and innocent girl anymore. If the end is too tight, and miss such a good man, I'm afraid that there is no place to cry. Chapter 11 Beautiful Anchorwoman Kuxiuyan. Jitterbug Live Bounty content. Only a little bit of the previous chapter, the back is completely absent. The girl accompanied the late-night snack. Ma Zhengnan can only order a takeaway by himself. "I have nothing to do, open the Jitterbug, just saw a beautiful anchorwoman that I care about is live. Just clicked into the live broadcast room, the mine came a ding. Ding. A qualified consumer cashback object has been detected." Listening to the celestial music in his head, Ma Zhengnan was immediately a bright eye. This live streaming reward thing can still return cash? According to the divine operation of his own system, he could be a godly big brother in a minute. Under the heat of the heart, immediately clicked on the Jitterbug recharge portal. holding the idea of trying first recharged 100 yuan. On Jitterbug, Ma Zhengnan only has a total of 6 followers. In addition to a very envious food racing anchor by Bing, the remaining 5 are all beautiful female anchors. Of course, is not a real beauty Ma Zhengnan do not dare to guarantee. After all, the current beauty technology is simply unbeatable. The anchor in front of me is called Little Blue Rabbit, although it has just joined the Shake Live not long ago. But with the super high face value, coupled with their own superb talent dance show, 2 or 3 months' time has sucked a large wave of powder. By now the number of fans has exceeded 50,000. Like Ma Zhengnan, who doesn't easily follow others, he also couldn't help but click on the followers. At this time, Little Blue Bunny may have just started broadcasting. The number of visitors shown in the live broadcast room is only a few dozen people. The girl is wearing a plaid t-shirt today, wearing a pair of black slacks below. It seems that today should be the lively line. At this time his sweet mouth said, "Welcome to see the small blue rabbit live. Now I give you a section of just learned a pretty dancer, like friends must give me a fan, light up a lamp sign, pay more attention to yo." With the music playing, Little Blue Bunny is also dancing her delicate body, slowly jumped up. I have to say, this playful dancer really looks like a thief, and occasionally there are small gift brush. The number of people in the live broadcast room soon soared tenfold, reaching hundreds of people. After watching with great interest for a while, Ma Zhengnan finally remembered what he was doing today. On his face, he couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. He is not a poor loser now. Fingers nimbly clicked on the gift column, first clicked on a value of $10 sunglasses, directly sent out. Basically at the same moment, the cell phone received a $10 cashback message. In a flash, Ma Zhengnan's heart was excited. From now on, he can not only be a real god holista big brother. More than that, he had the opportunity to personally pinch a variety of beautiful little anchor. In this era where everything is aligned with money, it is simply too common for a beautiful anchor to date a big brother of the list in private. The heart of the hot, directly to their own Jitterbug number enough 24,000. With unlimited cashback capital, Ma Zhengnan of course will not brush what small gift. Directly is a 3,000 yuan carnival sent out. Southern brother Nan sent a carnival to anchor Little Blue Rabbit. Seeing this, the girl who was dancing the pretty dancer immediately stopped her movements, with a surprised expression on her face and said, "Wow, thanks to brother Nan for sending me a carnival, so happy, it's been a long time since I received such an expensive gift." Little Blue Rabbit's words were not half false. As a small anchor who had just joined the industry not long ago, it was usually hard to see even a $600 Porsche, let alone this $3,000 carnival. After Ma Zhengnan gave away a carnival, he was directly on the top of the list. Listening to the girl's dainty words of gratitude, it's really quite refreshing in my heart. No wonder many people would rather eat steamed buns with salted vegetables, but also want to save money to satisfy this vanity online. Little Blue Rabbit's real name is Kushoyan. While saying thank you, she also checked Ma Zhengnan's information. Seeing that the other party had only just reached level 19, his heart also froze for a moment. Obviously, the other party wasn't really a big brother either, and I'm afraid that he hadn't even swiped a gift in any livestream before. I don't know for what purpose, but today, as soon as he came up, he swiped such an expensive carnival for himself. Kasoyan couldn't figure it out and then didn't bother to think about it anymore, and said daintily to the screen, "Nan, thank you again for the carnival. Do you have a dance you want to see? I can give you a separate song." Oh. Many of the sailors who hadn't been bubbling heard Ko Soo-yeon's words. They were all bubbling up. At Southern Nan, let the girl give us a train shake dance, it's very energetic. Yes, we want to see Little Blue Bunny's train shake. Ma Zhengnan responded to the crowd with another shining carnival, and casually typed a few words and sent them out. Sisters, feel free to dance a song that you are good at on the line, dance while there is a big reward. Ma Zhengnan again carnival gift, let Kushoyan surprise at the same time, is also more confused. However, she did not bother to think about it, as long as the other party is not a minor, they have nothing to worry about. And if you are so lucky that the other party is a hidden great god, then you have to take advantage of it. Between the activities of her mind, Ko Soo-yeon still excitedly thanked him. "Wow, thank you Nan for another carnival, then Bunny will present you with a red dust dance." Hearing Ko Soo-yeon say that, many netizens bubbled up again. "Bunny, we want to see you dance the train shake." Looks like we don't need to prepare tissues tonight." Ko Soo-yeon ignored the various words on the screen and danced a very elegant red dust dance with the music slowly playing. Ma Youngnam's hands were not idle, and he directly sent out 6 carnivals in a row. This now made Ko Soo-yeon, who was dancing, a bit unsettled. She was originally a dance teacher, because of various reasons to join the Jitterbug Live less than 3 months. During that time, there was also a visit from a top brother who reached level 50 or higher. In Kushoyan Live for several days is dominating the list of 1, adding up to reward almost $2 million. Later in Kushoyan privately added after WeChat. The first sentence asked if the two could meet in person. Kushoyan of course know what the list of Big Brother means, directly politely refused. So little money wanna let themselves airborne, the other side is simply wanna eat farts. Predictably, after Ko Soo-yeon's refusal, this Big Brother never visited Ko Soo-yeon's live room again. Later, after the live broadcast income shrunk significantly, Ko Soo-yeon also understood. Even if you are beautiful and dance well, you will not be able to get a job without the support of the top Big Brother. Without the support of the top Big Brothers, it is impossible to earn big money in the live broadcast. And even if the Big Brothers are rich, they don't come from the wind. Usually they want to be rewarded for spreading a little sweetness, or else there's nothing to follow up on. Chapter 12 Beauty Su Shuer. My Zhengnan at this time the strength of the reward, compared to that more than 50 levels of the Big Brother is much more ferocious. 8 carnivals in a few minutes, that was a solid $24,000. Ko Soo-yeon, who hadn't joined any guilds, would have been able to split at least 12,000. Even if this number stopped moving, it had already far surpassed her single-day income record. You know, putting aside that 50-level Big Brother rewarded those days, Ko Soo-yeon's average daily income is only $200 to $300. It was not hard to imagine how excited the girl was in her heart at this time. Is hesitant to stop dancing, say a few words of gratitude when Ma Young Nam's carnival once again floated out 8 consecutively. Now not only is Kushoyan excited, the live broadcast room has also exploded. 1 or 2 carnivals, for the many netizens who have seen a lot, will not produce much amazement. But to brush out 16 carnivals in one breath is definitely very rare in an ordinary live broadcasting room. All sorts of pop-ups were popping up. Brush so many carnival in one breath, watch live so long I still see for the first time, 3,000 yuan a month I am too envious. So there really is such a rich man in reality who doesn't take money as money. It's over, this asshole is definitely interested in our rabbit. The number of people in the live broadcast room soon exceeded 1,000, thanks to Carnival's traffic. Ko Soo-yeon didn't know how many thank yous she had said. In her heart, she also guessed that this bossy Nan was probably also interested in her. He's not going to propose a private meeting, is he? Should he refuse? In his mind, while he was thinking, Ma Zhengnan's third round of 8 carnivals floated up again. Kushoyan, a new anchor, whereas she's seen this kind of situation, she is already excited to the point of incoherence. Thank you brother Nan, I'm so happy tonight. The answer was of course another round of carnival blasts from Ma Zhengnan. Anyway, his own money can be recycled. Ma Zhengnan swiped up the carnival without the slightest bit of pressure. He didn't pay any attention to the various shocked words on the pop-up screen, nor did he pay attention to Ko Soo-yeon's incomparably excited thanks. In one breath, he brushed 10 rounds until his fingers became a little soft, and only then did he stop. At this time, Ko Soo-yeon's live broadcast room after rounds and rounds of carnival diversion has long rushed to the first hotness. The number of people in the live broadcast room also reached thousands of people, including many who rushed over to watch the tycoon's beautiful little anchors. When they saw Ko Soo-yeon doing nothing, they just stood there and kept thanking her. However, the live broadcast of the carnival was not broken, the envy in their hearts was imaginable. The taste of making money lying down like this, they also want to After Ma Zhengnan swiped 80 carnivals in a row, he directly played a pop-up screen. Sister, do your best, I'll see you again. Immediately after that, he exited the live broadcasting room very cleanly. Whether or not you can renew your relationship, of course, depends on whether or not the girl knows what she's doing. Ma Zhengnan's money is easier than the wind, but there is no sweetness, he will not give each other any more benefits. Nowadays, there are thousands of beauties on the internet, leaving aside the fake beauties with beautiful faces. Even if there were only 1% of real beauties, it would still be a huge number. Ma Zhengnan absolutely believed that with such a generous reward from himself, there were many beauties who wanted to parachute in. As his mind turned, he realized that the other 4 female anchors he was following had also started broadcasting at the same time. Without any hesitation, he clicked in, and as a result, he entered 3 live rooms in a row, and the system didn't have any prompts. The heart is also very depressed. Nima himself watched the live broadcast for so long, did not expect to continuously look away. Even if the girls still looked so sexy and charming in the video, the system would never lie to itself. Without any hesitation directly took the 3 female anchors off. Immediately after that, he went into the last female anchor that he had paid attention to's live room. Ding! Qualified consumer cashback object detected. After hearing the system's prompts, Ma Zhengnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His vision is not too bad. This female anchor is called Su Shuer. I do not know if she is directly using her real name. The same is also good at dance talent. Due to the live broadcast of a little longer than Kuxiuyan, the number of fans has already exceeded 100,000. Perhaps today is to take the sexy route, dress than Kuxiuyan to be much more eye-catching. Above wearing a pink camisole, in front of the body of the ripples plus a very obvious hook line. Su Shuer's body is very good. In terms of looks, the two of them, she and Ko Su-yun, could be said to have their own unique style. But before seeing the real person, Ma Zhengnan really couldn't tell who was more beautiful. Due to the huge amount of money that he had just rewarded in Ko Su-yun's livestream, Ma Zhengnan's level had been raised to level 43. This level range basically already belonged to the anchor's favorite Big Brother level. Su Shuer, of course, was no exception, and daintily said, "Welcome Southern Brother Nan to my live room." Then, she interacted with the pop-up screen with a sentence to the left and a sentence to the right. Ma Zhengnan didn't hesitate, and immediately filled up his magazines. Just wanted directly to a round of Carnival Storm, the live broadcast suddenly screen flashes. Out popped a small lowly-type female anchor to connect to Su Shuer to fight PK. On the screen, this lowly anchor looks and body is also very wow. However, Ma Zhengnan didn't hear the system prompts and was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Two anchors playing PK can be said to be their most money means. Su Shuer of course will not refuse. As for the winners and losers for them, completely unimportant, just a little inconsequential small punishment. Perhaps because the two originally knew each other, the punishment was also set very light. The loser only had to draw a cute expression on their face. However, Su Shuer still put on a pitiful face. "Brothers and sisters, my face is just painted, you must help me." Under Su Shuer's guidance, the pop-ups underneath popped up one after another. They were all words that let her rest assured that she would win. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled lightly on his face. Immediately, he also loosened his fingers from launching the carnival, intending to wait and see. He had never rewarded a gift before, so he wouldn't stay for this kind of live PK broadcast. Even if he was occasionally interested in staying for a while, at most, he could only cheer and support his favorite girl in his heart, without any substantial action. However, this time is different from the past. With the system possessed, I'm afraid that which anchor he wants to win, the other side wants to lose are difficult. Chapter 13 Rendezvous with a girl from the same city. As the two anchors staged their respective talents, the gift's blood bar line also rose rapidly. This little lowly was actually a game anchor, and her live broadcast gift contribution was clearly stronger than Su Shuer. Without a moment's effort, the blood bar line had already exceeded half of Su Shuer's. Ma Zhengnan watched for a while. The live broadcast room is mostly a few dollars and cents of gifts. The feeling is very boring. Under the manipulation of his fingers, he directly opened his carnival rampage mode. Southern Brother Nan gave the anchor Su Shuer a carnival. Under Ma Zhengnan's outburst, a simple carnival surpassed the other party in an absolute crushing position. These small anchors usually PK, if they don't have any top-tier big brothers to support them. If you're lucky, you'll receive a few $100s in gifts, but if you're not, it's not uncommon to receive tens of dollars. Ma Zhengnan's carnival instantly made Su Shuer as excited as chicken blood. "Thanks to my brother Nan's carnival, I can finally stop painting my face." Before the words were finished, one carnival after another flashed out. The long line of blood stripes quickly crushed the opponent into small pieces. Su Shuer instantly realized that her luck had exploded today, and a real top tycoon had come to the live broadcast room. Strongly resisting the excitement in her heart, she uttered words of thanks while selling her delicate body. Not to mention, Su Shuer's sexy dress to dance, but also really let some people cannot hold it. Without a doubt, under Ma Zhengnan's 8 carnival blasts, Su Shuer was victorious by an absolute margin. The opposite side of the lowly little anchor heart is envious to the extreme, but the mouth is still sweetly say. If I had known that Su Shuer had such a strong big brother in her live room, I would have just surrendered. This soft and complimentary words of hers was also to see if she could attract the attention of this big brother in Su Shuer's live room. Obviously the girl is thinking too much. As long as the system didn't prompt, Ma Zhengnan wouldn't waste a penny on her. After the end of the two sides PK, Su Shuer looked at her soundwave income and was so excited that her little heart trembled. Like Ma Zhengnan, this kind of real storm brush carnival, she has been doing live broadcasting in Jitterbug for almost a year, or the first time she encountered it. In her heart, she had already made up her mind that she must firmly grasp this real big brother in her own hands. Only after taking a deep breath did she daintily thank again. Wow, I'm really happy today, it's the first time I've received so many carnivals, thanks again to my brother Nan, I'll dedicate a solo dance here for brother Nan, I hope brother Nan likes it. Responding to Su Shuer, of course, is another round of Ma Zhengnan's carnival strike. $3,000 a carnival, like no money, crazy in Su Shuer live room floated up. The same as just Ko Suyun live room, in the Ma Zhengnan countless carnival diversion, the number of people watching quickly reached thousands. There were a few netizens who had just come out of Kushoyan's live room, and at once, they couldn't help but be stunned once again. Directly sent out a variety of pop-ups. I sent this the same tycoon from Rabbit's live broadcast, why did he come to Schwer's room again for the carnival? I'm sure he's got his eye on both girls. Imagine having his arms wrapped around one on the left and the other on the right, it's a beautiful experience. I just saw that he swiped 80 carnivals in Rabbit's room, he's a real top tycoon. Alas! The world of the tycoon we losers really do not understand, the short time to brush how much money out of is there money is the wind to scrape it? Su Shuer trembled with excitement, but also saw these pop-up messages. But she didn't think much about it, as the pop-up said, the world of the tycoon, she doesn't understand 80 carnivals, how much does that cost? Looking at brother Nan's posture in front of me, it can't be that he also wants to brush 80 carnivals in my live room. Thinking of this, Su Shuer's heart is about to jump out. Twisting her body is even more charming. Under no financial pressure, Ma Zhengnan also rewarded 10 rounds of carnival. Sister, cheer up, see you again sometime. After playing this pop-up, he left the live broadcasting room in a very elegant manner. Su Shuer has long been excited to the heart trembling, tonight a live income, almost can top her several months. Ma Zhengnan's pop-up screen she was repeatedly speculated, and soon had a clear understanding of the heart. After leaving Su Shuer's live room, Ma Zhengnan also casually strolled through several beautiful live rooms, but the system did not have any tips. It seems that in the Jitterbug live broadcasting room, it is not a very easy thing to meet a girl with more than 8 points. Afterwards, he clicked on his private message, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Shuer and Little Blue Bunny were really quite on the ball, taking the initiative to ask to add WeChat friends with themselves. As for the other anchor requests, they were directly ignored by Ma Zhengnan. After adding the two girls' WeChat, both of them sent a message over in a second. Opening Ko Suyun's message. Nan brother, thank you a million times for swiping so many carnivals for me, I don't even know how to express it, thank you so much. It's just a little bit of money, you're welcome. Then I read Su Shuer's message. Thank you so much for the great gift tonight, I see your LP address is Shancheng, brother Nan, I am also from Shancheng. See this girl is the same city, Ma Zhengnan eyes light up, suddenly interest is more intense. Yes, it seems that we are really destined to be together. I live in Yubei, brother Nan. How about you? I live in the Yubei area, how about you? I'm in the old neighborhood of Jianbei, we're not far from each other, why don't we make an appointment to play tomorrow? Ma Zhengnan also did not polite, know each other is also the Mountain City sister, directly want to meet offline. The main thing is that this system of his wants to wool gathering, must be in the body of the girl in order to wool gathering. To put it bluntly, if you are not able to meet with the real person, even if the other party is more beautiful, Ma Zhengnan does not have much interest in the. At the same time, inside a residential building in a neighborhood in Yubei district, Su Shuer held her cell phone and looked at the other party's invitation message, and on her pretty face, she also revealed a hesitant look. Chapter 14 Su Shuer's surprise. Su Shuer do live this line nearly a year time, a variety of list of big brother put forward the request is also seen a lot. But most of them are rewarded a few $1,000s to think of private meeting, Su Shuer of course will not spoil them. But today Ma Zhengnan this crazy reward is different. Su Shuer not to say that she has not experienced, in all the female anchors she knows, here are not heard of. Such a tycoon big brother asked himself to meet privately, she really did not dare to refuse directly. After hesitating for a while, she still output a paragraph and sent it over. Brother Nan, that's fine, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow morning, as a way of thanking you for your generosity today. After receiving Su Shuer's message, Ma Zhengnan's face was immediately happy. I'll go to Yubei district to look for you tomorrow. At the same time, in an ordinary residential building in Sha City, South Lake Province, Kushoyan's eyes froze as she looked at the WeChat interface. From the inside to the outside reveals a strong air of profiteering. More than $200,000 in his mouth felt like 2 cents. And he didn't make any excessive demands at all. Ko Soyeon's heart was relieved, but inexplicably a little disappointed. The heart of the tycoon's big brother is really impervious to his own thoughts? The next day, Ma Zhengnan woke up early in the morning and directly rushed to the place where both parties had agreed to meet. Yubei sent her Starbucks coffee outside. Su Shuer, wearing a set of black casual sportswear, stood there. The heart is still a little apprehensive. She had also heard a lot of rumors on the internet about big brothers dating anchor girls. She had also heard a lot of rumors about the network's List 1 big brothers dating anchor girls, and she had also heard a lot about these List 1 big brothers, who were generally described as being old and having a big belly. Su Shuer's only hope right now was that this List 1 brother Nan would not be too ugly in appearance. At least it should be able to go down to the mouth. While she was thinking wildly, a faint voice came over. Su Shuer. Su Shuer looked up, and before her eyes, a man around 30 years old, dressed in very ordinary clothes, was smilingly looking at herself. You are brother Nan? Su Shuer opened her mouth in surprise and asked. Although Ma Zhengnan was not a handsome man, he was definitely not related to the word ugly. Although he was dressed in general, the incomparable confidence that the system brought to him. It also made Su Shuer's eyes light up, and her favorability was instantly multiplied. For Ma Zhengnan, the moment he saw Su Shuer, he likewise lit up in front of his eyes. Although she wasn't dressed as sexy as she was in the video yesterday, she was more youthful and lively. Name, Su Shuer. Age, 23 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kg. Comprehensive face value, 84 points. Purity, 98. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety level. Favorability to host, 35 points. After realizing that the girl in front of him had reached 35 points of favorability just after meeting her, Ma Zhengnan's smile grew even wider. This is definitely a very good start, and even a high probability of wool gathering today. Smiling face, he opened his mouth. How, listen to your tone, do I look different from your imaginary list of big brother? At these words, Su Shuer hastily calmed down her surprised mood. Laughed, brother Nan, indeed a little different, you are much more handsome than I imagined. This is the first time I heard a beautiful woman like you praising me for my good looks, it's really my honor. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say that, Su Shuer was also quite happy. Brother Nan, I can't believe we're still in the same city, thank you again for giving me so many carnivals yesterday. That's just a small thing, no need to thank you again, don't you want to treat me to dinner, I'm starving until now, I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Upon hearing this, Su Shuer smiled and said, Brother Nan, you're really humorous when you talk like this. Then what flavor do you like, let me arrange it for you. Whatever, I'm not picky about what I eat when I'm dining with a beautiful woman, I'll eat whatever you arrange. Ma Zhengnan also believed that the other party could never take himself to eat some roadside stall, and responded with a faint smile. Brother Nan, you really love to joke, Shimen Street has opened a new Western restaurant, flavor is not bad, or I will treat you to Western food. Ma Zhengnan certainly has no opinion, smiled and nodded, good then we are a taxi over? His intention was to ask Su Shuer whether she has a car, but when the girl heard, her face was also slightly surprised look. Brother Nan, you do not drive? Ma Zhengnan wanted to drive, but his strength didn't allow it. Since his parents left, the money he found from writing online essays was basically only enough for expenses, which had the money to buy a car. Now even with the system, before pulling wool over the eyes of enough girls, buying a car is not something to think about. Then laughed, I go out transportation is 2 legs, I thought you drove. Nan, you can really love to joke, I also did not drive today, then let's take a car to go over. Of course Su Shuer wouldn't believe that Ma Zhengnan couldn't afford a car. In one night plus the reward for another anchor, he spent 480,000, who would believe such a person when he said he didn't have a car? Of course Ma Zhengnan wouldn't try to explain these little things. Right now he just wants to raise the girl's favorability to him to 50 points as soon as possible, so he can have a few more sweet blows. 10 minutes later, inside a luxurious Western restaurant on Shimen Street. Su Shuer had earned over 100,000 last night, plus she wanted to leave a better impression of herself in Ma Zhengnan's mind. Of course she wouldn't skimp on a meal. Counting a bottle of valuable red wine, almost $10,000 worth of dishes were ordered. Not a moment, what excellent foie gras, New Zealand steak, Australian lobster, a delicious dishes, on the table in front of the two. Ma Zhengnan poured half a cup of red wine to one person, raised his glass and said, come on, let's taste this 6,000 yuan of red wine is what taste. Well, brother Nan, then I will borrow the flowers to toast you a cup. After a light sip, Ma Zhengnan could not help but frown. What the hell, I feel it's not as good as orange juice. When Su Shuer heard this, she almost laughed out the red wine in her mouth. Brother Nan, you don't like drinking red wine, I thought rich people like you loved this stuff the most. In fact, I am also the first time to drink such an expensive red wine. I feel that it is not as good as the taste of the cheap one. I really do not know why it is so expensive. My Zhengnan took a sip again and put the glass on the table. Alas, still not accustomed to drink, let's eat. Chapter 15 Happy to continue to buy. The two were eating and chatting, from Su Shuer's mouth. From Su Shuer's mouth, Ma Zhengnan learned that the girl in front of him was also a model. In addition to live broadcasts, she usually takes on some commercials and catwalks. No wonder her face and body are so excellent. Brother Nan, I've been doing live broadcasts for so long, but this is the first time I've met with a big brother like you in private. In order to make my Zhengnan believe that she was a cleaner girl, Su Shuer still explained. The girl's words, my Zhengnan was convinced. Under the system's scanning, the other party's 98% purity was placed there. For this kind of beauty at this level of looks, it was also definitely rare and precious. While chucking a piece of veal chop into his mouth, he lightly nodded his head and laughed. I guess you shouldn't have met a generous big brother pungy like me before. Upon hearing this, Su Shuer's small face slightly reddened. Still generously nodded her head and admitted, well, I've been doing live broadcasts for so long, it's really the first time I've met a generous one like Brother Nan. Then she asked curiously, by the way, Brother Nan, what do you do? Nothing serious work, anyway, how is the money cannot be spent? Hearing my Zhengnan's half-joking words, Su Shuer laughed. There is no serious job, she is 100% convinced. But to say that money can't be spent, Su Shuer really doesn't believe it too much. When the two finished their meal checkout, Ma Zhengnan did not rush to pay, anyway, he has plenty of opportunities to return to Su Shuer. After walking out of the restaurant, Ma Zhengnan took the lead and laughed. There is a Wanda Plaza in the neighborhood, why don't we go there to stroll around? Hearing this, Su Shuer softly without any hesitation nodded her head to agree. She was able to come out and meet with my Zhengnan today, but also in order to be able to get long-term support from the mysterious tycoon. Ben had already planned for the worst. After meeting the real person, that worst intention in her heart had turned into anticipation. A top tycoon like my Zhengnan, who was young and good-looking, and the key was to be super generous with his money. It was completely the enhanced version of Wang Gongzi in reality. For a girl like Su Shuer, the attraction could be said to be instantly drawn out. Not to mention going to the mall, I'm afraid that my Zhengnan now said to go to the hotel, the girl also does not bring the slightest hesitation. Today is Monday, this Wanda Plaza's traffic is not so much. The two rode the sliding elevator to the third floor, my Zhengnan pointed to a Chanel brand bag store and laughed. You just invited me to dinner, now it's time for me to return the favor, let's go in and choose a bag. Brother Nan, this is not too good, right? Su Shuer's expression of surprise long ago showed that her words were not meant to be. What's wrong with that, it's just a bag, go in and take a look. After Ma Zhengnan finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in towards the store. Seeing this, Su Shuer walked 2 steps, eyes hesitated for a moment, small hand directly across the arm of my Zhengnan. Thank you, Brother Nan. Ding. Su Shuer's favorability +5. Feel the girl's light fragrance, coupled with the system prompts coming from his mind, Ma Zhengnan was instantly refreshed. Welcome to the Chanel brand bag store. As one of the world's most recognized luxury brands, the price is really indescribable. Ma Zhengnan regretted it a little after he came in. He also didn't expect a bag to be sold at such an expensive price. At a glance, the prices basically started at $10,000. Prices of tens of thousands of dollars are everywhere. If the girl chose a more than $27,000, then he really have to make a mistake. But into all in, my Zhengnan cannot turn out again, the big deal is to pay in 2 installments. Share, see which bag you like. Su Shuer, such a big beauty, of course, is aware of the Chanel brand as a kind of concept. In her heart, for this super generous man in front of her, she wanted to hold him firmly in her arms even more. Even if you can't catch each other's hearts, you must catch each other's people. However, she was considered a smart woman and knew that most men didn't like greedy women. Eyes were not on the most expensive bags either. After choosing left and right, she pointed to a rose-red bag and said, Brother Nan, this bag is quite beautiful, I want this one. Ma Zhengnan looked at the price, 21,999 renminbi. He was relieved and smiled, okay, if you like it, it's good. Well, thank you Brother Nan. Ding. Su Shuer favorability +5. Hearing the response coming from the system, the smile on Ma Jingnan's face grew even wider. There were still 5 points left, so he could pull the wool over the beauty's eyes again. After quickly paying the bill, the two of them walked out of the store hand in hand. Ma Jingnan saw that there was a Chanel cosmetics store next door. His eyes lit up again. Shuer, are you happy with the bag? Yes, I'm happy, Brother Nan, thank you. What are you thanking me for? There is another Chanel cosmetics store next door, go in and choose a set. Brother Nam, it's too much for you, I don't think it's a good idea. It's nothing to me, just go in and take a look. After saying these words, he pulled Su Shuer in without saying a word. Just after walking in, Ma Jingnan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Only to see the counter of a beautiful clerk, also as the eyes froze to look at Ma Jingnan. Surprisingly, it is again yesterday's blind date Zhang Xiaoqin. To say that Ma Jingnan was just a little bit surprised, it was just a little bit of coincidence for him. But Zhang Xiaoqin was a little too surprised. What's going on here? Yesterday, his own blind date, that poor loser, how can the side one after another appear more beautiful than their own women? The intimate state of the two people at this time, to say that just ordinary friends, Zhang Xiaoqin himself do not believe. The two of them, no matter how to say, also know each other for a while. After freezing for a while, Ma Jingnan took the lead and laughed. Ms. Zhang, it's really a coincidence, you are working here Well, you guys this is? To here of course is to buy cosmetics, since we are acquaintances, you give Shuer introduced a set of it. Hearing Ma Jingnan's words, Zhang Xiaoqin looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. After calming down her shocked feelings, she then revealed a professional salesman's smile. That I have to thank you for taking care of my business, I don't know what kind of price you want, so I can choose for you. Something around 20,000, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit more expensive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin's heart was suddenly startled. Even for a luxury brand like Chanel, $20,000 is basically the top price. Could it be that he really looked away? Chapter 16 Taking Beauty Su Shuer. Of course, Zhang Xiaoqin, even if the heart again difficult to understand, she can only be held in the heart. To put it bluntly, the relationship between the two could not even count as the most ordinary friend. Complicated mood with a set of 20,000 cosmetics. After watching Ma Jingnan pay the bill without blinking an eyebrow, her heart suddenly felt empty. Of course, Ma Jingnan would not care what Zhang Xiaoqin thought in her heart. After paying the bill, Su Shuer walked out of the cosmetic store on her arm. Shuer, you still like this little gift, right? Hearing this, Su Shuer's delicate body involuntarily moved a little closer to Ma Jingnan's body. Well, I like it, Brother Nan, I've let you go through the expense. Ding, Su Shuer's favoritism +5. Ding. Su Shuer's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points, the system automatically binds her to the second-rater heroine. From this moment onwards, the host will have the opportunity to obtain a small gift pack from heaven on the second-rater heroine. Ding. A small heavenly gift package from the number 2-rater heroine, Su Shuer, receives a cash reward of 500 yuan. A series of heavenly sounds suddenly came from his mind, instantly making Ma Jingnan's blood boil a bit. It's really great to earn money in such a simple way. Brother Nan, that sister just now is quite pretty, you guys don't have any stories, right? Listening to Su Shuer's sudden question, Ma Jingnan was immediately happy. You say Ms. Zhang she which is Shuer you look pretty, and say I and she is just one side of the edge, which has what story? Hearing Ma Jingnan praise his own beautiful, although this sentence is the truth, Su Shuer's heart also cannot help but a burst of beauty. Suddenly saw not far away there is a boutique men's clothing store, the mind is suddenly a move. Soft voice, Brother Nan, you bought me so many gifts, that I also want to give gifts to you, why don't I buy you a set of clothes? Upon hearing this, Ma Jingnan was of course overjoyed. He was worried that this set of ground floor goods on his body was too low grade. It was true that when sleep comes, someone sends a pillow. In the girl's operation, 10 minutes later, Ma Jingnan from head to toe are new. Although it is not a luxury brand, but thousands of dollars of clothing and $100 is not the same. At least wearing on the body Ma Jingnan felt much more comfortable. After walking out of the store, Ma Jingnan threw his old clothes into the garbage can without the slightest hesitation. Su Shuer did not feel strange, pursed her lips and smiled, Brother Nan, you look much more handsome now. Really, Shuer, after shopping for so long, why don't we find a place to take a rest? After the other party's favorability reached 50 points, Ma Jingnan was also too lazy to play with falsehoods, and directly opened his mouth to invite. Upon hearing this, Su Shuer's small face was slightly reddened. Of course, she understood what this man in front of her meant by taking a break. Just symbolically hesitating slightly, she directly nodded her head gently in response. I'll listen to Brother Nan. After hearing the girl's delicate response, Ma Zhengnan's heart became even hotter. Out of the Wanda Plaza, did not go far, saw a quite large luxury star hotel. Pulled the girl's hand directly, walked in, very smooth, to book a super luxury suite. After entering the luxury suite, Ma Zhengnan did not look anxious. Looking at the girl in front of him is more and more good-looking, face cannot help but smile. Seeing the situation, Su Shuer red face embarrassed to laugh. South brother, what are you laughing did not laugh at anything come here. Come here. After a simple hug, the system's response instantly came to mind. Ding. A small gift package from Su Shuer, the number 2 raider goddess, has received a cash reward of 2,000 renminbi. Ma Zhengnan had never imagined that he would be able to earn money so easily one day. Thinking about it, a touch of curvature couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Su Shuer thought that Ma Zhengnan was thinking of something beautiful, and pouted, Brother Nan, do I think I'm pretty? Of course it's pretty. Ding. From the second raider goddess, Su Shuer's heavenly little gift bag, obtaining 10,000 renminbi cash reward. Ding. A small heavenly gift package from the number 2 raider goddess, Su Shuer, receives a cash reward of 5,000 renminbi. Ding. A small gift package from raider goddess Su Shuer's heavenly gift packet, and a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Simply earned another 25,000, Ma Zhengnan instantly felt that he was on his way to the peak of life. Half an hour later, Ma Zhengnan happily opened his own panel information. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Rating beauty object, number 1 female main character Su Menjing. Number 2 female main character, Su Shuer. Total personal cash assets, 53,500 yuan. Looking at the balance of his own skyrocketing double, Ma Zhengnan face cannot help but appear a touch of indescribable smile. Compared to the past when he had worked so hard on his own coding, earning money now was too easy, right? Brother Nan, what are you thinking about, so happy? Oh, of course I'm happy, why not? As he spoke, Ma Zhengnan reached out and gently pinched Su Shuer on the face. Boing, Brother Nan, nasty. Ding. Su Shuer favorability +1. Ding. A small heavenly gift package from the number 2 raider heroine, Su Shuer, for a 1,000 yuan cash reward. With such a great beauty by his side, Ma Zhengnan certainly wouldn't spend any more effort to hook up with other girls for the time being. During this period, several more Skyfall small gift packs were generated, but all of them were 1,000 renminbi cash rewards. Chapter 17 Encountering High School Crush Goddess. When he woke up the next day, Ma Zhengnan saw Su Shuer looking at himself with a pair of big watery eyes open. He couldn't help but stretch his back and said happily, Girl, you're still awake quite early. Well, Brother Nan, I woke up early, and seeing that you were sleeping quite soundly, I didn't call you. Your kind of small anchors are so well behaved? Hearing Ma Zhengnan ask this question, the girl suddenly asked. Brother Nan, you must have seen a lot of little anchors like me, right? The girl's sudden question immediately froze Ma Zhengnan for a moment. This kind of scene fantasy was quite a lot, but it was all in dreams. If it wasn't for the sudden arrival of the system, how would I have the opportunity to enjoy such a special thing like Su Shuer in front of me? However, his mouth responded, Why, do you have an opinion? No, Brother Nan, I just casually ask, I just hope that Brother Nan you do not give me, in the heart to me to leave a little bit of position on it. Su Shuer's reaction is also within Ma Zhengnan's expectation, between the two is frankly a money transaction. If you don't have enough money, like Su Shuer such a beautiful woman, I'm afraid that even the eyes will not look at myself. And Su Shuer is also quite smart. She knows that the possibility of having a relationship with a rich man like her is very slim. It's rare to meet such a generous tycoon. It is better to take advantage of their youth and beauty, in exchange for the other side of the greatest return. Ma Zhengnan is also not a master of the pants. Hands to the girl a little more tightly, you do not worry about it, you as long as good obedience, I will not treat you poorly. Brother Nan, you're so nice. A few hours later, in Ma Zhengnan's eyes, Su Shuer took a car and went back. Originally, according to Ma Zhengnan's idea, he still wanted to spend another day with her. But Su Shuer didn't return home last night, her family is already calling to inquire. Thinking that the two of them would be a long time to come, Ma Zhengnan didn't force his sister to stay. After sending Su Shuer away, he once again opened the panel and looked at the balance. 56,500 yuan. I can't tell you how happy I feel. I can finally not have to live that kind of day of painstaking coding. Took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already more than 11 a.m. Mouth muttered to himself, this comfortable time passes really fast it. I didn't call for a car, and I walked slowly to Yubei Jiangbin Road, intending to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the river. I've just spent the whole day with my sister, so I need to relax properly. I didn't take a few steps along the river. Ding! Qualified consumer cashback object detected, is it viewed? Along with the system's response, a surprised voice also came over. Ma Zhangnan. Lin Saixia, Lu Yusen, why are you two here? In front of Ma Zhengnan's left side, two women were walking over with smiles on their faces. Both of them were Ma Zhengnan's high school classmates, of which Lu Yusen was also the school beauty of Jiangbei 9th Middle School at that time. I don't know how many male classmates had crushes back then, and Ma Zhengnan was certainly no exception. After graduating from high school, we have seen a few times at the reunion. Very self-aware Ma Zhengnan, of course, did not dare to have any idea. Later heard others say Lu Yusen not long after graduating from college, married a very handsome man in Sichuan province, did not expect to see here today. As for the other named Lin Saixia, her looks are very ordinary. When I was in high school, I was also considered an active person in my class. After approaching, Lin Saixia took the lead and laughed, "Ha, Ma Zhengnan, it's really you. I'm really afraid of recognizing the wrong person. We haven't seen each other for several years, right?" Ma Zhengnan also did not expect, wanted to casually stroll to the riverside, but actually met an old high school classmate. Smiled and said, "Indeed there are several years have not met, you two are not married to the Sichuan province, this is home to visit relatives?" While talking, he looked at Lu Yusen. Worthy of being the object of most of the boys' crushes at that time, so many years have passed. Lu Yusen has not lost much of her face value due to marriage. Her white and translucent skin, and her high and erect ripples. Even more so, it makes her look mature and attractive, extremely seductive. Anyway, Ma Zhengnan was instantly a little bit distracted. There is no doubt that what the system prompted just now should be Lu Yusen. Mentally recited, check. Name, Lu Yusen. Age, 29 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 88 points. Purity, 99%. Physical state, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability to the host, 20 points. No wonder he was a bit distracted, this face value score is really not low. 99% purity, straight as cheap. Lu Yusen married that man. Between the heart sigh, Lin Saixia sighed a breath. Said, old classmate, also not afraid of your joke, I and Lu Yusen have been successively divorced. Said marriage is the tomb of love, this sentence is really not false, married to realize that the original wood, rice, oil and salt than love is much more important. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Ma Zhengnan's eyes were suddenly bright. Lin Saixia divorce or not he does not care, but Lu Yusen really if divorced, then you cannot blame yourself for having ideas. When the mind turns, the eyes look at Lu Yusen smiled, Lin Saixia said is true, you are also divorced. Already divorced almost half a year more, feel alone over is also quite good. Lu Yusen did not have any concerns, and answered with a big smile. Then asked, right, Ma Zhengnan, so many years have not seen, you should have long been married, right? At that, Ma Zhengnan revealed a bitter smile. I do want to get married, I just can't find the right person. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say that, Lin Saixia snorted with laughter. Ma Zhengnan, aren't you asking too much? I'm telling you, don't look for a wife who is too pretty, unless you are very rich, or else you will mostly end up in divorce. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan did not continue to talk about this topic. Instead, Ma Zhengnan asked, right, are you guys shopping casually, or do you have business? No, Lu Yusen and I didn't have a formal job when we returned to Mountain City. We are going to look at Riverside Road to see if there are any suitable stores, and we are going to open a milk tea store together, and we didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 18 Shisher Milk Tea Shop. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Ma Zhengnan was instantly happy. Facing Lu Yusen, he laughed, the two of you open a milk tea store, you don't want to play the signboard of you, the Shisher Milk Tea Shop. Not really, at that time you to there casually stop, certainly business is very hot. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusen's fair face slightly reddened. Ma Zhengnan, I saw that you were quite honest in high school, but now you love to joke around. Ha, it can't be helped, honest men are unpopular with the girls, they can only change themselves. You men are so smooth talkers. By the way, aren't you working? Why do you have time to come to the river? Hobo, what class? Ah, today I wanted to come to the river to see if there is any chance encounter. I did not expect the luck is really not bad. Ran into the high school crush goddess. With the system protection, Ma Zhengnan's courage to speak is also much bigger. Directly jokingly, he said the matter of his high school crush on Lu Yusen. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Lin Saixia and Lu Yusen didn't think it was so strange. When they were in Jiangbei 9th Middle School, Lu Yusen's popularity among all the boys had long been an open secret. Ma Zhengnan, then you have to cheer up. Although Lu Yusen has been divorced, there are quite a few excellent men around her who want to pursue her. Do you think you have a chance? Lin Saixia made a joke at the side without being suspicious of the situation. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan didn't flinch at all, and smiled lightly. Opportunities are created by oneself. I don't think I'm worse than any man. Hearing Ma Zhengnan speak so formally, Lu Yusen was a little embarrassed instead. Aya, you two don't make fun of me. I see you two are quite suitable, or I will give you a handful. Forget it, I just left the grave of marriage. This life has no intention of getting married again. Although she knew that Lu Yusen was joking, Lin Saixia was afraid that Ma Zhengnan would have other ideas and directly closed the road. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's face only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Joking aside, even if there was no system, he wouldn't have any thoughts about Lin Saixia. Even if she was average looking, she was still a second marriage. But for Lu Yusen, the heart was set on the idea that he must fulfill the dream he had in high school. Laughed, today it is rare to meet once, not to talk about marriage, those things that spoil the fun. I invite you to have a meal, enjoy the face of it. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's invitation to dinner, Lin Saixia's eyes lit up. That must be said first, you cannot invite us to eat roadside stalls a few dollars, how to go down to the restaurant, right? Lin Saixia, you don't think I'm so petty, any place in the mountain city you can choose, have a meal I still can afford it. Upon hearing this, Lin Saixia and Lu Yusen were both slightly shocked in their hearts. They also saw that Ma Zhengnan's words weren't some kind of spiritedness, but really had that bottom line. Lin Saixia couldn't help but laugh. Ma Zhengnan, I can't see that you're still mixing quite well, no wonder you can still come out to sneak around in broad daylight, but since you're the one who invited us for dinner, it's better for you to choose the place. At those words, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but look at Lu Yusen again. Lu Yusen, why don't I treat you guys to some Western food? Well, I'm fine with that. It's fine with me too. That's fine, I just tasted a newly opened Western food restaurant with a friend on West Street yesterday, the flavor is not bad, so let's go there. Subsequently, in the road casually took a car, Ma Zhengnan with two people is straight to yesterday's Western restaurant. Standing outside and looking at the overall decoration, Lu Yusen and Lin Saixia saw the whole place. Lu Yusen and Lin Saixia knew that the price of this restaurant was definitely not expensive. Thinking of Ma Zhengnan just said that he had patronized this restaurant yesterday, his heart was also secretly amazed. This guy is really developed. And I didn't hear anyone from my classmates chatting about it. Entered the store, found a table and chairs by the window, Ma Zhengnan still very gentlemanly smile said. Please, two big beautiful women. After the three slowly seated, received the waiter's menu, Ma Zhengnan took the lead and handed it to Lu Yusen. What do you want to eat? Just order, don't be polite. The heart is secretly thinking, their most wanted to invite is Lu Yusen, should be able to return all the cash, right? Lu Yusen took a look at the menu and was secretly amazed. The prices on the menu were far higher than she had imagined. Although she is beautiful, but ultimately married a man in addition to the appearance of outstanding, family conditions are just average. After getting married, her husband was even less motivated to work. Lu Yusen's life over the years can be said to be very plain. In the end, she couldn't stand the food, chose to divorce, and return to the mountain city. Originally thought that Ma Zhengnan today invited her to eat Western-style food, the big deal is to spend more than a few $100s. But in front of the eyes of a random dish is the price of several hundred, and even there are thousands of, she is a little afraid to start. Seeing Lu Yusen's hesitant eyes, Ma Zhengnan can also see that. His own high school fantasy goddess, these years is afraid that life is not as good as it should be. In the end, Lu Yusen only ordered two of the most common dishes, and then handed the menu to Lin Saixia. Obviously, Lin Saixia was also shocked by the price and didn't even dare to order. The dishes here were also too expensive. Ma Zhengnan, why don't you order? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan casually took the menu. Laughed, although the dishes here are expensive, the flavor is really outstanding. Lu Yusen, you guys will know later. As he spoke, his hands were not idle, and he brushed and ordered a dozen of the most expensive dishes. And likewise ordered a bottle of red wine of great value. After the waiter walked away with the menu, the two women's eyes changed again when they looked at Ma Zhengnan. Lin Saixia opened her mouth with a complicated expression. Ma Zhengnan, it seems that you are really rich. Ordering so many big meals without blinking an eyebrow, it seems that in the future, we have to ask Boss Ma to take care of us. Just now, I was afraid that Ma Zhengnan would have some thoughts about himself, but now Lin Saixia can also see it. Now Lin Saixia can also see that even if she wants to catch up, the other party most likely can't see herself. I'm afraid that today I can eat this meal is still dipped in the light of Lu Yusin. Hearing Lin Saixia say that, Ma Zhengnan responded with a smile and said, although my last name is Ma, but you can't call me some kind of Ma boss, that I can't afford. Hearing this, Lin Saixia suddenly had a change of heart and laughed. Ma Zhengnan, just now you said at the riverside that you were interested in our Lu Yusin, but is it true? Before Ma Zhengnan answered anything, Lu Yusin frowned slightly. Disgruntled, she opened her mouth and said, Lin Saixia, don't joke around. Chapter 19 Persuading the Goddess to Open the Airwaves. Seeing that Lu Yusin really didn't like to joke about this kind of thing, Lin Saixia didn't mention it again. The three of them then casually chatted about interesting things from high school. In a short while, an exquisite top-notch dish was served on the dining table. Ma Zhengnan took the lead and poured half a glass of red wine for several people. Smiled and said, two old classmates, today we can meet again is also considered fate. I toast the two beauties a cup. Thank you. I don't know if Lu Yusin and Lin Saixia are accustomed to drinking this kind of red wine. Both casually sip a small mouthful, then put down the wine glass. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan pointed to the delicious delicacies on the table and laughed. Don't be polite, help yourself. Laughing, don't be polite, feel free to do it yourself. Faced with a table full of mouth-watering meal, the two women were not too polite, picked up the tableware in their hands and tasted it. But perhaps Lu Yusin was too beautiful for her own good. Even if she had never eaten such a good thing, the way she ate was also very ladylike with small bites and slow swallowing. While Lin Saixia was slightly more exaggerated, while gulping down. She also praised, too delicious, I have never eaten so delicious in my life, thanks again for the hospitality of my old classmates. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan also ignored her, focusing on Lu Yusin. While also swallowing slowly, while smiling at the goddess, Lu Yusin, how is it, the taste is still to your taste, right? Ma Zhengnan, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, I'm almost 30 years old, and this is the first time I've eaten such a delicious meal. Hearing Lu Yusin say this, Ma Zhengnan can't help but sigh in his heart. The goddess in front of me should have chosen love and given up bread to get to this situation today. But it is also the case that there is a chance to give yourself a chance to fulfill your dream. With a joking tone, you are the goddess of all the boys in our class at the time, I did not expect that life is also living so unsatisfactory. This sentence heard me a little heartbroken, so, in the future, if you want to eat this kind of meal, I can always invite you. Although she knew that Ma Zhengnan was playing around, Lu Yusin couldn't help but feel a slight blush on her face. Before opening his mouth to say anything, Lin Saixia, who was swallowing loudly, suddenly said, old classmate, if you invite Lu Yusin alone next time, don't forget me. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan only smiled faintly. However, Lu Yusin blared at her, Lin Saixia, an old classmate's joke, you still take it seriously. Hurry up and eat, after eating we still have to go find a store. Seeing this, Ma Zhengnan also saw that. If you want to conquer the goddess in front of you, I'm afraid it's still a little bit difficult to directly take the money and smash it down. Compared to Su Shuer and Zhang Menjing, Lu Yusin is definitely much more conservative about men and women. Otherwise, it will not maintain the current 99% purity. However, the more so, Ma Zhengnan's heart's possessive desire is more and more strong. Based on the fact that the other party is his own fantasy for several years, he still must take Lu Yusin. In his heart, he suddenly asked, seriously, now the milk tea store market is saturated, I'm afraid it's really not good to do. By the way, Lu Yusin, you look so beautiful, how to not go to the Jitterbug Open Live? I see a lot of small anchors are not as beautiful as you, but the income is not bad, if you go to open the live I think at least then open the milk tea store to be strong. At those words, Lu Yusin put down the cutlery in her hand, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. You said the anchor this industry, in fact, after my divorce also did a period of time. But which have to say that you say so good to earn money, in addition to my look slightly out of the way, and will not be able to sing, will not be able to dance, the mouth is not too good at talking. I can't sing or dance, and I'm not very good with my mouth, so I don't even have enough money to pay for my living expenses. That's why I want to find Lin Saixia to open a milk tea store together. Listening to Lu Yusin say so, Lin Saixia is also interface, right now this live broadcast industry is too roll. You see those girls in the live room either wear very exposed, small mouth is also how sweet, cannot wait to hang themselves on the list of Big Brother's belt. Ignoring Lin Saisha's whining, Ma Zhangnan looked at Lu Yusin and laughed. This does not make sense, according to your body looks, even if you sit there and do not say anything, there should be people to reward it. In this way, you go back today and open a live try, I go in to give you a good show, guaranteed to your popularity to do up, then still afraid of not satisfied with the income? Hearing this, Lu Yusin's face revealed a hesitant look. Whispered back, you also like to watch live reward, Ha, I'm an unmarried normal man, I like to watch young ladies in the live broadcasting room to reward them in passing, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Hearing Ma Zhangnan being so outspoken, Lu Yusin didn't know what to say. The matter of live broadcasting, let's talk about it when the time comes. Now you tell me the Jitterbug live number, I'll add your friend, I can set up a live reminder. Right now, if you want to work on Lu Yusin, the tens of thousands of dollars on the card is definitely not enough. The relationship between the two is also not possible to directly give her bye. Ma Zhangnan also had to play the idea of live streaming reward. He does not believe that in their own source of carnival bombardment, the other side of the heart will not be able to afford a little ripple. Seeing that Lu Yusin was still a bit hesitant, Lin Saisha on the side looked excited. Advised, just listen to Ma Zhangnan, this old classmate of ours looks like he's really not bad. When the time comes to give you a reward of 2 carnivals in the live broadcast room, the popularity may really be able to do it. When you really become a big anchor, wouldn't it be better for me to be your assistant? Lin Saisha is more and more excited, listening to Lu Yusin is a little bit bare to be handsome. Laughed, Lin Saisha, you less here daydreaming, I have no talent, but also big anchor. But just now, after considering it in my heart, I felt that there was nothing to lose by giving it a try. Ma Zhangnan nodded and smiled, then you directly search for my Jitterbug number, little raindrop it. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhangnan opened the Jitterbug, and under the query it was very smooth to follow the other party. By the way, also opened the WeChat high school classmates group, directly find Lu Yusin's avatar, clicked on the request to add friends. Nowadays, people generally eat while playing with their cell phones. Lu Yusin is no exception. Just after the same mutual shutdown of Ma Zhangnan inside the Jitterbug, she found a flashing message inside WeChat. Tap it to take a look, and without thinking, he smoothly tapped it consent. Chapter 20 The goddess of 100% purity appeared. A large meal was eaten for almost half an hour, and after Ma Zhangnan paid the bill, he was finally relieved. Even if he had invited one more person, the system still returned all the cash back in 1 point. Outside the restaurant, the 2 women were separately thanked again, the 2 sides also went their separate ways. Looking at Ma Zhangnan's disappearing back, Lin Saisha couldn't help but open her mouth in amazement. Uxin, did you see that list just now? Oh my god, the 3 of us ate nearly 20,000 yuan in one meal. What kind of business is this old classmate of ours doing that he is so generous? Lu Yusin was also very shocked. When I was in high school, among the class, Ma Zhangnan's presence could be said to be quite low. His looks were average, his family was average, and his studies were average. After spending 3 years in the same class, Lu Yusin didn't even have much interaction with him. But it was such an obscure person who, years later today, was vividly giving the 2 a lesson. In terms of achievement, there are a few students in the class who have done a little business, and are now doing a good job. Sometimes on New Year's Day, we'll also send a small amount of small red envelopes in the high school group, highlighting their current achievements. Just like that, there are still people rushing to kiss ass, saying something like boss atmosphere and so on. Ma Zhangnan belongs to the category of people who seldom speak in the classmates group, and generally speaking, these people are poorer. How can I imagine, so low-profile people in reality is actually the best mixed? For a while, Lu Yusin's heart flashed through a lot of sighs. Asked, Lin Saisha, so do we still need to go to the door now? Upon hearing this, Lin Saisha couldn't help but laugh. You asked me, I still want to ask you? I see that this guy Ma Zhangnan now has a hardened fanny pack, and I'm afraid that he really wants to hit you. Lu Yusin, why don't you just give him a chance? Wouldn't it be better to become a rich wife directly? Don't kid yourself, what kind of girl do you think a rich guy like him can't find? I'm a divorced woman, I know what I'm talking about. I can see that he's still interested in you anyway, so take care of that yourself. A few people's classmate relationship, Lin Saisha did not have much to persuade, a sentence to the point. In the end, Lu Yusin is also not much mood to go to see the door again, the 2 people also go back to their own homes. Lu Yusin's family's conditions are not bad, mom and dad are state-owned enterprise unit workers. The neighborhood is much prettier than Ma Zhangnan's old neighborhood. When she returned home, her retired mom, Xiong Being, was tending to the flowers and plants on the balcony. See Lu Yusin back, could not help but ask, Yusin, you did not say today and your friends to see the door market, have not seen the right? Lu Yusin changed her shoes before returning. Mom, the right market is not so good to find, let's talk about it later. Hearing Lu Yusin say that, Xiong Biying came in from the balcony. This child of yours have been back for almost half a year, every day so idle should also find something to do. By the way, your big brother said last time that thing to consider how? At that, Lu Yusin pouted and said, Mom, I just divorced half a year, temporarily do not want to find another man. Besides, the man introduced by the big brother, with a son by his side, I do not want to go over to him as a stepmother. Hey! Yusin, your father and I were adamant that we didn't want you to marry in Guangzhou. You see, we were right. You can't just look for a man based on his appearance. What's the point of having a shiny appearance? Your big brother introduced this Wu, although not good looking, but they are in good condition. Less than 40 years old, became your brother's company's vice president. I heard that the annual salary is close to 1 million. You cannot just look at people divorced with a child, you are not also divorced, cannot be too demanding. Feng Biying snagging, Lu Yusin heard a burst of heartache. Mom, have you said this about your own daughter? This matter is not necessary to say, I will not agree to this matter. Hey, I still do not want you to live a good life, I just give you an opinion, this kind of thing you make up your own mind. Mom, I know you for my good, but you have to believe, even if I do not get married, I can let myself live a good life. After returning to her own room, Lu Yusin lay on the bed and felt a burst of inexplicable irritation. Why is her life so unsatisfactory? When she was in college, she was so pretty, of course, there was no shortage of rich guys around her. But Lu Yusin finally chose an ordinary family origin, but looks as quite handsome school grass. Originally thought to find a man they like to get married, you can live a happy life. But the reality of the bland life is to give her a vivid lesson. If the man has the motivation, that's okay, but her running 30 people all day is to hold the phone to play games. Most of the expenses of the family to eat, drink, and spread, but also Lu Yusin's salary to be responsible for. The days of the rough and tumble are okay for a short period of time, but for a long time she really can't hold out. Finally chose to end the marriage. You can imagine, after the divorce back to the mountain home, when very opposed to her parents of this marriage, the heart is how diaphragm. While Lu Yusin was being annoyed, Ma Zhengnan came to a high-end gym. Yesterday, after his many in-depth exchanges with Su Shuer's kind of extremely beautiful creature, he still felt that he was a little bit overwhelmed physically. Thinking that he would definitely have to communicate with many other very good girls in the future, he had nothing else to do and was ready to go to the gym. With nothing else to do, he was ready to go to the gym to train his body. At the entrance, I organized a one-day experience card, and just as I walked in, the system's response rang in my head. Ding! Detected a consumer cashback object with a qualified comprehensive score, is it viewed? In Ma Jingnan's line of sight, an extremely decent girl with a hot body was walking leisurely on the treadmill. Although it was hard to see her front, the girl had long, sultry green hair. Together with the rose embroidered on her arm, it added a bit of wildness to her. Mentally mumbled, checking. Name, Lan Xinyu. Age, 23. Height, 170 c. Weight, 51 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 89 points. Purity, 100%. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good safety rating. Favorability towards the host, 0 points. The moment he saw the panel information, the luster in Ma Jingnan's eyes became brighter. Chapter 21 Failure to pick up a beautiful woman. Undoubtedly, the girl named Lan Xinyu in front of her, in terms of appearance and figure, was not inferior to Ma Jingnan's goddess Lu Yusin at all. What's more, she was also a genuine original. Ma Zhengnan inevitably is also a bit puzzled, after he got the system luck is obviously good to burst ah. Normally, the top beauties that you can't see once in several months, you've run into 2 of them today. Not only did he meet the fantasy goddess from high school, but he also met a superb original girl here. Could it be that his character has broken out? Although Ma Zhengnan didn't attach much importance to virginity. But if there was a choice, of course he still hoped that the ones left to him were all originals. Although his heart was on fire, Ma Zhengnan still didn't dare to accost the other party hastily. Whether it was the girl's dyed hair or the rose on her arm, at a glance it was definitely not a gentle type. In the absence of a suitable opportunity, he did not want to easily lose face like this. After hesitating for a while, Ma Zhengnan also stepped onto the treadmill next to the girl. It was his first time to operate this thing, and he fell directly under the center of gravity without stabilizing. A coach rushed up and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Dusty Mai Zhangnan climbed up, felt Blue Sinew's contemptuous gaze, simply wanted to find a crack in the ground. Nima finally lost his face. "It's okay, I didn't pay attention to the center of gravity the first time I played this, you go busy yourself, I'll study it myself slowly." After sending the coach away from the gym, Mai Zhangnan glanced at the fiery figure of Lan Sinew. Seeing the other party was not affected at all, moving leisurely on the treadmill. Mai Zhangnan stabilized his mind for a while, finally adapted to the rhythm of the treadmill, and ran after it. After a minute, he turned his head and couldn't help but ask a question. "Beauty, do you often come here to exercise?" Blue Sinew sniffed, turned her head and glanced at Mai Zhangnan. A cold voice spat out, "Are you trying to hit on me?" "This is not called hitting on me, I just want to get acquainted with you." At those words, the girl pressed the stop button of the treadmill and looked Mai Zhangnan up and down. Contemptuous smile, "It seems you are new, do not you think it is strange, the gym so many fierce men, why no one dares to hit on me?" Mai Zhangnan really did not think of this. Mai Zhangnan didn't really think of this, but asked, "Why is that?" Blue Sinew coldly smiled and said, "On your small body, don't know why, don't want to get hurt, don't come to provoke me." After saying this, she directly stepped off the treadmill and left the place. Seeing this, Mai Zhangnan was not able to do anything about the girl other than being dumbfounded. It was impossible to run up and directly hit the girl with money. If that was the case, I'm afraid that 99% of the time, he would definitely receive a furious beating. At that moment, a muscular man came over and said quietly, "Brother, it seems that you are a newcomer, the courage is really big, Blue Rose you also dare to go to accost." At that time, Mai Zhangnan was also interested and asked curiously, "Big brother, what exactly is her origin, is it that horrible?" Muscle Man sniffed, looked around a bit, see there is no one nearby, which whispered. "Upstairs, the soft wind taekwondo hall of the 5th paragraph masters, on your small body she can at least single-handedly fight several. More importantly, her older brother is the owner of the nearby Blue Flame gym, that sandbag big fists are not vegetarian. Some time ago, in this gym, there was a big brother of a social practitioner who wanted to forcefully accost Blue Rose, and as a result, her big brother rushed to the gym, and several of his teeth were knocked out." Hearing this, Mai Zhangnan felt his teeth sour for a while. Could it be that such a good-looking girl is really destined to be with himself? After thanking the muscular man, Mai Zhangnan dismissed the idea of hitting on the tattooed girl. After finding a suitable fitness style, he practiced. Ding! Qualified consumer cashback object detected, is it viewed? Mai Zhangnan, who was sweating profusely, once again, the system's prompt came from his mind. When he looked at it, a girl with a hot body twisted her waist and walked in. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, the probability of meeting a beautiful woman in the gym was really big. The heart silently recited, checking. Name, Wu Fei Fei. Age, 26 years old. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 84 points. Purity, 78. Physical state, has a gynecological disease, poor safety level. Favorability to the host, 0. After seeing the girl's overall profile, Mai Zhangnan instantly lost any interest. With a purity degree of 78%, although it couldn't be talked about as a pheasant kind of existence, it was definitely a proper scum girl. Not to mention the security risk. After glancing lightly, wiped the sweat from his body, suddenly felt that there was not much motivation. After returning to his own neighborhood at a late hour, looking at the old and unpleasant facilities, his face was also bitterly smiling. Although one can spend as much money as one wants on a girl, but right now, if one wants to live a luxurious life at any time, one still has to continue to work hard. After returning to the room, he similarly ordered a luxury takeout, which opened the jitterbugs. Little Blue Bunny was quite diligent and started broadcasting early. Now is chatting casually with water friends in the pop-up area. Although his face is smiling, but his heart is in comparable expectations. The day before yesterday, under the bombardment of Mai Zhangnan's crazy carnival, the day's income reached a record of more than 120,000 yuan. Yesterday, the platform specifically drew a wave of streams for her. The income has almost doubled compared to the usual time, but it's only $500 or $600. This sudden huge gap made Ko Suyan instantly feel bad. It's like a person who eats pickles with steamed buns every day, and then suddenly one day he tastes the delicacies of the sea. When he was given savory buns again, the taste was imaginable. Must be incomparably nostalgic for the taste of seafood. My Zhengnan just clicked in, and Ko Suyan instantly became excited. Standing up than a small star, welcome my brother Nan to my live room. My Zhengnan is also lazy to nag, directly filled with the amount of 54,018 carnivals snapped and sent out. This kind of bold way of rewarding is simply making Ko Suyan almost tremble with excitement. This dance of his hadn't even started yet, and Nan's carnival had started to dominate the screen. Could it be that today is another day of fortune? While expressing his gratitude incoherently, Ma Zhengnan didn't say anything and simply exited the live broadcast room, leaving a dumbfounded girl dumbfounded. Chapter 22 Faceless Pure Girl Wen Ruyu. Although the two have already established WeChat private communication, but the girl seems to have absolutely no desire to airborne idea. Ma Zhengnan of course couldn't feed her too much at once. After decisively exiting Kushoyan's live room, he casually wandered into other live rooms. As long as there is no system prompts, basically is a second exit. Dozens of live rooms in a row, finally heard a ding in the head. Ding. Consumption qualified reverse object detected. This female anchor's net name is Little Moon. In the video it looks quite pure and pretty anyway. I don't know if it's a new anchor, there aren't many people inside the live room, only a few dozen or so. The left sentence right sentence to the pop-up screen chatting, see my Zhengnan this 40 a few levels after the big brother came in. As usual, his mouth welcomed his sentence, welcome brother Nan into my live room. Ma Zhengnan directly ordered a carnival and sent it out without saying a word. The female anchor named Little Crescent froze for a moment, and then stood up in surprise. Wow, thanks to my brother Nan for sending the carnival, this is the first time I've received such an expensive gift, thank you so much brother Nan. Ma Zhengnan looked at the sister's excited expression, lightly smiled and typed out a pop-up screen. Sister, turn off all the beauty of the live room, and the carnival. After seeing Ma Zhengnan's pop-up, little Luna obviously froze again for a moment. But the face instantly revealed a smile, brother Nan, I live room also opened a little bit of beauty, I immediately all off. After all, she had met the system's face value requirements, and this female anchor was still quite confident in her looks. After hearing that there is still a carnival, she swiped off all the beauty effects. Although the number of people in the live broadcast room is not large, but after seeing this kind of operation of the two people, the screen pop-up screen obviously increased. I feel like the girl looks even more beautiful after turning off her face. Thanks to this tycoon named Nan, we know that Luna is a real beauty, and I'm going to pay attention to her now, he said. Xiao Yueya swept a glance at the pop-up screen after the heart is also quite happy. I did not expect that after I turned off my beauty face, I instantly added another dozen or so concerns. Show your face and smile, I am a new anchor, thank you for your attention. Before the words fell, Ma Zhengnan's carnival after carnival began to dominate the live broadcast room. At the beginning, little Luna's heart was still just a surprise. After all, just one carnival is worth many days of her live income. But with one carnival special effect after another, the surprise on the girl's face had turned into shock. Her real name is Wen Ruyue, a genuine Sichuan girl, and she is now a sophomore at Southwest University in Mountain City. Under various factors, just opened the live broadcast less than a month. Although there is no great talent, but the person looks beautiful, sweet mouth. Relying on the fan reward to do a little punishment, a live down can also earn 1 or 200. I didn't expect to be visited by the legendary tycoon today. For a small anchor like Wen Ruyue, a carnival can make her excited for the whole night. After Ma Zhengnan's round of 18 carnival swipes drifted by, the whole person was a bit too excited to know how to express it. Too excited, brother Nan, how did you brush me with so many carnivals? Seeing the beautiful girl's incomparably excited expression, it was definitely impossible for Ma Zhengnan to say he wasn't happy in his heart. Once again, he played a pop-up screen. Look at your face should be put on a light makeup it, can you use water to clean it down, I want to see your face. After seeing Ma Zhengnan's pop-up, Wen Ruyue froze for a moment. However, she immediately reacted, this should be the legendary tycoon who looked at herself. She has no reason to refuse. Brother Nan, then wait for a moment, I'll go to the bathroom to clean up a bit. By the time Wen Ruyue went to clean her makeup, the pop-up area had also long since exploded. My identification, the southern brother Nan is a real tycoon, a small handshake, 54,000 is gone. You can still play like this in the live broadcasting room, I really envy the rich people, when I win the jackpot, I will also play like this. Really not to say, the tycoon this operation, so that those who rely on beauty to eat the anchor is afraid to cry. Not a moment later, when Ruyu's face still hanging water droplets appeared in front of the screen. Not to mention, originally pure and beautiful her, at the moment looks even more so that my Zhengnan eyes bright. The heart is also probably guessed, in front of the girl's face value is afraid not less than 85 points. Under the good mood, directly without saying anything, another round of 18 carnival brush out. Under the unlimited cashback, there is no need to consider any funds my Zhengnan, brush up the carnival to the slightest pressure. After taking a good look at Wenruyu's pure and beautiful moving looks, he directly started the carnival blitz mode. Together with the beginning of the reward, the whole brush 5 rounds of 90 carnival, which only stopped. And Wenruyu's heart was already in shock in waves. She was a newbie little anchor, where had she seen this kind of formation? In addition to being super shocked, she couldn't find any words to describe it. Wenruyu didn't dare to imagine what the other party was trying to do with so much money. She originally wanted to open a live broadcast to earn a little pocket money, did not even think about going to evening what big money. But the way my Zhengnan rewarded her today, it was a bit too much for her to handle. While she was thinking nonsense, she saw a pop-up screen from the other side. Sister, do your best, I'll see you again. Before you have time to say thank you, my Zhengnan has already dashing out of the live room. For Ma Zhengnan, the best operation for him is to cast a net more often. As for how many fish he could catch, he really didn't care. After owning the courtesan intimate cashback system himself, the network rewarding female anchors could only be considered a small battlefield. The real main battlefield should definitely be in real life. After exiting the small Crescent Moon live room, saw Su Shuer also opened the live broadcast at this time, face happily clicked in. For this own favored courtesan, of course he will not treat each other poorly. Welcome home my brother Nan. Su Shuer saw my Zhengnan enter the live broadcasting room at that moment, the heart is also very happy. The two of them had only been in close contact offline, and Su Shuer's words of welcome home were also a manifestation of her home position. Chapter 23 The Goddess is going on air. Many of Su Shuer's loyal fans in the live broadcast room also recognized my Zhengnan's identity. The legendary True Tycoon, the big brother who made 80 carnivals in one go has shown up. Wow, our Shuer family's top one big brother is here. Shuer, hurry up to connect the microphone to play PK. Let brother Nan give you help popularity. Su Shuer saw these pop-ups, in the live broadcast room is also smiling and asked, South brother, want me to even play PK? Ma Zhengnan immediately typed a pop-up and sent it out. As you wish, I'll brush up the carnival for you first. With the appearance of this pop-up, the carnival like no money, directly in Su Shuer live room crazy floating up. Seeing this situation, Su Shuer of course as the heart is incomparably beautiful. Although she and Ma Zhengnan had an intimate and in-depth exchange only yesterday. But she also knows that the relationship between the two can only be called a monetary transaction at best. Like my Zhengnan such a super generous tycoon, in reality, I do not know how many beautiful girls want a poor pounce. Seriously, after the two parted ways today, Su Shuer was really worried that the other party would put up his pants and not recognize him. Now open this live broadcast, mainly want to see if my Zhengnan will still give their own benefits. At the moment of seeing carnival floating up, at the same time, the heart is also let go. As for other anchors to play PK that forget it, there is no need to let others to rub their own popularity. Thanks to my Nan's carnival strike. While excitedly thanking, I couldn't help but think to myself. So much money still have to share with the platform, if brother Nan directly give me this money is good. Of course, with this kind of relationship between her and my Zhengnan, she could only think about it in her heart. If she let the other party think that she was too greedy, it would definitely be a loss that would outweigh the gain. Without a doubt, under my Zhengnan's crazy carnival blitz, the number of people in the live broadcast room was climbing up and up. It directly all broke through 10,000 people. Among them, there are also many small anchors, all of which were attracted by the carnival. That I watching Su Shuer was crazy reward taste, heart that little liver are envious to the purple. Compared to Wenruyue just now, Ma Zhengnan has rewarded her for one more round. After 108 carnivals were thrown out, his fingers were a bit sore. Looking at the screen full of shocking pop-ups, Ma Zhengnan was overdoing it. Without saying a word, he directly exited the live broadcast room. Open WeChat to Su Shuer back. Baby, tonight this wave of reward happy it, you also early off the broadcast rested, make up for yesterday's Yuan Qi. Su Shuer may be busy in the live broadcasting room to enhance their popularity, and did not see the message in time. Ma Zhengnan also did not care, after exiting WeChat, and then looked at the jitterbug private messages. The face is immediately a touch of smile. Little Luna ultimately did not withstand the test of money, and took the initiative to propose to add WeChat private chat with my Zhengnan. Of course, this is only the first step. Whether the two sides can establish a better bond, it depends on whether the girl will come to things. Just added a friend, the girl returned a message in a second. I don't know how to thank you for giving me so many rewards today. It's just a small token of appreciation, I just want you to be happy. Well, no matter what, I still want to thank you, Brother Nan. My name is Wenruyue, in the Southwest University of Sophomore. See, your LP address is also shown in the Mountain City. Did not think that we are quite close to each other. I don't think we're that close. I'll come to the school and play with you when I have the chance. My Zhangnan sent this message. The girl should be considering how to return. Waited for a while before returning one over. Hello, I will treat you to dinner. After seeing this message, Ma Zhangnan cannot help but slightly curve the corner of his mouth. If there is no accident, after meeting and showing the muscle of the ability of the money to take this pure girl, it should be 9 out of 10. At the same time, Lu Yusin is receiving a call from Lin Saixia. UXIN, Ma Zhangnan not let you open today live broadcast it, why do you still not open broadcast it? Saixia, I feel a little embarrassed, you say we just ate Ma Zhangnan a big meal today, and let him come to my live room to reward, is not a little bit of that. My Miss Yusin, on Ma Zhangnan's performance today, he must have made a lot of money. If you let him pay a little bit of blood and reward you, you might be able to get your live broadcast up and running. You can start broadcasting right away, I will also go to the live room to see. Listening to Lin Saixia, Lu Yusin finally made up her mind. She also knows that her body and looks, as long as the popularity is done, it should not be difficult to make a living by live broadcasting in the future. After hanging up the phone, or in front of the makeup table in front of the mirror, simply drew a light makeup. Only then did he open his own jitterbug number. After a slight hesitation, biting her lips, she clicked the live button. Lu Yusin's fan base is only a pitiful 1,000 or so, or the few live broadcasts she tested the waters with some time ago. Of course, basically all of them are rushing to Lu Yusin's white and tender skin, coupled with the angel's face and devil's body, and add attention to it. Obviously, there was no fan base for her, and basically no one entered the scene after she opened the live broadcast. At the same time, in a certain high-grade district in the Mountain City, Wu Bingkuan is brushing the jittery voice with boredom. Suddenly the message prompted, he paid attention to the little rain point to open the live broadcast. His face was immediately happy, without any hesitation, he clicked in. Wu Bingkuan is Lu Yusin Pro Big Brother Company's vice president, in a chance to see Lu Yusin, simply amazed. After learning that the other party is also just divorced, the heart is suddenly more agitated. Compared to his ex-wife, Lu Yusin's looks and body are completely heaven and earth. If he slept with such a beauty at night, he would rather live 10 years less. Under the good words, Lu Yusin's elder brother Lu Tianming is finally willing to be the middleman. However, the two sides simply met once, directly no further. Although Lu Yusin is also divorced, but still have their own pride. Wu Bingkuan is 10 years older than her, not to mention, but also with a son, and more importantly, chubby looks really does not meet Lu Yusin's aesthetic. Even if the other side of the economic conditions and then good, Lu Yusin also did not agree to go down. And Wu Bingkuan rare to meet a superb goddess, just both sides are divorced. He also did not give up, 3 days on the phone to ask for warmth. If Lu Yusin hadn't taken care of his big brother's face, he would have pulled the other side black. Chapter 24 The woman I looked at. Wu Bingkuan in the case of cannot ask out Lu Yusin, even if you want to show their own economic strength, are no way. Originally intended to give up, did not expect to pay attention to today's Lu Yusin Jain number opened live. Under the fire of the heart, is not wait to rush in. At this time, the live broadcast room is also a lone dozen tourists, in addition to Lin Saixia's small number. The rest of the dozen people are still unintentionally brush such a great beauty and stay down. And Lu Yusin had tested the waters a few times some time ago. Counting it as a brand new rookie anchor, she was still slowly adjusting herself. If it wasn't for Lin Saixia driving a bit of interaction in the pop-up area, she was afraid that she would have been even more embarrassed. While anxiously waiting for my Zhangnan to come online, a net name of Lonely Cigarettes suddenly sent 10,520 love gifts in a row. The price of this kind of gift is not high, just 52 yuan a piece. But it still caused Lu Yusin to be filled with surprise. To know, she had tested the waters for several live broadcasts some time ago, and her income was only a few tens of dollars. This time, after listening to Ma Zhengnan's advice, she just opened a broadcast for a short while. She received a gift of 520 yuan, counting her own share of 260 yuan. Surprised at the same time, immediately adjusted the mindset of surprise. In the live room, sweet smile, wow, thanks to the cigarette brother sent 10,520 gifts, thank you oh. The words just fell, lonely cigarettes and continuously sent 10,520 show of love gifts. Obviously, this lonely cigarette is Wu Bingquan. He usually also has the habit of small reward in the live room. It is rare to run into the goddess to open live. He intended to show his muscles in the live broadcast. Of course, his wealth is still far from being considered a god. Did not come up to take the carnival to wildly smashed, but chose the economic and affordable 520 love small gift. Lu Yusin how to know lonely cigarettes is Wu Bingquan, after seeing another 10,520 small gifts. The heart is even happier. Could it be that he is really suitable for this line of anchor? This is just open broadcast less than 10 minutes, on the pure income of 520 yuan. At the same time, Ma Zhangnan, who had just finished chatting with Wen Ruyue. After returning to the jitterbug interface, he saw Lu Yusin opening the live broadcast. With a faint smile on her face, she directly clicked in. Just in time, he saw Lonely Cigarettes sending a series of 520 showing love. Cannot help but slightly wrinkled eyebrows. Nima the Sua, but also sends so many 520, is still want to in their own goddess grab? Without saying a word, he directly started his carnival storm. The moment Mai Zhengnan entered the live broadcast room, Lu Yusin knew that tonight's main man had come. Before she had time to pretend to be polite, she was stunned by this wave of crazy carnivals. If there were only a few carnivals, Lu Yusin would have thought it was normal. After all, if you wanted to boost the popularity of a live broadcast, a carnival was definitely the best special effects magic weapon. But to come up with 18 carnivals in one go, that was 54,000 yuan. Even though Lu Yusin was prepared in her heart, she was still shocked by this wave of Ma Zhengnan's magnificent reward, and was shaken by a wave of turbulence. Lin Saixia, who was mixed among the tourists, was likewise very shocked inside. Please eat a meal to spend $20,000. She is still easy to understand a little. After all, it is eaten into the stomach inside. But to throw tens of thousands of gold in the live broadcast, this is also too crazy. Their old classmate, in the end, is earned how strong family, only so the money is not money random reward. And to say that at this time the most unhappy, it has to be Wu Bingquan. Originally thought of today in front of the goddess to show their own economic strength. He just showed a little, the name has not yet reported it. Directly by the Mai Zhengnan wave of operation, smashed without any temper. Although his financial strength is not bad, but after all, he has an old man and a small child. He is still far from being able to do like Mai Zhengnan's style of treating money as money. At the same time, the heart has fire, unknowingly to Mai Zhengnan is also to hate on. Mai Zhengnan will still care about how Wu Bingquan think, after a wave of carnival reward. Just now the heart of that point of displeasure is finally vented out. And played a pop-up out. At Lonely Cigarettes, Little Raindrop is the woman I'm looking at, you'd better not mess around with your ideas. When Wu Bingquan saw this pop up, he was so angry that his face turned purple. But with that wave of luxurious rewards from Mai Zhengnan just now, he really didn't have the temperament to dare dislike it. At this time, Lu Yusin finally came back from the shock, after seeing Mai Zhengnan's pop-up screen. After seeing Mai Zhengnan's pop-ups, she forgot that she was on the air for a while, and opened her mouth with a slightly reddened face and said, Mai Zhengnan, you do not talk nonsense, and how you rewarded me so much carnival, this is too wasteful. The live streaming room, under the diversion of the carnival just now, there were already several hundred people at this time. After hearing Lu Yusin's words, they realized that the two had originally known each other in private. For a while, pop-ups were pouring out of the screen. This person is afraid of the disease is not light right, so much money in reality to the girl to buy gifts is not good, have to come to the live room to this kind of waste, is not cheap platform it. Brothers, people have money to spend how they want to spend, the world of the tycoon you do not understand, the rest of the reason to taste it. You guys underestimate Nan, 18 carnivals is nothing, I give you a prediction, on the anchor so beautiful girl, at least there are several waves of carnivals on the way. Obviously, the old iron who sent out this pop-up screen must have seen the scene of Mai Zhengnan's crazy rewarding other female anchors. As expected, when this pop-up screen just appeared on the screen, a new round of carnival blitz kicked off once again. It was a rare opportunity to show off his banknote abilities in front of the goddess, so how could Mai Zhengnan miss it? In the midst of Lu Yusin's incomparable shocked expression, the carnival in the live broadcast room didn't even stop. The rhythm of 18 carnival rounds, a whole 10 rounds before it stopped. Such a sensational scene, appearing in the live broadcast room of a new anchor, instantly put Lu Yusin at the top of the heat list. The highest number of visitors even reached 20,000 people. Looking at the original cold and quiet live room, all of a sudden soared to the first heat list. Lu Yusin's excitement was imaginable. Dry mouth, she has even been shocked to do not know what to say. Ma Zhengnan had actually rewarded her 540,000 in her live broadcast. This exaggerated amount was far beyond Lu Yusin's expectations. She couldn't figure out why the other party would waste it on the live broadcast even if they really wanted to pursue her. The thought of having 270,000 siphoned off by the platform gave her an indescribably hard feeling in her heart. Chapter 25 Dream Dating Goddesses. After nearly 20,000 people in the live broadcast room viewed this wave of crazy carnival storm, the pop-up area had long since exploded. And Lu Yusin, relying on her super high face value, had also broken through to the 10,000 mark in terms of concerned fans. Wu Bingkuan in front of the screen, his face had long been filled with bitterness. The only small pride he could hold, under the bombardment of Ma Zhengnan Carnival, has long been battered and bruised. Looking at Lu Yusin a live broadcast can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, he wanted to hold a beautiful woman's hope, basically the equivalent of zero. Do not even have the face to report out their own name, Gray slipped out of the live room. Shook off a little numb fingers, Ma Zhengnan is the same as very dry quit the live room. He is also considered to understand, the live room wildly spread gold can only be regarded as a bridge of communication with the girls. If you want to let the girl to get favorability, basically also in reality. Just now the crazy gift, on the screen fingers are point numb, Su Shuer and Lu Yusin are a point of goodwill did not rise. Your own and Su Shuer's current relationship, completely rely on the money smashed out, the follow-up want to rise favorability points can only rely on the day-to-day. And Lu Yusin here, Ma Zhengnan is not in a hurry, after all, 20 points of goodwill base there, sooner or later is their own pot of food. Look at the WeChat flashing message, open and look at it. Su Shuer returned a message over. I just got off the air, I just saw your message, thank you for the reward and concern, then brother, you also have a good night's rest, love you oh. Looking at Su Shuer this pampering ambiguous message, Ma Zhengnan heart also can't help but sigh for a while. This money is really a good thing. This kind of previous can only appear in the dream of the best girl, will also be on their own warmth. At the same time, Lu Yusin, after seeing Ma Zhengnan exit the live broadcast room. Under the super excited mood, she was also not in much of a mood to broadcast live. After simply saying a few words to the many netizens, she closed the live broadcast room. Putting aside the 540,000 rewarded by Ma Zhengnan. Due to the surge in the number of people in the live room just now, the other small gifts today added up to several thousand. Looking at the backstage data of more than 5.4 million Soundwave bounties. Exuberant Lu Yusin was impatient to call Lin Saixia's phone. When the phone was just connected, Lin Saixia was even more excited than her. The voice snapped over, UXIN, tonight is simply too crazy, is Ma Zhengnan opening a gold mine? God, 180 carnival, 540,000 just like this reward to you, I certainly can't sleep tonight. Listening to Lin Saixia's excited tone, how could Lu Yusin not be? After taking a deep breath, she said, Saixia, I didn't expect Ma Zhengnan to do such a crazy thing. At that time, Lin Saixia on the phone did not even think, blurted out that. I could tell during the day that this guy must be in love with you and wants to chase you. Yusin, you must not hesitate, these days although there are many rich men, but like Ma Zhengnan so willing to spend money for a woman, is definitely a lantern or hard to find. I don't know how many pretty girls are thinking about such a bold tycoon. Lin Saixia said these words, Lu Yusin, and why not understand, a heart has been slowly messed up. On the phone with a melancholy tone asked, Saixia, as you say. As you said, as he is such an excellent man, there is certainly no lack of beautiful women around him. Although I also have a few good looks, but still have a few self-awareness, do you think he will really marry a divorced woman? Egu, Lu Yusin, you've been to the marriage grave before, why are you still so hard-headed? Think about it differently. If our old classmate wasn't so rich, with your beauty, would you be able to see him? I say, as long as Ma Zhengnan is willing to spend money for you, it doesn't matter if you marry him or not. Hearing Lin Saixia say this, Lin Yusin's heart was even more messed up. After hanging up the phone, she once again looked at the eye-catching data in the background. After hesitating for a while, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Ma Zhengnan. Ma Zhengnan, you gave me such a crazy reward today, in the end what is the meaning of? Not long after sending it, Ma Zhengnan sent a message back. Lin Yusin, didn't you see my pop-up in the live broadcast room? I'm telling the truth. Since you say so, then I also want to ask you seriously, Ma Zhengnan, we are both adults, for me in the end how do you think? If it's just for fun, then I'll give you back the money you rewarded me with tonight. After seeing this message, Ma Zhengnan read it several times. Lu Yusin, since you're so honest, then I'll be frank, in high school, I did have a crush on you for several years. If you're willing to be my woman, I can't give you marriage, but I'll be responsible for the rest. You think about it, if you really do not agree, it does not matter, the reward money do not have to return, that is what you deserve. This message was sent out for almost several minutes. Lu Yusin only returned a message. My Zhengnan, you mean you want me to be one of your women, right? You men are really eating from the pot and looking at the bowl. However, the conditions you put forward are not bad, I reluctantly agreed to it, but the final result will depend on your performance. Anyway, I am a second marriage woman is not a loss. Lu Yusin is also figured out, as Lin Saixia said. Want to find a man who is willing to spend money generously for you is really too difficult. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability plus 10. The goodwill that suddenly came, coupled with this message that Lu Yusin returned, made Ma Jingnan's heart a flurry of excitement. After all, it was the goddess he fantasized about when he was young, compared to Su Shuai and Zhang Menjing. The desire in his heart to get the goddess had definitely increased exponentially. Yusin, I'm too excited to see your reply. I'm afraid I'm too excited to sleep tonight. I want to see you now. What should I do? It's too late now, it's not too convenient. You rest early, good night. Although Lu Yusin has figured it out, she surely doesn't want to hand over her body casually. After getting a reply, Ma Zhengnan was not angry in his heart. Anyway, it was only a matter of time before he took the goddess. After the same reply a good night, also do not have the mood to watch Jitterbug, slowly into the dreamland. Inside the dream, Lu Yusin reveals a charming smile. One by one, all the clothes on the body are undone. And on Ma Jingnan's face in his sleep, there was also a trace of an indescribable smile on his face. Chapter 26 Taking the Goddess Shopping. When he got up the next day, thinking about last night's dream, the corner of Ma Jingnan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. After washing up, he then picked up his cell phone and looked at it. The two girls who had reached 50 points in favorability score, Su Shuai and Zhang Menjing, both sent a message asking for good morning respectively. Ma Zhengnan casually looked at it and had no intention of wanting to reply. With the ability of the banknotes to show power, in the future, the girls will certainly be more and more. How can he have the time to go back to each one of them? Looked at the time, it's already almost 9 o'clock in the morning. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Yusin. Yusin, have time today, why don't I accompany you to go shopping it? Well, good For this request of Ma Zhengnan, Lu Yusin agreed to be quite dry. Two people about the time and place before Ma Zhengnan went out to eat a breakfast. According to the speed at which he was earning money on the girl nowadays, he wouldn't be heartbroken about this small amount of money. 10 o'clock in the morning, came to the two people agreed to Zhangbei New Century big shopping center outside. Lu Yusin, who was wearing an orange casual summer dress, was already waiting there. But let Ma Zhengnan slightly upset is, Lu Yusin next to obviously more a lightbulb Lin Saixia. Ma Zhengnan, we are at least old classmates, right? You asked Yusin to go shopping, why don't you call on me? Ma Zhengnan has not yet expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Saixia is the first to say a snap. But immediately the tone of voice in a turn, the expression piggybacked on some exaggerated asked. How much money have you earned over the years? I was shocked by your crazy reward last night. At those words, Ma Zhengnan bitterly a face, first asked, Lin Saixia, how did you appear here? Wasn't surprised by your scene last night, couldn't sleep early in the morning so I went to look for you XAN, it just so happened that I was there when you asked her out. What? You don't think I'm a light bulb, do you? If you want to go after Yusin, you just go after her, I won't object. Last night, I also gave you a few good words, to say you have to thank me. Hearing Lin Saixia's words, Ma Zhengnan didn't bother with her. Smiling at Lu Yusin, he said, the message you returned last night still counts, right? In the face of Ma Jingnan's inquiries in person, Lu Yusin more or less still felt a little shy. The two of them suddenly had to change from old classmates to this kind of love relationship. Even though she had been married for a while, she was still slightly unable to let go of this kind of girl whose purity had reached 99%. Just blushed slightly and gently nodded her head. Ma Zhengnan, UXIN is at least the school flower of our 9th middle school at that time. You can't be too perfunctory if you want to chase people, you have to show it well today. Lin Saixia saw this from the side and said another sentence. But this sentence was said to Ma Zhengnan's heart. The girl's favorability to herself is only 30 points, want to reach 50 points, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, there is only one way to buy. Immediately, the heroic smile, this is of course, today, the New Century Mall, as long as it is UXANC, all buy me to pay the bill. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Lin Saixia's heart inevitably also produced a sense of powerless envy. A beautiful woman is good, even if she is divorced. There are men who are willing to spend a lot of money. And Lu Yusin didn't make a pretense of saying anything to refuse. After going through a dull marriage where she had to worry about firewood, rice, oil, and salt, she had also thought about her own position very clearly. It was rare to meet a man who was so incredibly generous, and since she couldn't get all of him, it wasn't too much to ask for some benefits from him, right? After the three of them entered the New Century Mall, into the curtain is a well-known gold jewelry store. This stuff women are basically born like, want to get the desire is not less than the bag. Ma Zhengnan laughed, Uxan, this jewelry is quite famous, go in and see if there is a favorite necklace earrings. Aha! Hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Lin Saixia was more excited than Lu Yusin. Even if she can't take any advantage, she still wants to have a shopping addiction today. Uxin, it's rare that Mr. Ma is so generous, you must not be polite, let me give you some advice. As she spoke, she took Lu Yusin's small hand and walked in. Welcome to the store. A shopping-eyed girl came over, a smile full of open mouth. What do you need? Just take a look. Ma Zhengnan pointed to Lu Yusin, directly smiled and said, for her to choose a few white gold diamond necklaces, earrings, and so on, must be good quality, the price is not a problem. Guide girl heard, faces immediately a happy, no big single came. She took several diamond necklaces out at once. These are the latest models of our store, all made of 18K white gold, the center pendant is a very precious blue diamond. Miss, you have a beautiful face, these necklaces are very suitable for you, why don't you try them on yourselves for reference? Upon hearing this, Lin Saixia was the first to speak excitedly. Wow, these necklaces are so beautiful, Yusin, let me help you. Hearing Lin Saixia say that, Ma Zhengnan was not happy at once. Lin Saixia, it's better to leave the matter of helping Uxin wear the necklace to me. Hearing this, Lin Saixia skimmed her small mouth, fine, for the sake of you treating me to a big meal yesterday, I won't argue with you. Hearing the two say this, Lu Yusin's small face slightly reddened and whispered, it's better for me to do it myself. Ma Zhengnan were willing to give up this opportunity for intimate contact, smilingly picked up a necklace. Uxin, this necklace is not good to hang up by yourself, or let me help you. After saying this, he came directly behind the girl. Looking at Lu Yusin's white and tender neck, her heart also secretly praised a sentence. To be able to achieve such a high face value score, every part of the beauty's body is so charming. While wearing the necklace, Ma Zhengnan's hands also touched Lu Yusin's neck intentionally or unintentionally. Ding! Lu Yusin favorability +5. The sudden goodwill that came from her made Ma Zhengnan's heart happy. Last night in her live room smashed more than 500,000 did not rise a point. And in reality it was a light touch, and this favorability score soared by 5 points. This woman's inner thoughts were really inscrutable. Taking a look at the small mirror table on the counter, her face clearly showed a sense of delight. Wow, Yusin, this white gold diamond necklace really matches you, so beautiful. Lin Saixia on the side said with glowing eyes and envy. Ma Zhengnan also felt that after Lu Yusin put on this necklace, her white and tender collarbone area looked even more pleasing to the eye. After gently removing the necklace, he tried on several more. Afterwards, he waved his hand, wrap it all up, we'll take it all. Chapter 27 Double Happiness on the Goddess. Hearing that Ma Zhengnan wanted to buy all the necklaces, Lu Yusin hurriedly said. There's no need to buy so many, I'll just pick one, I can't carry more anyway. I can't wear it anyway. The shopping guide girl muttered in her heart when she heard that. She looked at Ma Zhengnan again with an expectant expression. She just saw that the man in front of her really has the strength. It's okay, you all wrap it up, I'll take it all, this thing is more fascinating to change the belt. The several necklaces that I just wore added up to less than $30,000, completely within Ma Zhengnan's spending range. From the look on Lu Yusin's face when she tried on the necklaces just now, she must have liked every one of them. A simple sentence, directly on a hammer. Although Lu Yusin didn't say anything on her lips, the slight curve of the corner of her lips showed that she was quite fond of Ma Zhengnan's slightly overbearing approach. Seeing this, Lin Saixia could no longer find any other mood other than deep envy. Subsequently, under the introduction of the shopping guide girl, 2 more pairs of earrings were chosen, adding up to a total of just over $30,000. After Ma Zhengnan easily swiped his card, the 3 of them left the jewelry store. Boss Ma, what store are we going to spend money in next? Hearing Lin Saixia always call herself Boss Ma, Ma Zhengnan was too lazy to refute. Laughed, clothes, bags, cosmetics, anyway, what use in fancy, I buy the bill is. Really envious. The next life I also want a reincarnation to be a big beauty, the same to find a willing to spend money for me casually man. Listening to Lin Saixiao's complaint, Lu Yusin couldn't help but comfort her. Saixia, you're also quite good looking, you don't need to be reincarnated in the next life, maybe you'll soon be able to find a man who's willing to spend money for you. Alas, hopefully. Listening to the two women's conversation, although Ma Zhengnan didn't interrupt, in his heart, he didn't dare to agree. Lin Saixia's looks were at most 70 points, plus she had a big mouth. If you really want to find a man who was willing to spend money for her, I'm afraid it's harder than winning the lottery jackpot. 2 hours later, all three of them had several shopping bags in their hands. Yusin, is there anything else you like? Just pick whatever is available at the mall. No, I didn't even think about buying so much. Let's just find a place to sit down, my feet are tired from walking. During the 2 hours of shopping, Lu Yusin and Lin Saixia once again witnessed Ma Zhengnan's super arrogant spending attitude. Whether it's bags, cosmetics or clothes, basically what is expensive to buy. Just 2 hours of shopping, almost spent out more than $10,000. The kind of completely do not take the banknote as a banknote style, is simply bright blind two women eyes. However, what makes Ma Zhengnan very puzzled is that, in addition to the 5 points of goodwill increased in the jewelry store. When shopping in other stores, Lu Yusin did not increase her favoritism towards herself by 1 point. Could it be that he had opened himself in the wrong way? Name, Lu Yusin. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 88 points. Purity, 99. Physical state, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability towards the host, 35 points. After looking at Lu Yusin's panel information again, Ma Zhengnan couldn't think of anything else. However, he is also not in a hurry, 99% purity degree is there, sooner or later is his own pot of food. Took out his cell phone and checked, laughed and said, since I'm tired of walking then I'm not going to shop, there's a top seafood restaurant on the top floor of this shopping mall, let's go eat a big meal. Hearing that there is a seafood dinner to eat, Lin Saixia is of course the most excited. What are you waiting for? I've been hungry for a long time, hurry up and take us there. After knowing Ma Zhengnan's super strength, she was quite polite. Being able to follow and dine on a big meal is also considered the biggest reward of the day. Seeing that Lu Yusin nodded, the three of them got on the elevator together. They arrived at the top floor of a restaurant called Ho Ki Seafood and asked for a small private room. Ma Zhengnan casually looked at the menu prices. After consulting the two women's opinions, directly ordered $328.88 worth of the top luxury package. The entire top seafood is unlimited. Yesterday, after having eaten Western food worth tens of thousands of dollars, for such an expensive seafood package. The two women were also quite immune and didn't show any sense of amazement. After enjoying a very delicious seafood meal, Lin Saixia burped a little and asked with half-smiled eyes. Boss Ma, what's the next arrangement for the afternoon? Lin Saixia, the meal also invited you to eat, for the sake of our old classmate relationship, or you first withdraw? Ma Zhengnan heart is what to say, directly and generously set out. Hearing this, Lin Saixia was not angry. Everyone is an adult, of course she is clear that Ma Zhengnan's heart is a little bit small. Glanced at Lu Yusin, the expression of a smile and not a smile asked, Yusin, or then I will withdraw first. Lu Yusin, of course, is also clear about the meaning of Lin Saixia's expression, blushing slightly whispered. That's fine, I'll find you again when I have time. At those words, Lin Saixia smiled and stood up. Alright, then I won't bother you too, goodbye. After Lin Saixia left, Ma Zhengnan was finally much more comfortable. Laughing, why don't we find a counter to store our stuff first, and I'll take you to a fun place. Aha! Lu Yusin didn't even hesitate for a moment and directly nodded her head in agreement. Receiving so many expensive gifts from Ma Zhengnan today was definitely not the same as rewarding him in the live broadcast room. Basically in her heart, she had already made some sort of determination. Taking advantage of her youth and beauty to find a man who was good to her and willing to spend money, it's quite good. As for the fun place that Ma Zhengnan said, she was completely indifferent. When she arrived at her destination, Lu Yusin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Seeing the signboard with the huge words through Mountain City. Zhengnan, the fun place you're talking about is to play this game? Yes, or else what do you think? Looking at Ma Zhengnan's expression that looked like a smile, Lu Yusin's face turned slightly red. awkwardly explained, I didn't think this game I saw in the video, I didn't think you brought me here. Let's go buy tickets, this game is still quite exciting. Although Ma Zhengnan also probably guessed that even if he proposed to go to a room right away, Lu Yusin would most likely agree. But he still wants to see, and the girl playing the game, the other side of the good sense will not increase. If he really breaks through the 50 points mark in the game, then the next step would be even more wonderful. Chapter 28 Conquering the Schoolgirl Goddess. An hour later, when the two of them walked out of the game experience hall, Ma Zhengnan clearly had a depressed look on his face. Although Lu Yusin was screaming happily during the game, her favorability was not up by a single point. Zhengnan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Ma Zhengnan's obviously sullen expression, Lu Yusin couldn't help but inquire. Nothing, let's go, just stroll around the neighborhood. Hearing Lu Yusin's inquiry, Ma Zhengnan also figured it out. Since he couldn't enjoy double the pleasure, he had to fulfill his dream. After all, a big beauty was in front of him, he didn't want to be some kind of willow. Speaking, directly pulled up Lu Yusin's small hand. The small action of Ma Zhengnan made Lu Yusin's delicate body trembled obviously. Ding! Lu Yusin favorability +1. Ha! The sudden increase in favorability by 1 point made Ma Zhengnan's eyes light up, he seemed to have found the trick. With a tugging motion he took Lu Yusin into his arms. There are too many people here, let go of me. Lu Yusin struggled out of Ma Zhengnan's arms and said in a shy whisper with a red face. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan looked up and looked around. Sure enough, many of the males around him were intentionally or unintentionally looking this way. Occasionally revealing extreme envy, I'm afraid they were all itching to take their place. Lu Yusin, as a school goddess at the school flower level, there was no need to mention her body and appearance. The kind of seductive charm that radiates from the inside out, the average man is afraid to be unable to help himself just by looking at it. He couldn't even imagine how fragrant it would be if he had a kiss on her. Looking at these envious gazes, Ma Zhengnan also can't help but feel a little bit pleased. Once upon a time, he was the same as these losers. In the street to see other men in the arms of the extremely beautiful, I'm afraid the mood is no better. Looking at the former object of fantasy in front of him, Ma Zhengnan's mouth slightly showed a touch of arc. Let's go, I will take you to a really fun place. In front of a well-known 5-star hotel, Ma Zhengnan held up Lu Yusin's small hand as stopped in his tracks. Softly said, today stay here, do not go back. Lu Yusin, who has long been psychologically prepared, lowered her head and blushed her cheeks and softly gave a HMPF. Ding! Lu Yusin favorability +1. Under the hospitality of a beautiful front desk girl. Ma Zhengnan is a big hand, spent 46,880 yuan, directly to the hotel's only one presidential suite booked. Anyway, taking the girl to open the room can be all cashback, as long as it does not exceed 56,000, Ma Zhengnan is not the slightest pressure. Ding! A qualified consumer cashback object has been detected, is it viewed? In Ma Zhengnan's line of sight, a superb girl in a hotel uniform walked over with a smile on her face. Hello, I am Li Tingting, the lobby manager of the Weir Hotel, and I welcome you to stay in our hotel's presidential suite. In the next day, we will bring you the best service. This is my business card, you can contact me at any time if you need anything. As she spoke, Li Tingting reached out her small white hand and handed out a business card. At the moment Ma Zhengnan reached out and took it, his heart silently recited a view. Name, Li Tingting. Age, 25 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 86 points. Purity, 97. Physical state, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability to the host, 10 points. Ma Zhengnan was not surprised to see such a level of beauty in a 5-star hotel. However, when he saw that the other party's favorability had reached 10 points as soon as she came up, his heart was also happy. Another superb girl that could be rated. Obviously, after booking the only presidential suite in the hotel. He had a unique aura of ability to attract girls with his own money. He picked up the business card and casually looked at it, and put it into his bag with a faint smile. The two of you come with me, the top floor presidential suite has a special elevator, I will take you up. Where has Lu Yusin seen this kind of specification of top treatment? This life has never even stayed in a 5-star hotel, let alone the legendary presidential suite. Thinking of the scene later, her heart is looking forward to it, but also a little nervous. Ma Zhengnan didn't think much about it, put Lu Yusin in his arms and followed him up. Not a moment later, the three came to the top floor of the hotel outside the presidential suite. Li Tingting personally opened the door to the room after. Smiling warmly, she said, "I won't bother you two, feel free to contact me if you have any needs." As the lobby manager of the hotel, she had long guessed in her heart what the two were here for. In her heart, she was also secretly curious. The man in front of her could be said to be very ordinary, and could be said to be the same as Li Tingting's heart. The man in front of her could be said to be very ordinary in appearance, and could be said to be completely out of touch with the rich man in Li Tingting's mind. But this is such a man with an unattractive appearance. Not only did he have a woman by his side who was no less beautiful than himself, he had also booked the only presidential suite in the hotel. Is it possible that rich people nowadays like to play low profile? After Li Tingting left with a little question mark. Only then did Ma Zhengnan pull Lu Yusen's small hand into the room. "This hall is so beautiful." After casually turning around in the room, Ma Zhengnan then walked to Lu Yusen, and gently lifted the other party's cheek with one hand. With mesmerized eyes, he opened his mouth and said, "Yusen, you're so beautiful." Even though she had already guessed the scene that followed. Lu Yusen, for the man in front of him, this intimate present action, still feel incomparably shy, gently closed her eyes. Ding! Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host +3. Ma Zhengnan's youthful dream is finally realized. Ding! Lu Yusen favorability +15. Ding! Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. The system automatically binds her to the third-rater heroine. From this moment on, the host will have the opportunity to obtain a small gift pack from heaven on the third-rater heroine. Chapter 29 Special Reward. With the prompt of binding the number 3 female hostess Lu Yusen in his mind, it made Ma Zhengnan both surprised and delighted. Ding! From the number 3 rater goddess Lu Yusen's heavenly small gift pack, obtaining a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Ding! A small heavenly gift package from the number 3 rater goddess Lu Yusen, obtaining a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! A small heavenly gift package from the number 3 rater goddess Lu Yusen has been awarded a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Ding! From the number 3 rater goddess Lu Yusen's Skyfall small gift pack, get 5,000 yuan cash reward. Continuous small gift package, simply let Ma Zhengnan have a kind of instantaneous takeoff rhythm. This money is also too good to earn. Ding! Special Skyfall small gift pack, the host receives a special reward, Body Physique X3. With this special sweet heavenly gift package that suddenly came from his mind, it made Ma Zhengnan instantly feel that his body's strength had increased by several times. After his face froze just slightly, the surprise in his heart instantly reached an extreme. He didn't expect that the rewards of the small gift pack of Heaven's Descent would not only receive cash back, but also special rewards. This kind of miraculous transforming body power was definitely something that could not be exchanged for any more money. Thinking about it, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but have a silly smile on his face. Subsequently, the system once again rewarded the heavenly small gift pack of 10,000 yuan. Not counting the special rewards, not only did he gain the heart of the goddess today, but he also made a huge profit of 55,000 yuan in cash. Host, Ma Zhengnan. Rater object, number 1 female maintainer Meng Ying, number 2 female maintainer Su Shuer, number 3 female maintainer Lu Yusen. Total cash assets, 111,485 yuan. Without realizing it, Ma Zhengnan's total cash assets had exceeded 110,000 yuan. While his heart was excited, he said with an indescribable smile on his face, "Uxan, you are so beautiful now." Hate, don't say such words. Ding! Lu Yusen's favorability towards the host +1. Ha ha ha, okay. The girl's unorthodox behavior made Ma Zhengnan a bit tolerant as well. Don't laugh. Agu, why did you bite me? Looking at a few shallow teeth marks on his arm, Ma Zhengnan was angry and funny and asked. Humph, who let you laugh at me? Looking at the appearance of Lu Yusen pampering herself, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. If the system did not choose himself, this kind of scene, he was afraid that he could not even dream of imagining it. When it was almost dark, Ma Zhengnan, who had a comfortable sleep, slowly opened his eyes. Looked at the side of the sister Lu Yusen, at this time is still snoring in a small inaudible sound. Ma Zhengnan did not wake her up, and put on a brand new nightgown prepared by the hotel. After getting up lightly, came to the living room, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the lights of the whole city. For a moment, he was inwardly filled with a great deal of pride. He himself could now stand at the top and look down at the scenery of the entire city as well. Brother Nan, what are you looking at? Turning around, Lu Yusin, wearing a sexy silver white silk nightgown, had somehow come to his side. You're awake, why don't you sleep a little longer? Brother Nan, I can't sleep, what time is it now? Ma Zhengnan pointed to the huge wall clock on the wall and said with a smile, it's almost 7 o'clock now. Laughed, now it's almost 7 o'clock, hungry or not, why don't we go down to eat something? Being asked by Ma Zhengnan, Lu Yusin immediately felt her stomach growling. Lightly nodded, then I'll go and change my clothes first, and after saying that, I walked towards the master bedroom. Seeing this, with a little if any smile on his face, Ma Zhengnan also followed and walked in. Seeing this, Lu Yusin's expression was one of desire to speak, but in the end, she pretended not to see it. Before going out, Lu Yusin made a call to her family, saying that she would not go back tonight if she stayed at her friend's house. Regarding Lu Yusin's family, Ma Zhengnan didn't ask much, nor did he want to. After getting this system, he was destined to go farther and farther down the scum road. It was definitely impossible to make any promises to any woman, even if it was the goddess he had once fantasized about. I'm afraid the bridge of meeting his mother-in-law will never happen to him. When the two came to the second-floor restaurant, there were not many people dining, and they casually found a quiet seat. After both sat down, Ma Zhengnan handed over the menu. Smiled, Uxin, like to eat what you order. Aha! After the two had this kind of relationship, Lu Yusin wasn't so polite. After casually ordering a few dishes that looked good, she handed the menu back to Ma Zhengnan. After Ma Zhengnan added a few dishes, he casually asked again. Do you want a bottle of red wine? Lu Yusin shook her head, no, seriously that stuff is quite hard to drink. Ha, I also think it's quite hard to drink, then I'll order a juice for you. Thanks. In a short time, a beautiful dish was served on the table. 5-star hotel dishes, undoubtedly are colorful and fragrant, the two are eating and chatting. Lu Yusin suddenly asked, Brother Nan, what exactly do you do inside your house? My parents died in an accident many years ago, I am now in a situation where one person has enough to eat, the whole family is not hungry. Ma Zhengnan also did not hide, said his basic situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin's face clearly showed a look of surprise. Then she opened her mouth a bit apologetically and said, Sorry, Brother Nan. It's fine, you don't need to apologize, Yusin, just don't worry about it, I don't dare to guarantee anything else, but if you want to live any high-quality life, I can satisfy you. Brother Nan, I know. Ding. Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +2. Chapter 30, A Night of Passion. Name, Lu Yusin. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 88 points. Purity, 98. Physical state, no gynecological diseases, good security rating. Favorability to the host, 53 points. Looking at the 98% purity on the panel, an indescribable smile also flashed across Ma Zhengnan's face. Brother Nan, what are you smiling about again? Seeing this, Lu Yusin asked with a pouty tone. I was thinking that when we first met at the riverside yesterday, you definitely couldn't have imagined that the two of us would end up like this today, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin's small face was once again slightly red. The eyes of the opening, early to know is this kind of ending, at first in the class when, I directly and hello forget. Hearing Lu Yusin say this, Ma Zhengnan immediately smiled. In the final analysis, he was able to realize his dream of becoming a goddess so quickly, which was entirely due to his ability to pay money. If he was still a poor loser in the past, even if he was reunited after many years, he would not have been able to get a chance to meet her. Lu Yusin's interactions with her would have been nothing more than a nod of the head and a greeting. However, if the goddess could say these words, Ma Zhengnan was still quite happy in his heart. After eating dinner comfortably, the two returned to the presidential suite. In the living room on the big sofa, Ma Zhengnan also did not deliberately avoid Lu Yusin, generous respectively back to a few girls' message. Su Shuer, Nan brother, today sent you several messages how not back, I think about you a little. Oh, I have something important to do today, wait for 2 days to find you to play. Zhang Menjiang, Nan, you again several messages did not return to me, or the day after tomorrow after class you come to school to pick me. See Zhang Menging this message, Ma Zhengnan heart cannot help but a happy. It seems that the sister than their own more anxious returned, too busy, do not have the time to often read the message, then we will say goodbye, when I come to pick you up, to give you to transfer 20,000 yuan pocket money, you accept it. Zhang Menjiang received the message basically a second back. Ah Nan, thank you, I'll give you a surprise on Friday night. I'll be waiting for your surprise. Aha, love you. Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly, and opened Kushoyan's message again. Nan brother, today I'm here to rain a lot, the weather is still a bit cool, you there? Seeing Kushoyan's WeChat message, Ma Zhengnan smiled coldly in his heart. Directly chose to ignore. This girl is afraid that she saw that she didn't enter the live broadcasting room to reward, so she felt chilly. When Ruyue Nan brother, how to do, my head today is full of last night's live reward screen, not in the mood for class. Looking at the beauty next to him, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly on his face and chose not to return. Brother Nan, can't see that you are usually quite busy, can you cope with it? Although Lu Yusin has long been guessing this situation, but the heart is still more or less a little bit of pain. Speaking tone of voice is also with a bit of flavor. At these words, Ma Zhengnan is a laugh. The cell phone was put aside, and casually brought the girl into the arms, and pinched her small face. Oli then said gently, "You Xan, you will not be angry, right? In my heart you must be more important than them." A simple action, coupled with the sweet words coming from the ear, instantly let Lu Yusin heart that a little bit are not happy to disappear. Nan, I'm not angry, thank you for being so good to me. After saying these words, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Lying diagonally in Ma Zhengnan's arms, she raised her head and asked, "Right, do I still need to open the live broadcast tonight?" Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but pinch Lu Yusin's small face again. Laughing, "In the future, the live broadcast can only be shown to me alone, I can't afford to let other men have any thoughts about you." Well, I listened to Brother Nan. Lu Yusin's live broadcast is just to earn some pocket money, so that her quality of life will be better in the future. Since Ma Zhengnan said so, she of course knew which was more important, and agreed to it with a very good behavior. Looking at the once high and mighty goddess, in front of herself so good and obedient appearance, Ma Zhengnan heart inexplicably a burst of sour. Lu Yusin's favorability to the host +1. Another night of passion. Ding. From the number 3 raider goddess Lu Yusin's heavenly small gift package, obtaining 20,000 yuan cash reward. The next day, the two were sleeping until 10 in the morning before waking up. When Lu Yusin woke up, she saw Ma Zhengnan with a smiling expression, and couldn't help but glare daintily at him. "Brother Nan, aren't you getting up yet? Why don't you help me get dressed?" Oomph, what a beautiful thought. After yesterday's intimacy, the two of them were very casual in their quarrels. As if they were a real couple. After Ma Zhengnan got dressed, Lu Yusin suddenly seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes instantly lit up. "Ah, Brother Nan, why do I suddenly feel that you've changed?" Hearing Lu Yusin's exclamation of surprise, Ma Zhengnan appeared calm. Needless to say, it must be the change in temperament brought about by the system's upgrading of one's comprehensive physique. Lightly laughed, "Then tell me, where have I changed in my body?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin stood on her tiptoes and circled around Ma Zhengnan. With a slightly puzzled expression, she said, "I can't say where it's changed, but it looks much more comfortable than yesterday." "Ha, it can't be because I fulfilled my high school dream last night and suddenly my temperament has improved, right? If that's the case, I really have to thank you." Ma Zhengnan made a half-true, half-false joke. Hearing this, Lu Yusin didn't dwell on this matter. She just thought it was a different feeling brought about by her sudden intimate behavior with the other party. After hesitating for a little while, she whispered in an embarrassed voice, "Brother Nan, I still want to stay here for the night." Chapter 31 Pick up the girl at the university campus. Lu Yusin, this pleasant request, of course, is just right for Ma Zhengnan's intention. With a smile of deep meaning on his face, he said, "I can't wait to hear it." Then took out Li Tingting's business card and gave her a call, directly stating that he would also like to renew the room charge for 2 days. The hotel, of course, was more than happy to do so. Although there is only one presidential suite, but because the price is too expensive, usually the probability of being booked out is extremely low. Li Tingting, as the hotel's lobby manager, personally took the two of them to handle the renewal fee. "Mr. Ma, thank you for choosing our hotel. We will prepare luxury cars, private butlers, and other attentive services for you around the clock in the next 2 days. You can contact me at any time if you have any needs." "That's fine, let's have a bite to eat first." "You prepare a car in an hour." "Okay, Mr. Ma, I wish you two a nice meal." I have to say, Li Tingting has become the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel. In addition to her excellent looks and temperament, her tone of voice is also very comfortable to listen to. While dining in the restaurant, Lu Yusin asked with a deeper meaning, "Brother Nan, this manager Li is really pretty, I don't know if she's married." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan instantly understood what Lu Yusin was thinking, but he didn't pick up on this remark. Instead, he smiled lightly and asked, Yusin, do you want to go somewhere to play later? Hearing Ma Zhengnan change the topic so quickly, Lu Yusin's eyes flickered for a moment, not knowing what was on her mind. Only after a while did she return quietly, Brother Nan, I don't have any opinion, you make the decision. During the day, the two of them were having a great time at the underwater world in Mountain City and the Happy Valley Games City. Waiting for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two people only take the hotel with the luxury car to yesterday's New Century Mall, and picked up all the items and brought them back to the hotel. When the neon lights of the city were lit up, the night of passion had just begun. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +2. Ding! A small heavenly gift package from the third goddess Lu Yusin, obtaining cashback funds of 10,000 yuan. Ding! From goddess Lu Yusin's heavenly gift package, obtaining cashback funds of 20,000 renminbi. After spending a wonderful and pleasant night again. Without realizing it, Ma Zhengnan's total personal cash assets had exceeded 160,000 yuan. After waking up the next day, Lu Yusin organized herself and kissed Ma Zhengnan on the face. Only then did she delicately say, Brother Nan, thank you for letting me enjoy the treatment of the presidential suite for once, then I should go back. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan didn't stay. Although he had that little bit of special feelings for Lu Yusin, it was basically negligible. Plus there is a schoolgirl level girl waiting for his date today, so it can be said that it's just what he wanted. Alright then, I'll have the hotel arrange for a car to send you back. Hearing this, Lu Yusin deflated her small mouth. Brother Nan, you don't know how to retain me for a bit, is it that you men all like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot? Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan immediately took Lu Yusin into his arms and kneaded her twice. Evil smile, then why don't you stay, I'll push all the other girls' dates. Lu Yusin on their own position is still relatively clear, do not want to lose the watermelon to pick up the sesame kind of stupid thing. Pouted, Brother Nan, I was joking, time is not early, now send me down. See once young fantasy goddess, in front of their own so obedient, Ma Zhengnan heart is certainly comfortable. Smilingly said, UXIN, tell me your bank card number, I will give you to transfer some pocket money to spend. Hearing this, Lu Yusin's face clearly showed surprise. But still said, Brother Nan, this is not too good, you have rewarded me so much money in the live broadcast. Looking at the girl's expression, Ma Zhengnan is a smile. Hurry up and report the card number to me, or I really won't transfer it. Brother Nan, you really want to give that I'll take it, so as not to cheapen the other vixen. Originally it was all about Ma Zhengnan's money, how could Lu Yusin really want to refuse? The card number reported, not a moment after the phone received a bank message to the account of the whole 150,000 yuan. Although it has long been guessed that Ma Zhengnan will not be stingy, but this amount still let Lu Yusin surprise. Just want to offer their own kiss, to express their gratitude. The cell phone ding-dong sound, received a transfer of 150,000 yuan again. At a time, Lu Yusin a small heart is fluttering non-stop. Directly jumped into the arms of Ma Zhengnan, pouting incomparably opened, Brother Nan, you're so good. The man in front of her suddenly bold outburst, let her completely is sunk. Thinking of her marriage to Sichuan province, she lived a hard life for several years. Since she was the one who filed for divorce, she didn't get a single penny of benefits from the man's family. And now that she met Ma Zhengnan just a few days ago, the benefits she received can be said to be completely beyond Lu Yusin's imagination. The more she thought about it, the more precious she felt the man in front of her. Ding! Lu Yusin's favorability towards the host +3. Ding! A small heavenly gift package from the third-rater goddess Lu Yusin, receiving a 30,000 cash reward. This kind of staying with a pretty girl and having small heavenly gift packs anytime, anywhere, made Ma Zhengnan not even know how to describe his mood. After sending Lu Yusin away happily, he was ready to start on Zhang Menjiying's matter. Just after 4 in the afternoon, outside the gates of Shancheng University, Ma Zhengnan stepped down from a cab. Although he was a native of Mountain City, it was really the first time he had come to this famous school in front of him. After casually looking around, he found that there were quite a few luxury cars on the road in front of the campus. With a faint smile on his face, he didn't care too much. According to the speed at which he was earning money now, it shouldn't be difficult to buy a luxury car. Without waiting for a few minutes, students of all shapes and sizes walked out. Zhang Menjiying in the crowd still looked very dazzling. After Ma Zhengnan waved his hand at her, Xiaozi directly rushed over excitedly. Chapter 32, waiting for you, the female lead role. Zhang Menjing didn't care about other people's surprised eyes, she directly jumped into Ma Zhengnan's arms. Brother Nan. After Ma Zhengnan had given 220,000 yuan pocket money, Zhang Menjing had figured it out long ago. The man in front of me is also in the private theater is so generous. If he really had a substantial relationship, he would definitely not treat himself any less favorably. Zhang Menjing can be in the Love Experience Museum part-time miss, essentially, for the temptation of money basically little resistance. To put it bluntly, she belonged to the category of gold-digging women. Compared to those licking dogs on the university campus, Ma Jingnan's hand is real and visible. If you really want to find a boyfriend who is so arrogant, Zhang Menjing's heart is 10,000 willing. Looking at the delicate girl in his arms, coupled with the envious eyes of the surrounding males, Ma Zhengnan could not help but feel a little smug. After releasing the girl, he looked at her. Only then smilingly said, "Let's go, I take you to a good place." Aha! Zhang Menjing gently nodded, and suddenly asked with some doubt in her eyes. Brother Nan, why do I feel different from the last time I saw you? Hearing the sister's words, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but be happy. After the system remodeled his body, not only was his strength and agility several times stronger, but also his temperament, which was ethereal and ethereal. That kind of ethereal temperament and aura, but also from the inside out emanates out. Smiling faintly, he said back, "Has he become more handsome and manly?" "I can't say for sure, anyway, I feel that you've become more attractive, Brother Nan." "Little girl, your little mouth is really sweet." "Brother Nan, what I said is true." The two of them talked and walked, and soon left the school entrance. Seeing Ma Zhengnan standing beside the road ready to stop the car, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask, "Brother Nan, didn't you drive here yourself?" "No, how convenient to take a cab, do you have a problem with that?" "No, I'm just asking." Although she said so, Zhang Menjing was secretly wondering in her heart. Nan spends money without blinking an eye. But how come the 2 times he met with himself, he chose a cab as a cheap means of transportation? Although she couldn't figure it out, Zhang Menjing didn't dare to ask more. After the two got into the cab, Ma Zhengnan directly opened his mouth faintly and said, "Master, will hotel." When the driver heard this, as a veteran driver, his heart immediately became clear. Nima, this is the rhythm of going to war. Ah. When he saw Zhang Menjing's looks clearly, his heart became even more envious. While he was struggling to find some hard-earned money, others were enjoying a peak life. It's true that people are more angry than people. Ma Zhengnan couldn't care less what the cab driver thought. In the back seat, his hands and feet began to be dishonest. "Little brother, I know that you young people have a strong temper, but the Will Hotel will be here soon, so you should not be in such a hurry." The driver couldn't help but remind him. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan immediately retracted his palm from the girl. With an awkward smile on his face, his heart was a burst of MMP. He couldn't imagine that the driver still had a love of prying eyes. Zhang Menjing's face was even hot, and she glared at Ma Zhengnan. After arriving at the hotel, the girl looked at the 5 big stars in front of her eyes that were shining with golden light, and her heart was secretly excited. "Brother Nan, I've never stayed in a 5-star hotel before." Looking at the sister's surprised expression, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. "This is nothing, let's go, the hotel's best presidential suite has long been booked, just waiting for you." "Ah, really? Brother Nan, thank you for being so thoughtful." Between words, Zhang Menjing's small hand took the initiative to take Ma Zhengnan's arm. The two just walked into the hotel, and saw Li Tingting walking over. Although her eyes were surprised, she quickly adjusted herself. Enthusiastic smile, "Mr. Ma, our hotel Dream Bar is going to hold a small concert tonight, there are also famous singers to the scene, if you are interested I can arrange it for you." "Concert? Ah, I'll think about it, I really want to go and call you then." "Okay, Mr. Ma, I won't bother you now." The moment Li Tingting turned around, her eyes sized up Zhang Menjing again. In her heart, she was staggered, are all rich people so good at playing games? "Brother Nan, that hotel staff is so pretty, why do I look at her eyes a bit strange?" On the elevator, Zhang Menjing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan gently pinched the girl's little cheeks. Smilingly said, "She may also see you grow so beautiful, so we'll have that kind of eyes." Hearing Ma Zhengnan praising his own beauty, Zhang Menjing was still quite happy in her heart. "Brother Nan, do we want to go to the concert at the bar tonight?" "Sure, if you want to go, just go." In fact, Ma Zhengnan also wants to go to see what a small concert is like. While talking and laughing, the two of them arrived at the presidential suite. Wow, this room is so big and beautiful. Zhang Menjing's current expression was basically the same as Lu Yusin's when she first came in. Her face was nothing but surprise. Although Zhang Menjing's face value is a little bit lower than Lu Yusin's. However, it was indisputable that both of them were equally top-notch beauties. Their exquisite body shape was equally pleasing to Ma Zhengnan's eyes. Ding! From the number 1 rater goddess Zhang Menjing's heavenly small gift package, obtaining a cash reward of 5,000 renminbi. Casually surveyed, there is a small gift package of heavenly descent, so that Ma Zhengnan is also looking forward to it. Brother Nan, how much does this presidential suite cost per day? It's not as expensive as you think, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Listening to Ma Zhengnan's bold answer, Zhang Menjing's heart and mind could not help but stir a little. With misty eyes, she asked, Brother Nan, why are you so rich? Do you like money? Why don't we play a little game of question and answer? At the word, Zhang Menjing, whose eyes were mesmerized, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What do you mean? What do you mean? At this time, you still want to play games? Chapter 33 Bringing a sister to a concert. Although Zhang Menjing did not understand what Ma Zhengnan had in mind, she had to put on a naive demeanor. She pouted and asked, Brother Nan, what game do you want to play? This way, let's play a question and answer game. I'll come up with a question and you answer it. There is no reward or punishment for a wrong answer, and I'll reward you with $10,000 in cash for a right answer. The more satisfied I am with the answer, the higher the reward will be. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Zhang Menjing's face was obviously happy. Such a good and beautiful thing, only a fool would not be willing to owe. The eyes that had been moved just now were also slowly returning to normal. Seeing this expression of the sister, Ma Zhengnan once again laughed. It seems that you have no opinion, then I will start to ask. Apples, bananas and grapes, these 3 fruits, if I have to let you choose one, what will you choose? At those words, the girl was immediately confused. Apples, bananas and grapes? What kind of question is that? Why don't you let yourself choose money and bills? She couldn't help but ask in a petulant manner, Brother Nan, this question has no logic at all, can you give me some hints? This question is actually quite simple, so I will give you a little hint. You have to consider this question from a different angle. A different perspective? Zhang Menjing racked her brain for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She blushed and whispered, it shouldn't be grapes and apples. Hearing Zhang Menjing's answer, Ma Zhengnan was instantly happy. Laughing, I told you it was quite simple, congratulations on getting the first question right. While saying that, he took out his cell phone and transferred $10,000 to Zhang Menjing on the spot. Brother Nan, you really give rewards. Of course, if you can make me more satisfied with your answer, the bonus will only be higher. Do you still want to play? Zhang Menjing nodded happily and her face was all smiles. I'm not stupid, Brother Nan, you ask. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan's face revealed an indescribable smile. Opened his mouth and asked, are you ready in your heart? After the correlation of the first question, how could Zhang Menjing not know what kind of medicine Ma Zhengnan was selling in his gourd? With a slight blush on her face, she gently nodded her head. Zhang Menjing answered the question shyly at this time, let Ma Zhengnan hormone instantly on the head. Took a deep breath before smiling evilly, good, this answer I'm very satisfied, tell me the bank card number, WeChat can't transfer so much money. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say so, Zhang Menjing face and shy and happy to put the bank card number set out. Not a moment, the cell phone message received a prompt, their bank card received 50,000 yuan cash transfer. She was so excited that she was about to jump up. This money is also too good to earn it. A time is excited to say, Brother Nan, you give so many rewards. Seeing the girl's so excited expression, Ma Zhengnan was also quite satisfied. To put it bluntly, he likes this kind of gold-worshipping girl. Laughing, mainly because your answer just now made me very satisfied, still want to play this game? Of course I do. Brother Nan, ask away. The last question, can't you think of it yourself? Hearing this, Zhang Menjing's face could not help but freeze for a moment, and then revealed a hesitant look. Of course she knew what the hell Ma Zhengnan was playing at. However, as a schoolflower Zhang Menjing, she still had her own small pride. After hesitating for a while, she whispered, Brother Nan, I'm sorry. Hearing Zhang Menjing's reply, Ma Zhengnan only smiled faintly. Although there is a little disappointment, but he also respects the sister's choice. It's fine, it's just that this answer is wrong for me, so there's no reward. Although Ma Zhengnan's face didn't have any unusual look, Zhang Menjing was still a bit worried. Brother Nan, you won't be angry, will you? I'll do anything else. Not angry, come over here. Aha. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favoritism towards the host is +5. Ding. A small gift package from the number 1 rater hostess, Zhang Menjing, rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. Ding. From the number 1 rater girl, Zhang Menjing, a small gift package from heaven, rewarded with 20,000 renminbi in cash. Ding. From the number 1 rater's female advocate, Meng Ying, small gift package from the sky, rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. Under a series of sweet blows, Ma Zhengnan once again obtained a 40,000 yuan cash reward. The cash account balance was already over $230,000. He can see it now. This small gift package of cash rewards, the amount of size is completely random, special rewards are even more unattainable. After lying on the bed for a while, the sky was already getting dark. Zhang Menjing suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brother Nan, I want to go down to see the concert in the bar, you accompany me to go." Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan did not have any opinion. He said, "It seems that you are quite energetic, okay? Well, thank you, Brother Nan." Afterwards, Ma Zhengnan picked up his cell phone and made a call to Li Tingting. "Manager Li, when is the concert in the bar going to start? Save 2 good seats for me." "Mr. Ma, it will start in half an hour, why don't I come up now and take you there?" "Yes, thank you." Not long after hanging up the phone, the knock on the door sounded. When Li Tingting came in, the two of them had also long been dressed, but could not see any difference. Ma Zhengnan was the first to smile. "Manager Li, it's really troublesome for you." "You mustn't say that, Mr. Ma, you are our hotel's most precious guest, it's my honor to serve you." Li Tingting also scanned the room intentionally or unintentionally as she spoke. In her heart, she guessed that the beautiful woman had already left the hotel. Then she made a gesture of "Please, Mr. Ma, I will take you there now." Seeing this, Zhang Menjing also stretched out her hand to take Ma Zhennan's arm. "Brother Nan, let's go then." On the way to the bar, looking at the shapely figure in front of him, Ma Zhennan suddenly asked, "Manager Li, how many years have you worked in this hotel?" Li Tingting sniffed, her footsteps were paused for a moment, smiled back, "I graduated from university and came to this hotel, there are more than 3 years. Then you are really great, a few years to the position of lobby manager, the annual salary must be very high, right?" Mr. Ma said jokingly, "Although my position seems to be very bright, in fact, the treatment is not as good as you think." Hearing Li Tingting say this, Zhang Menjing suddenly interjected, "Such a luxurious hotel, when the manager's annual salary is at least several 100,000, right?" Hearing this, Li Tingting said bitterly, "How can it be, like my current salary is just over 10,000, really not as good as you guys think." Chapter 34 The Temptation of the Ace of Spades. Hearing Li Tingting's words, Ma Zhengnan did not have any feelings. The big beauty in front of him was one of his goals anyway. The more the girl was dissatisfied with her current treatment, the easier it would be for him to take the other party down. However, Zhang Menjing was not very calm. She had known Ma Zhengnan for less than a week, and the benefits she had received were feared to be worth Li Tingting's annual salary. Both equally beautiful, Zhang Menjing didn't think she was any better than Li Tingting. The more she thought about it, the more she felt how much she treasured the man beside her. Unconsciously, her body was also leaning closer to her. Well, hotel has a total of 38 floors, and the Dream Bar is located on the 36th floor, which is also considered a veritable sky bar. When Ma Zhengnan's trio arrived, the huge bar had already seated quite a few guests. Obviously many of them had come for tonight's mini-concert. Just as they entered the bar, their minds were reminded of a series of qualified consumption objects. Obviously, those who could come here to spend money did not have poor quality female companions around them. Several of the girls even had higher face value scores than Zhang Menjing and Li Tingting. It's just that there are men around them. Although Ma Zhengnan didn't have the idea of hitting on any of the girls, he couldn't help but curse MMP in his heart. So many good cabbages had been swept away by pigs. Li Tingting, as the lobby manager of the Weir Hotel, still had a bit of privilege. After whispering 2 sentences with a man in charge of the bar, she brought Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing to a high VLP card seat. Laughing, "Mr. Ma, this position is okay, if you guys need to drink something, just call the waiter, I won't accompany you." Seeing Li Tingting want to go, Ma Zhengnan quickly retained, "Don't Manager Li, why don't you stay and drink with us?" Upon hearing this, Li Tingting's face showed a hesitant look. "This is not good, right? What's wrong with that, just so you can introduce me to the concert?" If the lady next to you doesn't mind, that's fine." Li Tingting was already off work at this time, and could arrange her time however she wanted. Plus, she was still a bit curious about Ma Zhengnan. The body were ordinary, also did not bring what watches and so on, cell phone or use a very cheap national products. But just such an ordinary, does not look like a rich man at all. Not only wildly smashed 10,000 gold booked the only presidential suite in the hotel. Within 2 days, there were also 2 big beauties around who were no less than himself. To say that the other party was swollen for the sake of the beauties, Li Tingting definitely didn't believe it. There is so much money to open the presidential suite, go to high-end nightclubs, what kind of girl cannot find? After Zhang Menjing saw that Li Tingting really intended to sit down, her heart could not help but be blocked. However, she and Ma Zhengzhangnan's current relationship, but also do not dare to play a small temper on the spot. From the point of view of the question and answer game that Ma Zhengnan asked her to do just now, Zhang Menjing also figured it out. Her position in this man's heart, I'm afraid it's just a little bit stronger than a gunnery partner. If it wasn't for the fact that Ma Zhengnan was too generous, Zhang Menjing was afraid that she would have thrown her face away. After she realized her position, the girl also figured it out. Since there are no feelings to talk about, then on Ma Zhengnan honestly rake in the gold. Ma Zhengnan will care about what the 2 girls think, faintly smiled, and said. Manager Li is joking, no one will mind. Waiting for the 3 people to sit down, Ma Zhengnan picked up the list on the table and looked at it. The most conspicuous row wrote something Supreme Dragon package, worth 66,000 yuan. After carefully counting it, his heart was also staggered. Lightly laughed, your bar is really not cheap. What kind of wine is Supreme Divine Dragon? How come I haven't heard of it? Mr. Ma, I usually seldom come to this side, in fact, I don't know much about it. Li Tingting was also shocked at the price. After saying this apologetically, she beckoned for a barman to come over. Pointing to the Supreme Dragon on the list, she asked, what kind of wine is this, why is it so expensive? Manager Li, this is a top-quality Ace of Spades package imported from abroad, which is sold at a slightly higher price in our bar. Ma Zhengnan has heard of the name Ace of Spades, it should be a top champagne. The waiter smiled faintly and said, no need to introduce, just give us an Ace of Spades package on this table. Upon hearing this, the waiter was shocked and delighted. Inside the bar, usually this kind of big order of tens of thousands of dollars can get a commission. He'll get at least a few $100s for this order. Okay, sir, I'll prepare it for you right away. And Li Tingting's heart couldn't help but tremble. She was also considered to have seen Ma Zhengnan's bravado for the first time. Slightly flirtatious, she said, Mr. Ma, I'm really lucky today, I haven't had such expensive wine in my life. Oh, you are too polite. Zhang Menjing watched from the sidelines as the 2 of them looked at each other with a frown, her heart was even more clogged. She skimmed her mouth and asked, Manager Li, when will this concert start? The above is set time is 7:30 p.m., it should start right away. By the way, you should have heard of the CA Wood, in the internet is quite popular, tonight he will also come to the scene performance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menjing's originally depressed eyes suddenly lit up. Hayaki is also coming, I like several of his songs, I didn't expect to see a real person here. Although Ma Zhengnan had also heard of Hayaki's name, there wasn't much of a reaction on his face. Seeing this, Li Tingting asked with a smile, Mr. Ma doesn't like listening to his songs? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled faintly. It's not bad, mainly because I personally never chased after stars, and the only ones who can really make me worship are those great scientists and soldiers who protect the country. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, the 2 girls' expression are frozen for a moment. This is also going too far. However, Li Tingting, as the hotel lobby manager, her socializing skills were certainly not to be mentioned. Taking the lead, she smiled and said, Mr. Ma can have such a lofty realm, I really want to toast you later. Seeing what good words were said by Li Tingting, Zhang Menjing deflated her mouth and could only sulk. In no time at all, the barman brought the Supreme Dragon set menu to the table. In addition to the Ace of Spades champagne, there were also several kinds of high-grade melon and fruit snacks. Sir, I'm sorry, did you choose to swipe your card or scan the code? Swipe your card. Just after briskly swiping the card, a music sound slowly rang out. Chapter 35 Conflict at the Bar. As the music started, a sexy girl slowly walked up from the back of the stage. Inside the bar, there was an instant burst of whistles and screams. Mr. Ma, this is Tang Xiaojiu, who has recently become quite popular on the internet, don't you recognize her? Seeing Ma Zhengnan's impassive face, Li Tingting couldn't help but ask. There is a little bit of impression, but not much attention. You said the small concert will not be to invite a few net red to sing it. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Li Tingting couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Netizen singers are actually quite popular, plus the appearance fee is not too high. This is also the best choice for the bar to get the atmosphere. Zhang Menjing looked a bit excited on the side. Brother Nan, I think Tang Shizhou's voice is quite good, and she's pretty too. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengnan only smiled faintly. Although the Netflix girl on the stage looked sexy and pretty, the system didn't prompt him at all, so he didn't bother to pay attention anymore. He poured half a glass for a few people, and then smiled and said, "Let's listen to the song and drink at the same time. Let's try this Ace of Spades champagne. Although this stuff is very expensive, it's just like that for my Zhangnan." Li Tingting and Zhang Menjing tasted it, but their faces showed a very intoxicated expression. After Tang Xiaozhou sang 2 songs, there were a few more Netflix singers who each sang their own famous songs. Among them, Hai Emu received the loudest welcome when he appeared on stage. Zhang Menjing even stepped out of the booth and went to the side of the stage to shake hands with Hai Aki. After returning to the booth, she excitedly said, "Brother Nan, I'm so happy today." Ma Zhengnan still understands the mood of a girl chasing a star at close range. Light smile, this small scene has what to see, if you perform well, and so have the opportunity to take you to Hong Kong Island Red Square concert to see King Lu live performance. Hearing this, Zhang Menjing of course more excited. She turned around and gave Ma Zhengnan a kiss on the cheek. "Brother Nan, you must keep your word." When Li Tingting saw the scene, her eyes flickered and she didn't know what she was thinking. The music on the stage lasted for just over an hour, and when it was over, Li Tingting just wanted to get up and say, "I don't know what to do." Li Tingting just wanted to get up to say goodbye. A middle-aged man with a big belly came over. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked over and said with a smile, "Manager Li, you're here too." As he spoke, his eyes faintly looked at Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing. Li Tingting was obviously not a fan of the middle-aged man in front of her. She faintly replied, "Mr. Lu. Manager Li, today I happen to accompany my friend to your bar to talk about something. Why don't you go and have a drink with us?" At that, Li Tingting frowned slightly, but still forced a smile and politely refused to say. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, today I'm specially accompanying my friend to play over here, it's not too convenient." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face revealed an expression of obvious displeasure. Glancing at Ma Zhengnan and Zhang Menjing once more, the leathery smile opened his mouth and said, "Manager Li, I've usually asked you out many times, you really don't intend to give me this face?" After a few short words between the two, Ma Zhengnan could see that the middle-aged man in front of him was not a good person. The middle-aged man in front of him is not a good bird, definitely want to hit Li Tingting's idea. After a slight hesitation, he stood up and spoke. "This is General Manager Lu, right? Manager Li has said that it is not convenient, so don't make it difficult for the little girl." At those words, the middle-aged man coldly glanced at Ma Zhengnan. "Kid, it's none of your business, look at your appearance as not a good bird, how, still want to learn others left embrace right, be careful to hold yourself up." In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Ma Zhengnan addressed dress up how to look like what rich people. The tone of voice is also quite impolite. Originally, Ma Zhengnan did not want to cause trouble, but I did not expect the other side also stomped on the eye. To say or before the poor loser, tolerate it, no excuse. But how he is now also the system selected by the proud son of heaven, where to endure this breath? The fire also can't help but come out at once. Finger middle-aged man said angrily, "I just want to hug the right and left, do you care? Dead fat man, you have a big belly, do not go to look in the mirror, just a piece of shit, still have the nerve to flirt with the little girl." Ma Zhengnan's sudden outburst, coupled with the meaning of his words, froze Li Tingting and Zhang Menjing on the side. While the two sisters were still trying to figure out what the first half of the sentence meant, the middle-aged man instantly became furious. This poor loser in front of him dared to taunt him like this. The scholar could not tolerate it. F***ck Nima Gobi, the little brat is looking for death. As soon as he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and smashed at Ma Zhengnan. Ma Zhengnan, who had already prevented the other party from getting angry, easily dodged the punch with a backward step. Casually lifted up the bottle on the table, aimed at the middle-aged man's head, directly smashed down. With a clang, the man's brain was solidly hit by a bottle. As Zhang Menjing and Li Tingting let out a shriek at the same time. The middle-aged man's several companions also surrounded him at the first time. With bottles in their hands, they stared angrily at Ma Zhengnan, looking like they wanted to surround him at any time. "Mr. Lu, are you alright? F***ck, dare to hit me with a bottle, get him killed." The middle-aged man named Mr. Lu wiped a handful of blood on his head and said with fierce eyes. When Ma Zhengnan saw this, his face only smiled coldly and didn't show any expression of fear. After his body was transformed by the system, his strength and agility increased exponentially. Although the eyes of the men in front of him were fierce, they looked like the body of a drunkard, and were not useful. Ma Zhengnan really has nothing to lose if he really starts to fight. Seeing that the situation is about to end, a number of black undershirt-wearing spectators rushed over in time. Stop! Seeing this, Li Tingting, who had already been scared to death, finally came to her senses. And a bar manager whispered a few words before walking to the middle-aged man. Slightly apologetic opening, General Liu, today this thing is really sorry, I apologize to you for my friend, or this matter will be settled. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man simply had his lungs exploding with anger. Pointing to the blood on his head, he said angrily, I am at least your hotel business partner. I came to your bar to consume, the brain was smashed by the bottle, you this little bitch even told me to just forget it, why? Chapter 36 The hand down so hard. Being called a little bitch by the middle-aged man, Li Tingting's aggression in her heart can be imagined, and her tears are almost falling down. The middle-aged man in front of her was named Lu Quan, the seafood supplier of the Weir Hotel. He is the seafood supplier of the Weir Hotel. Relying on the fact that he has a few dollars, he has not been hitting on her for a while. However, Li Tingting had long known that Lu Quan was a family man, coupled with the fact that the other party was full of pot bellies. She simply did not have any thoughts of being the other party's mistress. Lu Quan in the usual about her many times unsuccessful, but also did not dare to have any excessive ideas. After all, Li Tingting lobby manager's identity, he is seafood seller, there is no way to give each other trips. I didn't expect to meet in the bar today, because of Ma Zhengnan's relationship, the two sides have made it difficult to end. Li Tingting was angry and aggrieved in her heart. However, as the hotel lobby manager, she can only force a smile, Mr. Liu, I'm really sorry, we will certainly be responsible for the medical expenses. Words did not finish, the middle-aged man is angry again, you think I Lu Quan is what people, on the medical fee that 3 mil and 2 jujubai will lack. I tell you, you let that little yakuza now kneel down to me, I first smashed back with a bottle before saying. As he spoke, his eyes were full of fierce gaze towards Ma Zhengnan. Although Li Tingting is the lobby manager of the hotel, but is also a 25-year-old girl, where has seen this kind of situation. She could only look at the person in charge of the bar for help. When the bar staff saw this, a man with a scarred face walked out. A man with a scarred face stepped out and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Liu, today we are having an event at the bar, it's not appropriate for you to make a scene like this, I think it's best for both of you to have a good talk. This man with a scarred face looks like a tough character. Lu Quan tone did not dare to be so fierce. But still cold snort, I don't care, my head this wound can't just take it in vain. At these words, the scar-faced man's eyes could not help but look towards Ma Zhengnan. Fatally asked, this gentleman, you and Mr. Liu to discuss how in the end to solve it, really cannot I can only call the police. Ma Zhengnan heard the words of the scar-face, face as a cold smile. Then call the police, this fat man is the first to attack me, I only self-defense, anyway, this bar should have surveillance, the big deal is to compensate for some medical expenses. Lu Quan heard Ma Zhengnan dare to say he is a dead fat man, his eyes are almost spitting fire. However, he really does not want to go to the police, as Ma Zhengnan said. As long as there is a surveillance, it is true that he started it, maybe after the police will make a crime of mutual assault. If he really went to the police station, it would be a great loss of face. Once again, he wiped the blood on his head and looked at Ma Zhengnan with a fierce look in his eyes. Kid, you want to call the police on the end of the matter, today you are lucky, but this is not over, you give me a little more careful. After saying this, he also glared at Li Tingting. Obviously because of this matter he put Li Tingting also to hate on. When the scar-faced man heard Lu Quan's words, he immediately understood what it meant. As a bar watchman, he of course hoped that the big deal would be minimized and the small matter would be resolved. Lightly spoke, since both of you don't want to make a big deal out of it, I won't call the police then. I welcome you to sip wine here, but don't make any more trouble in the bar. After this incident, the crowd has no mood to stay here. Lu Quan looked at Ma Zhengnan and his companions directly left the bar. Ma Zhengnan and his companions directly left the bar. Of course, Ma Zhengnan and his companions were not in the mood to sip wine. Especially Zhang Menjing, the scene just now almost scared the piss out of her. Brother Nan, let's go back too. Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry that I got you into trouble, this General Liu is not someone who is willing to take a loss, so you'd better be careful. Seeing this, Li Tingting said with a worried face. Manager Li, this won't get you into trouble today, right? It shouldn't. Hearing Ma Zhangnan ask this, Li Tingting was really a bit worried about her situation. As the lobby manager of the hotel, she had a conflict with a guest in her own hotel bar. No matter what the reason was, I'm afraid that the consequences were not easy to say. After both sides parted with their own thoughts, Ma Zhangnan brought Zhang Menjing to have a little late-night snack at the restaurant before returning to the presidential suite. Seeing the girl's face's still scared expression, cannot help but whispered to comfort a sentence. Menjing, you don't have to worry about anything, even if that fat guy is looking for trouble, he's looking for trouble from me. At those words, Zhang Menjing's expression was dumbfounded for a moment. Then she whispered, Brother Nan, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about you, you're too impulsive today. That Mr. Liu is not a good person at first sight, so you really need to be careful in the future, Brother Nan. Hearing Zhang Menjing say this, Ma Zhangnan's heart was also depressed. He had never wanted to cause any trouble, properly when his own god Ho bubble girls to make money does not smell good. This is good, for no reason at all, one more potential threat. But Ma Zhangnan also know, some things are not their own wanna hide away. Like today's incident, although Li Tingting and he has nothing to do with the essence, but really if nothing to do, I'm afraid I look down on myself. I think so in my heart, but my face is full of care. Expression. Looking at Zhang Menjing laughed, you can rest assured, that dead fat man is a bully soft and afraid of Hardmaster. Didn't you see that he was instantly cowed in front of Scarface at the bar? If he dares to find me trouble, he can only ask for trouble. Of course, Ma Zhangnan still had quite the backbone to say this. After his body was transformed by the system, both his strength and agility have increased several times. It was still no problem to deal with a few ordinary people. After listening to Ma Zhangnan's words, Zhang Menjing remembered the image just now. She muttered, Brother Nan, you look quite gentle, but I didn't expect you to hit so hard in a fight. Ha, are you afraid? I'm not afraid, Brother Nan is such a gentleman that he definitely won't bully women. Ding. From the number one woman, Meng Ying's heavenly gift bag, she got $10,000 in cashback funds. Ding. Zhang Menjing's favoritism towards the host is +2. Ding. From number one girl Zhang Menjing's heavenly gift package, she received 20,000 yuan in cashback funds. By now, Ma Zhangnan's total cash assets had exceeded $260,000. Chapter 37 Zhang Menjing's massage technique. After draping himself in his pajamas and coming to the living room, Ma Zhangnan turned on the computer assigned to the presidential suite. The unexpected scene at the bar this evening had given him the idea of getting 2 bodyguards at once. Of course, with Ma Zhangnan's current situation, he definitely wanted the kind of female bodyguards whose face value scores were up to par and who were able to whore themselves out for nothing. After searching for bodyguard companies in the webpage, after a comprehensive comparison, consulted a top bodyguard company called Divine Special Shield. After paying a consultation fee of 1,000 yuan, I added a person in charge of WeChat and chatted casually. I want to find 2 female bodyguards, but must be body and face are up to the top beauty. Your company has this kind of talent? Do you have this kind of talent in your company? Are you sure you're looking for bodyguards? Of course, I don't mean anything. I like nice things. I don't mind if the price is a little high. Mr. Shenzhou Special Shield is one of the top bodyguard companies in China, and there are 136 women working as bodyguards, and there are a few who have excellent looks and bodies, so I don't know if they meet the standard of top beauties that you have in mind. Can I see their face photos now? Okay, but please don't publicize the photos, or we have the right to hold you accountable. Don't worry, I'll delete it after I've seen it. Pictures. Ma Zhangnan took a look at the pictures of a few plain-faced girls, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. Although the other side sent over these bodyguard girls are still relatively clean, but obviously not what top beauty. Even if you don't use the system prompts, with Ma Zhangnan's vision, also know that these girls are 100% not enough to 80 points of the standard. There is no more beautiful, the price doubled several times does not matter. Mister, then we really cannot do anything, forgive me for taking the liberty of reminding a word, do bodyguard this line is also a physical work, you think the real top beauty will come to do bodyguard? Looking at this message sent by the other party, Ma Zhangnan immediately fell silent. It seems that he wanted to find beautiful girls in the bodyguard company's idea of white whoring, basically considered a fizzle. Directly after this WeChat all deleted, do not die to find 2 more well-known bodyguard company to consult a bit. The result is not even as good as the Divine State Special Shield, Ma Zhangnan only completely dead heart. Back to bed directly sleep until dawn. The next morning. When the girl went to take a bath, Ma Zhengnan took out his cell phone and dialed Li Tingting's phone. On the phone, Li Tingting's voice was clearly a little lost. Mr. Ma, what's the matter so early in the morning? Your tone isn't normal, what's wrong? Is it not because of what happened at the bar last night that you're implicated? Li Tingting was silent on the phone for a while before she said, it's not much, it's just that she was lectured by the old boss and had her salary deducted for 10 days. Mr. Ma, then you are looking for me, what is the matter? Hearing Li Tingting say this, Ma Zhengnan's heart was immediately happy. Then your old boss really has no human feelings. Last night this matter is not at all related to you, how can you still be punished to your head? By the way, I also want to renew the presidential suite for another 5 days, do you think this is okay? I will transfer the money directly to you to help me to handle. Li Tingting on the other end of the phone froze when she heard this. It took a while before she said, Mr. Ma, this isn't too good, why don't I personally come to your room to handle it? Managerly, if you say that, then I'll have to change hotels. That's fine, I'll send you the bank card number, you are going to renew the room charge for 5 days, right, that's a total of 234,400 yuan. After hanging up the phone, not a moment later, Li Tingting sent over her card number. The corner of Ma Zhengnan's mouth slightly curled up, directly hit 250,000 to this card number. Until the cashback funds returned in seconds, Ma Zhengnan was also relieved. He was really worried that the system would not recognize this kind of cheating behavior. Then he could only lose face once and let Li Tingting return to himself. Unsurprisingly, Li Tingting quickly returned the call. Mr. Ma, why did you call me 250,000? It's more than 10,000 more. Managerly, that thing last night was because of me that you were punished, the extra money is to compensate you. Mr. Ma, that's not right. I have to thank you for standing up for me last night. How can I take your money? Consider it a tip then, don't reject it, the small amount of money is nothing to me at all. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's resolute tone, Li Tingting was silent for a long time. It was only then that a few gentle words came from the girl on the phone, thank you Mr. Ma. Ding. Li Tingting's favorability towards the host is +10. After hanging up the phone, the corner of Ma Zhengnan's mouth unconsciously surfaced a touch of curvature. This girl is really nice. Zhang Menjing, who came out from the bathroom wearing a sexy bathrobe, just happened to come out and saw Ma Zhengnan's expression. Pouting, brother Nan, what are you thinking about, so happy? Come here. Brother Nan, what are you? What are you thinking about? I asked you to come over and help me pinch my shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menjing blankly glanced at Ma Zhengnan with a slightly reddish little face. In a petulant tone, she said, Brother Nan, you just like to bully me, I hate it. While pampering herself, she took the initiative to come to the bedside. Brother Nan, then you turn over, so that I can help you pinch your shoulders off. Ma Zhengnan was very obedient and turned over directly. It's not convenient for you to stand and pinch like this, just sit on me directly. Brother Nan, aren't you afraid I'll crush you? You're so skinny and you still want to crush me, just sit on me. Brother Nam, how's the strength? Just right, very comfortable. Zhang Menjing was also very attentive in order to get the benefits. A pair of white and tender hands pinched and squeezed Ma Zhengnan's shoulder. It must be said that although she did not learn professional massage, but the girl's unique technique to pinch the shoulders really let Ma Zhengnan feel a different flavor. Chapter 38 Dating Su Shuer again. Brother Nan, do you want me to pinch your back for you? Listening to the girl's delicate inquiry, Ma Zhengnan turned his head and laughed jokingly. Okay, the technology is so good, or you specialize in being my masseuse. Good, but you have to give me a very high salary. How much do you want to be paid for this little goblin? Very high, very high. When Ma Zhengnan was enjoying the relaxation brought by the girl's massage, the phone rang. It was Li Tingting who called, with obvious surprise in her voice. Mr. Ma, I've already done your 5-day room renewal for you. Ma Zhengnan enjoyed the girl's massage technique while lazily replying, really, thank you then. You are too polite, it should be me thanking you, perhaps it is because of this matter, the above has notified me that the punishment has been withdrawn. Hearing Li Tingting say this, Ma Zhengnan froze for a moment. Then laughed, it seems that Mr. Lu does not have much weight on your hotel. Mr. Ma is joking, compared to you, our hotel's guest, the boss must be able to distinguish between the more important and the less important. Li Tingting, this sentence is really not wrong, like Lu Quan's such wholesale seafood business, the entire mountain city how there are dozens of. The hotel and his relationship is not at all in an equal position, completely dispensable. And my Jiangnan is different. The hotel presidential suite is vacant most of the time all year round. My Jiangnan is long as the hotel to live a day, that are visible tens of thousands of dollars of pure profit. Last night's incident at the bar, the hotel's punishment was not justified. But this morning, Li Tingting personally renewed my Jiangnan's presidential suite for another 5 days, and the hotel immediately changed its strategy. Li Tingting's punishment was also cancelled. After hanging up the phone with the other party, Zhang Menjing, who was squeezing my Jiangnan's back, couldn't help but gently bite her own beauty. Zhang Menjing, who was pinching my Jiangnan's back, couldn't help but gently bite her beautiful lips. Brother Nan, why did this manager Li call you so early in the morning? At that, my Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, you're still jealous? Brother Nan, you really hate, I'm hungry, take me down to eat breakfast. Good I am also a little hungry, then change clothes. After taking the girl for a big meal at the restaurant, I asked Zhang Menjing for her opinion. It wasn't long before they arrived at a large shopping mall nearby. Brother Nan, my skin is a bit dry these days, buy me a set of cosmetics. After her dream of marrying into a rich family was shattered, Zhang Menjing completely let go of her mindset. Directly displayed the appearance of a gold-digging woman, embracing Ma Jiangnan's arm daintily pampered. Ma Jiangnan of course will not treat her poorly, anyway, it is all for nothing. He waved his hand and directly let the girl buy whatever she wanted. See my Jiangnan so generous, Zhang Menjing heart is almost crispy. Compared to those spare tire-licking dogs in the university campus. The man in front of her is simply 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger than the man who spends his money to the extent that he is so bold. The only regret she has is the change in her status. In the past, she was a goddess on campus, and only other licking dogs could lick her. But in the future, beside my Jiangnan, I'm afraid that she can only be the licking dog. However, after buying more than $100,000 of luxury goods at the mall, Zhang Menjing's regrets gradually disappeared. I'm not sure if I'm a dog licker, but I'm a dog licker. Who let Brother Nan's ability to pay money be so awesome? After returning to the hotel, Zhang Menjing's favorability was inexplicably increased by 5 points. Name, Zhang Menjing. Age, 21. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 85 points. Purity, 97. Personal status, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability to host, 60 points. Brother Nan, thank you for giving me so many gifts today, I'm so happy. Ding. A small heavenly gift package from number 1 rater girl Zhang Menjing, getting cashback funds of 30,000 renminbi. Zhang Menjing is also a smart person who knows a way in and a way out, in order to keep the freshness in herself. On the next morning, she took the initiative to propose that she was going back to school. My Jiangnan did not treat the girl poorly, and once again waved his hand and transferred 200,000 yuan to her card. Suddenly a large sum of money, let Zhang Menjing is surprised and happy, grateful lungs for a while before leaving the hotel. Just send Zhang Menjing away, my Jiangnan sent a WeChat to Su Shuer. I'm at the Yubei Weir Hotel, do you want to come over? In the past 2 days, Ma Jiangnan and a few other women were also in communication at all times. Su Shuer and several messages are revealed to miss Ma Jiangnan very much, just did not get a positive response. Coupled with the fact that you can't see Ma Jiangnan's figure in the live broadcast, Su Shuer is even more sullen. In the past 2 days, even her girlfriends asked her to go shopping, but she was not in the mood. When she was thinking in her room, she received a message from Ma Jiangnan. She replied with a quick reply. Nan brother, I will come over, you wait for me. Ma Jiangnan read this message, the corner of the mouth unconsciously slightly curved up, the heart is very happy. 1 hour later, outside the hotel gate. Dress up very sexy Su Shuer from their QQ car came down. In order to make Ma Jiangnan's eyes bright, she is also very hard work. Specialized in a set of sexy tea-colored cool outfit, the place where she stands out is even more perfect to show out. 2 or 3 steps to Ma Jiangnan's side, daintily open the mouth, Brother Nan. Looking at the sexy and beautiful girl in front of him, Ma Jiangnan's mood is also a burst of pleasure. Compared with Zhang Menjing, Su Shuer's figure is a bit taller. A pair of white and straight long legs is shaking the pedestrians next to the eyes cannot move. Ma Jiangnan pointed to her dark green QQ car and smiled, did you navigate here by yourself? Well, after I received Nan's message, I couldn't wait to get here. Oh, so good, let's go. I'm sorry. Chapter 39 Bringing a sister to buy a luxury car. It's not the first time they've been on a date, so it's not as complicated as it was in the beginning. Sisters in the Ma Jingnan's leadership soon came to the top floor presidential suite. And Lu Yusin, Zhang Menjiying the same. Just after entering the presidential suite, Su Shuer inevitably also issued a burst of amazement. Wow, Brother Nan, this room is really beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a presidential suite. Can you let me open a live broadcast here tonight? Ma Zhengnan has been accompanied by a stunning beauty for the past few days. In the face of the sexy and beautiful Su Shuer, he appeared to be very calm. Sitting on the sofa lightly laughed, "You want to wear this set of clothes live, or now give me a live dance?" Hearing this, Su Shuer, who was still marveling, couldn't help but bite her own lip. Shyly opened her mouth and said, Brother Nan, jump now, I'm still a little embarrassed. What's embarrassing? If the jump looks good I directly on-site reward, so as not to cheapen the platform well. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Su Shuer's eyes immediately lit up. According to the generous degree of the man in front of him, the benefit is certainly not small. She is so pleasing to Ma Zhengnan these days, certainly not for the sake of talking about feelings. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal was not for the banknotes. Then she twisted and asked, "What kind of dance do you want to see me do, Brother Nan?" Last time in your live room, I saw a lot of people say what kind of train shake, or you give me a section. Train shake, then I put the cell phone music out, otherwise I really cannot twist out of that kind of feeling. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan smiled and made a casual gesture on his face. Not a moment later, the rhythm of the dynamic music rang out. Under Ma Zhengnan's hot and spicy vision, Su Shuer at first was still a little bit unable to let go. But with the little dance twisting a few times, the girl is also gradually let go of her mind. As if in the live broadcast room. It's all about life. No shame. Accompanied by the rhythm of fast music, Su Shuer's cool halter summer dress can hardly hide the wonderful scenery. In such a scenario, Ma Zhengnan was not a willow. To Su Shuer faintly smiled and beckoned, "Come over." The girl is not to be pouted. "Nan brother, you do not see me dance?" Then see Ma Zhengnan's unquestionable gaze, before gently ding. From the second-rater heroine Su Shuer's heavenly small gift package, get cashback funds 20,000 yuan. Ding. Su Shuer's favorability towards the host +2. Ding. A small heavenly gift package from the number 2 female hostess, Su Shuer, received cashback funds of 10,000 yuan. It was only half an hour later that Su Shuer opened her mouth in a delicate manner. "Brother Nan, where's the reward you promised?" Ma Zhengnan heatedly laughed. "The reward is definitely there, or you give me another dance section, I will give you a new car." Upon hearing this, Su Shuer was instantly filled with power. She was planning to change to a better car during this period of time because of Ma Zhengnan's magnificent reward in the live broadcast. Having a man to help her pay for it was certainly better. Then she opened her mouth daintily with glowing eyes. "Brother Nan, are you really going to help me buy a car?" That depends on your performance." At that moment, Su Shuer had nothing to say, and directly rolled over and stood up. Half an hour later, Ma Zhengnan, with a smile on his face of deep meaning, left the hotel with Su Shuer. His total cash assets have now reached $320,000. It wasn't that hard to buy a good car for his sister, the big deal was to swipe his card twice more. And Su Shuer was certainly excited inside at this moment. With her understanding of Ma Zhengnan, buying a car for herself would be at least 200,000 to start with, right? Excited, suddenly saw Ma Zhengnan straight to their own cherry QQ. Cannot help but be surprised to ask, "South brother, you do not want to sit on my cherry QQ? Yes, why, can't I?" It's not that I can't, I just think it's too much for you to sit in this car, Brother Nan. It's okay, I'm not a grown-up, besides, I haven't sat in such a small and exquisite car yet, just as an experience. Hearing Ma Zhengnan say this, Su Shuer couldn't help but deflate her mouth. What's so good about experiencing her own tens of thousands of dollars of small broken car? If she had that kind of condition, she would have already wanted to change to a better car. However, Su Shuer didn't know that Ma Zhengnan didn't even have a tens of thousands of dollars for a small car. The driver's license is taken for more than 10 years, but so far there is only a two-wheeled small stove donkey. After sitting on the sister's car, with the help of the navigation, soon came to a nearby Force car store. After finding a place to park the car, Ma Zhengnan couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Shuer, have you thought about what you want to buy a favorite car?" Su Shuer obviously had already thought of the answer in her heart, and blurted out the answer. "Brother Nan, if you can, I hope you buy me a BMW, the price does not have to be too expensive, more than 200,000 will do." Su Shuer didn't dare to be too state-hearted, and wanted a top luxury car like a Porsche or Lamborghini right away. Her position on their own is also quite sober. Know that men do not like too greedy women, water can have more. Hearing, my Jiangnan heart is still quite happy, do not have to brush twice the card to save a lot of trouble. Nodded and smiled, okay within 300,000 randomly you choose, today on the car. Hearing this, Su Shuer excitedly kissed my Jiangnan on the face. Brother Nan, thank you. Satchel sister's hand, the two just walked into the car dealership, a surprised voice rang out. Ma Jiangnan. Ma Jiangnan looked at the voice, and his face also revealed a look of surprise. Immediately afterward, his brows were slightly furrowed. To a man, he faintly said, Su Muyang. Chapter 40 New enemies and old enemies together. At the same time as greeting the man, a beep came out from the system. Ding! A qualified consumer cashback target has been detected, do you want to check it out? At the side of the man named Su Muyang, there was obviously a very pretty girl standing as well. While Ma Zhengnan's eyes were sizing up the pretty girl, Su Muyang was also sizing up Su Shuer. His eyes were even filled with the color of surprise. Immediately, with a smile on his face, he opened his mouth and said, TSK, Ma Zhengnan, it's really you all, look at you, this mannequin ghost-like, mixed pretty well right. As he spoke, his eyes again looked towards Su Shuer intentionally or unintentionally, clearly this sentence had a meaning. Listening to the other party's not-so-friendly words, Ma Zhengnan's face was a cold smile. This Su Muyang is his classmate in college, because his family has a little money. At that time in the class was also considered a man of the moment. There are even several good-looking female classmates, and he has a relationship. Originally, a marginalized person like Ma Zhengnan would not have any interactions with a popular person like Su Muyang. However, at a class reunion in his junior year, Ma Zhengnan took the opportunity of alcohol to express his love to a female student in his class. Before the girl said anything, Su Muyang did not know what kind of crazy, to Ma Zhengnan is a crazy mockery. Ma Zhengnan was also young, angry, and Su Muyang wrestled on the spot. As a result, some students pulled back and Ma Zhengnan suffered a small loss. Since then, Su Muyang has been looking for trouble with Ma Zhengnan for everything. The feud between the two is of course deeper and deeper. After graduating from college, there is no contact. I did not expect that after many years today, but in a forced car store and met again. Once again glanced at that pretty girl, his mind turned to a silent view. Name, Dong Qingqing. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 centimeters. Comprehensive face value, 86 points. Purity, 96. Physical condition, no gynecological diseases, good security level. Favorability towards the host, 0. Under the new hatred in old hatred, Ma Zhengnan immediately had a bold idea. The same leathery smile opened his mouth. Su Muyang, after so many years of not seeing you, you're not still gnawing on your family's old capital, are you? Upon hearing this, Su Muyang's face instantly changed, and he coldly said, Ma Zhengnan, you are less likely to talk nonsense here. Then spoke to Su Shuer, beauty, I advise you, he is a poor loser, you'd better keep your eyes peeled not to be cheated. In a few short words between the two, Su Shuer instantly understood what was going on. In front of Su Muyang, she took Ma Zhengnan's arm in a very intimate manner. And nonchalantly said back, you, this person has a problem, I like my brother Nan has nothing to do with you Su Shuer, this nonchalant words, is to hear Ma Zhengnan heart a happy. He couldn't wait to praise her on the spot, Sister Bossy. However, Su Muyang was immediately confused and reacted with anger in his heart. Just want to be angry. The staff of the 4S store who found something wrong here rushed over. Excuse me, do you want to buy a car here? Su Muyang snorted coldly. Of course I came to your 4S store to buy a car, but I don't know whether they are buying a car or not. As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Ma Zhengnan in a very provocative manner. Su Shuer directly is a white-eyed glare back. You really have a problem, we come here not to buy cars, do not buy cabbage? You. Looking at Su Muyang by Su Shuer dislike words cannot speak well, Ma Zhengnan heart is that cool Laughing, Shuer, today's performance is very good, this 4-store car you randomly choose, as long as it is your fancy, I will give you the bill. Hearing that, Su Shuer is unable to help heart a happy, but still dainty back to say. Brother Nan, no need to break the bank too much, I'll just pick a BMW Mini Edition. Looking at the two of them, Su Muyang smiled coldly. Oomph, what a big-tail wolf, I want to see how you guys buy a BMW. At those words, Ma Zhengnan glanced at him coldly. Sumo Yang, don't look down on people. Let's play a game. You should be buying a car for the girl next to you today. If I buy a car for Schwer, you should also buy a car for this girl. If you can't do it, don't brag about it here, and get out as far as you can. Hearing Ma Zhengnan's words, Sumo Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment on his face. His family owns a small company and he's not really a rich kid. He came to the car dealership today just to get himself a new car. As for Dong Qingqing beside him, the two just met not long ago, have not yet had a substantial relationship. Of course, Sumo Yang could not spend a lot of money to buy a car to send to the other party. Ma Zhengnan's words immediately gave him a headache that made it difficult for him to ride the tiger. Dong Qingqing also didn't realize that she was somehow involved in this incident today. However, she still wanted to see what Sumo Yang's opinion was, and did not open her mouth to say anything. In the indescribable eyes of the 4S store staff, Sumo Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, you buy it first, just the ground goods you are wearing. I really don't believe that you can afford to buy her a BMW." He is now betting that his vision is not wrong. In Sumo Yang's eyes, Ma Zhengnan's whole body didn't look like it was developed. A poor loser could never turn over a new leaf. Hearing this, Ma Zhengnan did not care about what Sumo Yang said at all. Smiling at the staff, he said, "What kind of cars do you have in your store that are suitable for girls to drive? The price is not a problem." This car dealership car salesman's eyesight can be much stronger than Sumo Yang. From the tone of Ma Zhengnan's words that carried unparalleled confidence, he knew that this was definitely a potential luxury customer. What's wrong with stall goods? Maybe this is a rich person's special hobby. Directly turned his head to Su Schwer and enthusiastically introduced it. "Miss, do you have a favorite vehicle?" Although Su Schwer wanted to say that she liked Porsche, she still resisted her inner urge. "I still like BMW. A few days ago I spotted a 270,000 BMW Mini on the internet. I think it's quite good. Do you have this one in your dealership?" At that, the salesman's eyes flickered for a few moments, and he smiled and said back, "I'm sure they do, but I don't think the BMW Mini is too suitable for you. Why don't I introduce you to a BMW 4 Series convertible? The appearance may be more suitable for pretty girls like you, the price is not expensive, the landing price is only 580,000 yuan.